Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. Eyendeba. So Eyendeba. So there it is. One of these days, I'm going to have to ask somebody to explain fully to me just what that means. Loosely, I was told it means what will be. So Eyendeba. So Eyendeba. So good to have you here. Good to see you. Welcome. Always a delight to have you here. Your company never taken for granted. With gratitude, you are always received. So good to have you here. Good to see you. Welcome. So all of that. So the usual protocol, you know how we always start. That invitation for you to click on the like button is an ever perpetual invitation. So just take it as read. Take it as an expectation that as soon as you're coming in, the expectation and the plea is for you to click on the like button. So click on the like button. And then once you have done that, if you are not already subscribed, then the subscription button will be showing red on your screen. So if the subscription button is showing red on your screen, then you have not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by clicking on the subscription button as well. So do both. Do the click on like and then follow swiftly with the click on subscribe. So do those two things. So having done those two things, those are mandatory things that you must do. So you're compelled to do that. It's a matter of must that you must do that. So Having done those two things, now the next thing is highly recommended, but you're not compelled. But it adds to the flavor if you do. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. And we are forever and a day looking for new and divergent voices. So you could be that voice that deviates from the norm of the conversation. So come and add your flavor if you feel sufficiently emboldened. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you feel inclined towards joining us on the screen. So do that. So those are two things. Those are three things that you're doing now. You are clicking on like as a matter of must. You are clicking on subscribe to fulfill all righteousness, and you are highly recommended to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and add your flavor to the conversation. So now the final click, which is this invitation for you to buy your host cups of coffee. This one is entirely at your discretion. So do this only if you're inclined to do so. So that's a 3 easy step process that invites you to tip towards the platform. It's sort of like a donation sort of a format if you feel that way inclined. So click on that. It's the preferred portal. So 3 easy steps and away. Just empty the contents of your wallet in there. So do all that. So what are we contending with today? And by the way, that buy the coffee thing is pinned on the comment section. So as a matter of must, no, it's not a matter of must. What am I even talking about? Let me go swiftly and quickly then to what we will be discussing. So we'll kick it off with this one, but we're kicking it off actually in no particular order because a lot of the storylines that we'll be contending with today, they are quite weighty and substantial. But we'll kick it off with this one that is on the screen because, of course, that's the picture on the thumbnail. So we kick it off with this on the screen. Labour Guba, Lagos Guba. So Guba is a gubernatorial in Nigerian lingo. Labour Party suffer setback at tribunal. So I had already forgotten, of course, that there was even anything still going on. Apparently, RHODES VIVOUR, Chinedu, he's still rattling about claiming, well, I don't know what he's actually claiming, but he's trying to claim something. Chinedu, from wherever he is from, he's saying it's still going on. I didn't even know. I thought he'd already packed his bags and moved back to where he came from. But apparently, alas, not. Lagos Guba, Labour Party suffer setback at tribunal. So the last time we touched base with that Lagos State space, it was pretty much a similar headline with a beat down from the judiciary. So I think around about the same time, Peter B and whatever his name is, Chinedu Gbadebo, they will both pack their bags at the same time and head back to wherever they did come from. So head back to wherever they came from. But now, this headline now, petrol prices soar in Benin Republic after subsidy removal in Nigeria. So this wasn't actually the storyline that I was going to bring you, but I lost that storyline in the course of putting the session together. But this still within the same narrative space. The economy of Niger Republic, Niger Republic as well, but Benin Republic in this instance is collapsing at a rapid rate, just off the back of the fuel subsidy being removed from the Nigerian space. So that tells you then just the level of hemorrhage that we're hemorrhaging the petroleum space within Nigeria. And the one thing that will categorically tell us now how much we have lost, especially under this body the dispensation. The one thing that will tell us categorically how much we have lost is the quarterly. We look at two quarters, which will be 6 months of petrol consumption within Nigeria, and then that would then tell us then how much military was looting. Our petrol prices soar in Benin Republic after subsidy removal in Nigeria. So So we'll have a look at that to see just what we're making of it. But Nigeria is changing at a very rapid rate. The speed of change is dizzying. You know, you get a head spin and you're somewhat dizzy by the speed of change taking place within Nigeria. So what am I talking about? This headline now, CBN lifts cash deposit restrictions on domiciliary accounts, allows $10,000 withdrawal daily. So once upon a time, Nigerians were able to come into the United Kingdom and other spaces in the world and use their bank cards. But then the squeeze on the naira, on the foreign exchange was so much that Buhari just he reduced it and reduced it, and he reduced it even to the point that you couldn't even withdraw more than $20 a day, and then they just shut it down. So now pivot that then now to now that they've stolen everything, the economy is near bankrupt, and Tinubu is telling you can withdraw $10,000 a day from your account. So a complete turnaround. But what is underpinning all of this? The floating of the naira, the lifting of restrictions on domiciliary account, but then the coffers are totally empty. The coffers are totally empty according to all of the signals that we're getting. So what underpins all of this dollar gush that Tinubu is fleshing out? So all of that up for discussion. CBN lifts cash deposit restrictions on domiciliary accounts, allows $10,000 withdrawal daily. So there it is right there. A total pivoting within that space. So a total pivoting within that space. So we go on from there. Actually, let's make a pit stop here. This really for comedic value. This next here, hold on. This now next headline is mainly for comedic value. So this is it's a tweet. But I'll give it a title anyway. So this is essentially Simon Ekpa telling them the traders in Alaba market, and you all know who they are, that they should go to Peter Obi for rescue. So we'll have a read of that, and then we'll have a bit of a chuckle about that. So that's somewhat for comedic value, because of course you can only really laugh at Simon Ekpa. But to more serious matters, CBN issues further guidance on operational changes to foreign exchange market. So now that is what I'm paying attention to, so that we have some clarity as to just what these changes are. So a lot of these changes, of course, a total departure from how Buhari ran the administration, and people are seeing smoke signals in the distance. Smoke signals in the distance. CBN, Tinubu Buhari clash inevitable. This is Dele Shobowale saying this, and yes, there is that sense that Tinubu is too arrest from a full-blown war with Buhari, is too arrest from that. When he picks up Abubakar Malami, and then maybe he picks up Melekare, then the war is declared, because those are ring-fence people for Buhari. But he necessarily, in the course of this journey that is embarked on, he necessarily must pick up Abubakar Malami and Melekare, because if he does not do that, then the whole of the thing that is doing all this Emefiele thing is just stunts and fallacy. So he necessarily, if for this process to complete, must pick up Abubakar Malami and Melekare, and the moment he picks up those two spaces, then he's struck at the heartland of Buhariism. But will the empire strike back? Tinubu Buhari clash inevitable. Dele Shobowale making the headline there. So quite what led to that, we find out shortly. This we will only read out the headline and not really spend any time in this space. Fuel subsidy, federal government distributes solar to Lagos community. So that's part of the palliatives, of course, that they have been talking about. So that's part of the palliatives that they have been talking about. And this also will only read the headline, maybe take a few paragraphs, because I don't want to overlabor the reading today. So now this is our next headline as well. Students' loan will make tertiary education affordable. So these are vice chancellors making this headline here. So is it a long and lengthy one? Let me actually just give you this immediately and right now. The Committee of Vice Chancellors and Registrars of Private Universities in Nigeria has commended President Bola Tinubu for signing into law the student loan bill, saying the bill would enable more students to be able to afford either public or private education at the tertiary level. The chairman, XYZ, CVCRPUN, so that's an acronym, it's just such a label sometimes, and Vice Chancellor of Leeds City University, Professor Kabiru Adeyemo, said this during the committee's General Assembly, which held at the International Conference Center of the University of Ibadan, Oyo State capital. Adeyemo said the loan would avail indigent students in private and public universities the opportunity to pursue their academic careers. He said private universities had in recent years witnessed remarkable growth, which he said was a product of unwavering dedication, commitment, and adherence to the highest standards of quality education. He added, "We must continue to build on this foundation, striving to create an environment that nurtures critical thinking, intellectual curiosity, and a strong sense of social responsibility." As chancellors and registrars, you hold critical positions of influence and take responsibility on shaping the destiny of our institutions and the students who pass through their hallowed halls. We thank President Bola Tinubu for the introduction of the student loan. He has signed that bill, which I believe is not only for public universities, private universities would also benefit from it. So I never even had the thought that, but of course, I mean, you get the loan, then it's your choice what university you go to, isn't it? Some of the students who are from poor backgrounds will be able to have a new financial opportunity to pursue their academic careers so that at the end of the day, they will be a force to be reckoned with. The Vice Chancellor, Macpherson University, Ogun State, Professor Francis Agbason, said private universities could boast of the best in terms of equipment, lecturers, and even students. So there it is. The academic space, they are saying it as somewhat of a boon. They're saying it as somewhat of a boon. So now, this one as well, maybe I'll just, let me see. Yes, maybe I'll just, yes, maybe I'll give you this one as well. I've dropped it now. Let me see if I can pick it up again. Maybe I'll give you this one as well, straight up. Just get some of them out of the way. Just get some of them out of the way. So let's see if we can get. This is the progress report. Emefiele in custody. DSS recovers 18 bags of currency documents from Emefiele's Lagos residence. So it's not a long read. So let's speed through it. No fewer than 18 Ghana must go bags. And by the way, that is a derogatory and a pejorative term. So I'm not quite sure that newsprints, news outlets, this is from Ruben Abati's own website. I'm not sure that he should be referencing it as Ghana must go bags because those is a pejorative term. No fewer than 18 Ghana must go bags containing money and documents have been carted away from, let's do that again. No fewer than 18 Ghana must go bags containing money and documents have been carted away by operatives of the Department of State Services, DSS, from the residence of the suspended governor of the Central Bank, CBN, Godwin Emefiele. Correspondents have reliably informed. Correspondents gathered that the money and documents were taken from the Lagos residence of Emefiele on Friday afternoon. After about a day-long search of the property, Emefiele, who was arrested June the 10th by DSS, has spent 8 days in custody of the agency. It was scooped that Emefiele may spend longer than earlier reported in DSS custody as investigation into his activities whilst in charge of the Apex Bank is far from being concluded. Correspondents gathered that the DSS on Thursday secured a court order to detain the ex-CBN chief for 3 weeks, with another source hinting that he might be held for a longer time. Emefiele was said to have been moved from DSS custody in Abuja on Thursday and flown to Lagos, where his house was searched by DSS operatives. Upon conclusion of the search, about 18 Ghana must-go bags containing currency and documents were said to have been taken away the following day. Emefiele was flown back to Abuja on Friday afternoon with the bags, and investigators have since resumed quizzing, especially about the findings. The secret police, it was gathered, have also launched a manhunt for Emefiele's personal assistant, named withheld, in connection with the revelations from the ongoing investigation. DSS took Emefiele to his house on Thursday and returned him to Abuja on Friday afternoon. His house was searched. They took away about 18 big Ghana must-go bags. So this repeats somewhat. All right. Well, the rest of suddenly seems to repeat. I'm not quite sure why it's repeating on itself. But there is that one, and still within that same journey line, that parallel, that strap line. Let's have a look at this. So they are picking them up, but will they sing like canaries? They are picking them up, but will they sing like canaries? Nigeria Secret Police DSS reportedly raids headquarters of anti-corruption body EFCC overnight, cut away sensitive documents. So they have to strike at this moment, otherwise the trail is gone. Officials of Nigeria's Secret Police, the Department of State Services, raided the headquarters of sister agency Economic and Financial Crimes Commission Friday night. Correspondents learned that the raid lasted till early Saturday morning. The action was taken under the cover of the night to prevent public knowledge of the action, while the staff of EFCC were instructed not to mention anything concerning the invitation to the public. It wasn't an invitation, was it? According to an insider, the DSS is working for a particular interest very important to the president beyond what the public was made to believe. So it goes on and on. This may well be linked to that clash that they are anticipating between Buhari and between Tinubu and Buhari. However, another source said it may be linked to the recent closure of the EFCC office in Ikoyi, Lagos by the DSS. I heard the raid and partisanship of DSS was the reason why they raised an alarm yesterday that some of their disgruntled officers were planning to shame the agency and embarrass the leadership. So the DSS the EFCC being raided by the DSS. I wonder if it's all just bluster and posturing. So we'll find out. We need a result out of on the tail end of all of these headlines. We need a result on the tail end of all of these headlines. Otherwise, it's just all bluster and empty noise. So bluster and empty noise. So those ones out of the way. So I'm going to play the Kegite music now and still invite you to continue, because the like button is not anything there. It just makes for depressing reading. So if you look across to your screen and you look at the viewership and the likes, and you feel you should do something about that, then do it. And then, of course, subscribe as well. So do all the necessaries, the hyperlink that says StreamYard and all that. So let me take now a micro musical intermission. And then when we come back, I'm going to lead with about 2-3 minutes video clips. So we'll lead with video clips instead of the readouts this time around. But first, let's go to the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, only water, where they see my Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ, the cockerels of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that, of course, as I always say, on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So let me bring who we do have on the screen, in the studio, on the screen for the time being. We've got Emmanuel joining us for the first time, and Bishop, a regular contributor. So good to have you both, gentlemen. Before I go to the readouts, I'm going to start the readouts off with the Lagos State space. But before I go to those readouts, let me play you a couple of video clips. So let me play you a couple of video clips. Actually, I'll bring the panelists up in a moment. But a lot of people have been impressed by Tinubu's start. But really, if you dig deep enough, a lot of the ideas that Tinubu is bringing forward, they're not actually his original ideas. So we've gone through the archives to see the source of Tinubu's inspiration. Watch this.
By turning over future investment to the private sector and by removing the complex structures which makes NMPC's accountability and assessment of efficiency almost impossible. You see, there are so many layers upon layers built on this simple thing, crude oil. I don't even know whether it's oil or some mystery around it that is taking the money from the central bank. You see, I think we would demystify all these things. In my government, the daily export of crude will be published and the price at which it is sold. You see, the issue of planned implementation is simple. You see, public things are not private. We have National Assembly now. They will do their job. They review the expenditure of government and will hold public hearing. We will no longer be hearing of monetary circulars from central bank without the bankers being told. The bankers will have to be involved. You see, like I said, every effort has been made in the past to shake people's head in their absence. It must stop. I mean, it won't be allowed. I mean, the cumulative wisdom of all the bankers would have seen us out of the problem we have in this country today. But some people, they come from IMF or they come from World Bank. What do they know about Nigeria? You see, the most brilliant doctor in Norway might not have seen malaria in his life. So bringing him here and imposing him as a medical director is like sending everybody to the grave. You see, I think all that nonsense will stop. I rely on Nigerians to keep Nigeria running efficiently, and that's what it is. You see, there will be a few foreigners who will be recommended by our people, not those who will be imposed by some foreign authorities over us. We are an independent republic under God, or aren't we?
And there it is right there. So needs no introduction, of course. That was our MKO Abiola back in the day. That was our Hope 93. And Tinubu now renewed hope. Do you see the synergy? The language is almost word for word, verbatim. Any and everything that Tinubu said in his campaign and is doing as a government now. So a lot of it, they're actually Abiola's ideas. So a lot of the things that Tinubu is bringing into play now, it really are Abiola's ideas. So Abiola's ideas, so that is what we could have gotten in 93. Tinubu is what we got now. So now let's now go now to what we did escape. So I think a lot of what went on recently has been lost in the smoke of the back and forth of debates about where we are now. But we're talking about recent history. Just a few weeks ago, a lot of what could have happened has been lost in the smoke of all of the arguments that is going on at the moment. So let's remind ourselves what could have been. We know what is, but let's remind ourselves what could have been, and then you ask yourself if you just dodged the bullet or not. So remind yourself what could have been, then ask yourself if you just dodged a bullet or not. What? This.
By the time you start this production I'm talking, you start managing the quality. It's time you have local demand by trying to create. The purpose of government is to care for the poor. Start pulling people out of poverty. As you're doing this, you start raising it up again. Government start getting more income, and you start caring for so many things. You're dealing with an established criminalizing structures. It's not going to be easy. It's not easy to remove structures that have been built over the years on wrong things. They're not going to go away easily. They're going to fight. And I believe that you can join me, because the future, your future, the future of your children depends on what I'm doing.
And there it is right there. That is what could have happened to us. Anytime and every time I hear Peter Obi speak, I always think of one thing and one thing only. Let me show you this clip. Listen very carefully, because it's barely 10 seconds. Listen very carefully. But anytime that Peter Obi speaks, this is what I hear. Listen very carefully. It goes very quickly. And that's what I hear. Anytime Peter Obi speaks, it just reminds me of that meme. My name is Jeff. My name is Jeff. Just some ridiculous. But it doesn't stop there. Watch this.
When you spread your investment, some will go up, some will come down. But overall, the company is still there. The company is still doing well. It's still part of a global chain and everything. I needed to explain it, not because I'm defending comment by my brother. My brother is the brother. I remain my brother. We're very close. I remain prayerful for him. For other things which I didn't succeed, God has given him opportunity to do it and succeed. For me, yes. So if there's anything pending, governance.
So that's what I would want you to be thinking of anytime you hear Peter Obi speak. My name is Jeff. My name is Jeff.
Go and ask anybody what my business is. And that's what I even study. If you go and read what I studied in Harvard is market-to-market management. I'm marketing. I'm a distributor. And go and ask Coca-Cola in Nigeria.
Look at that. So that is what he learned in Harvard, though. My name is Jeff. My name is Jeff. Look at that. This is what this guy learned in Harvard. Listen to him, tell me if he make. My name is Jeff.
Go and ask anybody what my business is. And that's what I even study. If you go and read what I studied in Harvard is market-to-market management. I'm marketing. I'm a distributor. And go and ask Coca-Cola in Nigeria.
All right, enough of the. I've got plenty more of that, but I think enough of the bit of being mocking. It's like holding an AK-47 to a sitting dog. It's like holding an AK-47 to a sitting dog. But this next clip now I brought it especially for Janle Koko. Because, of course, in the course of several sessions, we have tried to explain, I mean myself, really, I have tried to explain that Tinubu actually is the first Yoruba person to be the Nigerian president because biologically, Obasanjo is not from the Southwest, is from the Southeast. So I tried to, I presented all I could, but Judge Koko would not budge, but maybe he will budge now. As a senior statesman from the Southwest explains to him, Obasanjo is not a Yoruba man. He's from the Southeast.
Thank you. It is the turn on the Southwest. The Southwest has never been president before.
But we've had Olusegun Obasanjo.
No, Olusegun Obasanjo is an Igbo man. He came from Anambra State. His father is an Igbo man.
Do you have evidence to this, sir?
My friend, it is he who should come out and say, no, he's not an Igbo man. Everybody knows that it's not a hidden fact. His father became the Obi of Onitsha.
So there it is. It has long been the understood wisdom within the Southwestern space that Obasanjo is from the Southeast. We know that, but we whisper it quietly. Of course, they moved to Abeokuta, where he grew up, man and boy. But biologically, the DNA that courses through his veins has just been explained by a senior statesman, an Anambra man, you know, an Anambra man, not an Abeokuta man. But the final clip that I'm going to play you now is a follow-on from the conversations, from the topics that are held the space here yesterday. So we're talking about the goings on in Ojo Market, in Alaba Market in Ojo. So the demolition, of course, 17 buildings earmarked for demolition because they are distressed and not fit for human habitation or even human, business, and it just needs to be brought down. So those buildings swiftly have now been brought down. But let's watch it and then hear the follow-on from some of the victims of that space. Watch this.
What is happening here today is that our shop is being demolished by state government, which we have noticed that it has been giving us notice since 2016 to evacuate before we start buying shops from the owner, because we never knew. But what we are pleading is His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, we are begging for compensation. We are begging to help your sons and daughters, because we don't want to go back to the streets. We shops owner, we that have properties here, it is not easy to lose it. Please, we know that the notice has been given since 2016. We find out just day before yesterday, and we don't have anything to do. Please, we are begging.
All right. I'm going to play that clip again in the course of this session because there's something that guy said that is quite instructive. The notice that those buildings were marked for demolition has been signaled since 2016. We all know that. But what that guy is saying is that a lot of them post that notice of these buildings being distressed and marked for demolition. A lot of them still went on and bought those shops in those buildings, etc., even buying the buildings in some instances, completely oblivious to the fact that those buildings were marked for demolition. So yesterday, I was suggesting that the owners of those buildings should be arrested. So now today, I am insisting, off the back of what this guy said, I am insisting that the owners of those buildings must be arrested. They must be arrested. So after the thing was marked as distressed, then they went and sold it to a bunch of gullibles. So they say Otulo Mashemorare sort of thing. Let the gullibles, let them eat cake and all that. So they now must be arrested. So I'm going to give you just 2 readouts, and then we kick off the session with Emmanuel, who joins us for the first time. But before we go to Emmanuel and sample his voice, let's sample this. Labour Party suffers setback at tribunal. So this is back to the narratives, the tales and travails of Chinedu. There is anxiety within the Lagos State chapter of the Labour Party following a series of setbacks suffered by the petition filed by the party and its governorship candidates during the last gubernatorial election in the state. Gbadebo wrote VIVOUR at the state's governorship election petition tribunal. Checks by correspondence revealed that that party leaders and members alike are worried by some developments at the tribunal. Concerns within the party mounted last Thursday when the Lagos State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal disqualified a witness, RHODES Ofoma, who has been subpoenaed by Gbadebo VIVOUR from testifying against Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his deputy, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat. Ofoma's appearance and testimonies were anticipated to help the case of the Labour Party by the party's legal team. The development is believed to have unsettled the party greatly. So why did the tribunal dismiss this guy or disregard him or her is the wider question. But let's carry on. Hopefully we get to the answer. Weeks earlier, anxiety was triggered within the party when the tribunal dismissed an application by its defeated gubernatorial candidate, Rhodes VIVOUR, the Labour Party flag bearer. Let's do that again. Weeks earlier, anxiety was triggered within the party when the tribunal dismissed an application by its defeated gubernatorial candidate, Rhodes VIVOUR. The Labour Party flag bearer was seeking an order for leave to consolidate his petition with that of the opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, and its candidate, Olajide Adediran. The court, by its ruling, refused the consolidation of the petition. So it looks as though that tribunal is somewhat prejudiced and wants this out of the way fairly quickly. Let me just give you a few more paragraphs because I cannot be, I do not want to be labored by it. To further compound the situation for the Labour Party and Rhodes VIVOUR, the Lagos State chapter of the People's Democratic Party and its governorship candidate Olajide Abdulaziz Adediran, also known as Jandor, according to their demands in the petition they submitted before the governorship petition tribunal, are seeking the disqualification of the Labour Party and its candidate in the gubernatorial election for non-compliance with Electoral Act 2022. Recall that Sanwo-Olu defeated 15 other contestants from different parties to emerge winner of the governorship election held in the state on March 18, 2023. The governor polled XYZ to beat his closest rival, Rhodes VIVOUR of the Labour Party, who polled ABC votes in the election. The PDP candidate, Jandor, gathered XYZ votes to come a very distant third during the governorship election. Dissatisfied Rhodes VIVOUR after the election approached the election petition tribunal seeking the sack of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu as governor. In his petition to the tribunal, he is alleging that the governor was at the time of the election not qualified to contest the election. So if that is the centerpiece of his petition, then he should have just gone home. He's not qualified to contest. It's a returning governor. It was qualified to run the state for 4 years. So just get out. No wonder then the tribunal somewhat dismissive and irritated by him. The candidate of the Labour Party listed some grounds on which his petition is based. He alleged that the election of Sanwo-Olu was invalid by reason of corrupt practices or non-compliance with the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022 and the Constitution. So that's still vague and ambiguous. So the Electoral Act 2022, of course, came in latterly after Sanwo-Olu was already governor, so it can be a new thing. But still, what are the details of it? The third ground was to the effect that Sanwo-Olu was not duly elected by the majority of lawful votes cast at the elections. He asked the tribunal to nullify Sanwo-Olu's return and declare him the winner of the election. So I glossed over the figures of the elections, but necessarily now we must go back to it. So let's just see what the figures are. So for Sanwo-Olu scored 762,134 votes. So that's what Sanwo-Olu got. 762,134 votes. So his closest rival, Tinubu'S VIVOUR, he scored 312,329. So even with my poor maths, that's over double what he got. So quite how he did not get the majority is just it's no different from Peter Obi's petition anyway. And we all know that Peter Obi's petition is just my name is Jeff. That's just the whole of his petition right there. My name is Jeff. Rhodes VIVOUR's legal team, as part of efforts to prove the allegations against Sanwo-Olu, had invited Ofama to come testify before the tribunal. But chairman of the three-man tribunal committee, Justice Aram something or the other, ordered Ofama to step down as he could not testify in the matter. The tribunal held that the witness's statement on oath was uploaded out of time and outside of the 21-day stipulated under the Electoral Act. So I think Ogbeni was actually educating us on this a while ago, actually, that the moment your petition has been locked in within the time limit allowed by law, you cannot add or remove from it. That is it. That will be the basis of your argument, no more, no less. And this is what we're seeing playing out now in Lagos. So when that plays out in the federal space, of course, we know what will happen. The usual screaming and shouting. The tribunal ruled on the matter after taking submissions from councils representing parties in the petition. Other members of the tribunal were Justice Mikhail Abdullahi and Justice I.P. Braimor. Rhodes VIVOUR was represented by Dr. Olumide Ayeni, SAN. The first respondent, INEC, and then it goes on to give us a list of lawyers. So there it is. Anyway, that's Rhodes VIVOUR continued to make a fool of himself in the courts. So there it is. As though we've not, as though he has not given us sufficient enough reasons to laugh at him. It's just a gift that just keeps on giving. A gift that just keeps on giving. Petrol price soar in Benin Republic after subsidy removal in Nigeria. Petrol prices have almost doubled across fuel stations in Benin Republic after it was announced that subsidy was removed in Nigeria, the BBC reports. Petrol from Nigeria is regularly smuggled into neighboring countries, including Cameroon, Ghana, Republic of Benin Republic, and as far as Sudan. The broadcasting company quoted sources to have said that the product is being sold at 700 to 800 CFA in Benin Republic, up from the previous 450 CFA. Smuggled petrol, popularly known as payo, which means unoriginal in Goan, a native language, is cheaper than fueling up at petrol stations, according to local media reports. On Monday, in his inaugural speech, President Bola Tinubu said the petrol subsidy regime was over. On fuel subsidy, unfortunately, the budget before I assumed office is that no provision is there for fuel subsidy. So, fuel subsidy is gone. Following Tinubu's statement, huge queues resurfaced and on it goes. But essentially, this is just now. We're not praying, no, but we are paying close attention to the goings on in that space. We want to know what the consumption figures now look like post-subsidy within the Nigerian space. That would then tell us how much they have been looting from us. But how much they have been looting from us to how much now comes out of your bank. Central Bank lifts cash deposit restrictions on domiciliary accounts, allows $10,000 withdrawal daily. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, issued a press statement on June the 18th, 2023, providing further guidance to deposit money banks on the operational changes to the foreign exchange market announced on June the 14th, 2023. The statement followed an extraordinary bankers committee meeting held to discuss the implications and implementations of the policy changes for the banking public. According to the CBN, the policy changes aimed to promote transparency, liquidity, and price discovery in the FX market in order to improve FX supply, discourage speculation, enhance customer confidence, and ensure overall stability of the FX market. We really need somebody that is a financial skibidi-doo to come and really break this down for us. Because I'm sure this has some meaning outside probably the reach of us average Joes. So from an average Joe to a laughing stock. So from an average Joe to a laughing stock, of course, Simon Ekpa. So Peter Obi, after deceiving some Igbos in the name of trying to be president, has become a burial celebrity. He is now president of burial ceremonies. Invite him to your burial ceremony to get cheers by women that Nigeria has deprived every good thing of life. No, this wasn't what I was hoping for. There was a tweet put out by Simon Ekpa inviting Peter Obi then to go and resolve what is going on in Alaba. So there was that tweet. That was the one I was hoping to get. If anybody has that, please send it to my DM. Whoever sent it to my DM, please resend it. Let me land on this. So I'll make this the last readout, and then we come into the room. CBN, Tinubu Buhari clash inevitable. Dele Shoboale. So Dele Shoboale, the author. Oh God. Okay, it's written an essay. Hopefully it's an engaging one. The suspension and subsequent arrest of the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has brought the inevitable collision. The suspension and subsequent arrest of the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has brought the inevitable collision between President Tinubu and ex-President Buhari closer than the two of them realize. Buhari, who hopes to have a peaceful retirement in Daura or Niger Republic, will soon discover that he had murdered sleep. Short of killing Emefiele in order to silence him, the probe of the CBN ordered by Tinubu will reveal to what extent Buhari and his cabal, including ministers and advisors, privatized the bank. Since this is only a short article, and it is not my intention to reveal all the facts of violation of the Constitution, this is designed to warn Tinubu that if indeed he wants to fight corruption, he could not have started in a better place. Therefore, the first question to ask is whether or not Tinubu has the guts to step on all the toes and damn the consequences. We will soon see. Every government is run by liars and nothing they say should be believed. F. Stone, 1707. Stone, a great American journalist, opened my eyes to the perfidy of government officials worldwide. Writing these columns over 30 years ago has revealed to me how totally untruthful Nigerian government officials can be at all levels. But of all the 7 Nigerian governments that I have covered, Buhari's administration is one that has made lying a core aspect of its policy. They lie when it is unnecessary, and even when the falsehood is evident to everyone. As Tinubu's appointees go through the handing over notes left behind by Buhari's people, they will invariably come across horrible deceptions foisted on Nigerians. They will be appalled that honorable ministers, our senior special advisors, and the president himself can be so dishonorable. Every recent example illustrates the point being made here. Currency change resulted in unprecedented cash scarcity in the country. A court of law made an order that the old notes should continue in use. The CBN ignored the order. The president, at first, backed the bank until there was threats of civil unrest. For several weeks, Nigerians had their money trapped in banks. Relief came only when the CBN faced contempt charges. One Buhari spokesman announced that his government has always obeyed court orders. He very conveniently forgot that Buhari had broken the law serially with loans taken from the CBN on Ways and Means. The federal government for 8 years turned the CBN to its own ATM. More on that later. The test of honesty is money. The test of integrity is power. The president of any country is tested both ways. Buhari failed both woefully. Actually, it's worth reading. So let me give you the fullness of it. CBN, one of the 2 major trouble spots. If you are looking for trouble, you have come to the right place. Sign in the front of a bar in Kansas, USA, in the days of the Wild Wild West. By now, Nigerians are aware that the Buhari government collected 23.7 trillion loan from the CBN without seeking approval from the National Assembly, are packed full of spineless and unpatriotic people in willful disregard for the law and constitution of Nigeria. It was not only Ways and Means. There were other documented cases of presidential lawlessness, instances in which money earmarked for a more beneficial purpose was taken out and spent without record of expenditure. Here is one example. So, raid on wheat levy. Section 80, subsection 4 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended states, no money shall be withdrawn from the Consolidated Revenue Fund or any other public fund of the Federation except in the manner prescribed by the National Assembly. Also, paragraph 417 of the Financial Regulation states, expenditures shall be strictly classified in accordance with the estimates, and votes must be applied only to the purpose on which the money is provided. Anyway, should I abandon it there? No, I think I've had enough. But essentially, this guy is telling us then that the financial impropriety of the Buhari administration necessarily has to lead to that clash then between Buhari and what's his name and Tinubu. So there's that. I think in the readout we have lost Emmanuel. So come back, Emmanuel. We want to hear your voice. But ever trusted Bishop, of course, still with us. Ola joins us as well. Hassan joins us. Darati is with us. And Dewale makes up the list. So still plenty of spaces for whoever does want to join. So let's kick it off with you then, Bishop. So Bishop, then, if Tinubu is ever going to be fit for purpose, necessarily he must lock horns with Buhari. There is no other way.
Good evening, fellow compatriots and listeners from wherever you may be. Let me say start by saying Happy Father's Day to every one of us. And please do the needful, click the like button as you are coming in, share, and if you have not subscribed, please kindly do so. Thank you, and welcome to a very wonderful engagement once again this evening. Let me just go straight away by saying whatever happens, that is not going to happen. There's not going to be a clash between Tinubu and Buhari. And let me give you a straight away. If Buhari's son hand is if his hand is caught in the cookie jar, I'm sure Buhari will tell him, go and sort yourself. You did not steal for me. So if he could say that to his son, there's nobody that will come. They took advantage of Buhari's men and taciturnity, and in his latter days he became very weak and almost disinterested in quite a number of things. But I don't think Buhari will strike a deal with anybody, or that he will be doing something to his knowledge. So he will not come out. Buhari will not stick his neck out to defend anybody. So if anybody is thinking that because Tinubu is reaching out or is calling some people to question because of the roles they play, and Buhari is going to come out with gun blazing to defend them or to fight Tinubu because of that, I got news for them. That is not going to happen.
There are certain set of people that that, okay, let's take Abubakar Malami, the example that I always like to cite. So Abubakar Malami, he wanted to go and park his immunity in Gombe, where he comes from, in the State House, but that failed. But then he went and married Buhari's daughter to park his immunity there. So if he goes after Abubakar Malami, who has now made himself an in-law of Buhari,
Okay.
Essentially then going after Buhari.
Correction, point of correction. Malami is not from Gombe.
No, it doesn't matter. He tried to park his in his local state, yes, but the wider question, yeah.
It was a state, maybe it is split. You said
Kebbi state,
So let's leave that out. Look, I am saying, even if Buhari, not his in-law now, because if you trust people and they betray your trust that much, you will not go out and start defending them. Buhari will not defend Malami if he had soiled his hand. I say Buhari will tell his son, look, if you get yourself involved in it, go and sort it yourself. So if he will say that to his son, he will not stick his neck out for Malami. And I mean, things unfold very quickly. Just take note of this. We can always reference this. I mean, internets never forget. I don't know what other people will think, but objectively, I have a very strong feeling that Buhari will not stick his neck out for anybody. I know one other thing is that Buhari will not strike a deal with anybody that is corruption, or corruption or tainted in any way, except he did some things in error. Maybe he has been taken advantage of in certain areas, which is possible because of age and but that he collaborated, or what do you call this one now?
You know that Buhari rushed very quickly to have closed door meetings with Tinubu at Aso Rock shortly after Emefiele was arrested.
Why would you say rush quickly to Buhari went to Abuja to have a meeting with Tinubu after Emefiele was arrested?
Yes.
No, that's not true.
It is.
Okay, I don't believe it.
What do you mean you don't believe it? It was widely reported. The photographs are out there.
That Buhari went to Abuja after May 29 to go and meet with Tinubu. Where was that reported?
All over.
No, I did not see it. Maybe you are the only one that saw that. That Buhari went to Abuja. Buhari has left Daura to go to Abuja after this May 29. I don't think so. Maybe he said somebody. No, I don't think so. If you have evidence to that, bring it forth. But like I said, on that, I don't think Buhari is going to stick his neck out, either for Malami or for any other person for that matter.
All right. Like I said, is widely reported, but anyway, I'll bring it to you in a moment. But
the only two former head of state.
Let me take you to the space there.
Give me a second, please. The only two former head of states that have visited and before activities of Aso Villa now is being reported very more openly. In fact, we are seeing the inner recessive of Aso Rock like we've never seen before. The only thing maybe we have not seen is the president's private bedroom or living room, as you want to call it. Now, Jonathan went to him because of where he was going on behalf of, and Abdul Salam. Those are only the two former head of state that have visited Tinubu so far, and those were very widely reported.
Hold on, just look at your screen. Just look at your screen. Photos emerge.
Unfortunately, except you read it out. As you know,
photos emerge as Buhari orders.
If you read it out,
I'm doing that now. Photos emerge as Buhari orders meet President Tinubu behind closed doors in Abuja. So this was Friday, June the 9th. So this was Friday, June the 9th. It says President Tinubu met with. All right, okay. I don't actually think it's Mohamed Buhari, but carry on. Carry on.
So like I say, I would not, because Buhari has antecedents. He had things that he has done before. Of course, in Nigeria, if you are in public space, the general something is that, he has stolen, but he has the opportunity if he had wanted to steal. I mean, that's 40 years ago, or even a little bit more as a minister of petroleum, and his records are there. Go and read Obasanjo's book, and read his testimony about Buhari, even when they made offers to him in those days, and how he responded to those offers, how disgusted he was. So I don't see Buhari coming out to fight for anybody that is caught or that has answers to questions to answer as regards how they managed our collective patrimony.
All right. Before I take you to the next topic, what are you then making of the expose? This now, because a lot of people have always known privately, but it is now becoming publicly documented that Obasanjo is not actually a Yoruba man. This is what people know. Are you aware that Obasanjo is not a Yoruba man?
When you were in that, I was chuckling. The reason is that I've had these things before. I never take it serious, Unfortunately, there are two people, and I would have been able to ask. Unfortunately, the two, both of them are not more. They are not anymore. They're dead. And those two would have been able to give me a detailed, a very. One of them was Obasanjo's classmate in Abeokuta Grammar School. And the other person is, I won't mention their names. And the other person is my father, my late dad, who were close to Obasanjo as far back as 1950s and 1960s. They knew themselves. So maybe they had something. The other man, I won't mention his name, would have been able to tell me because it's funny. And the other person I will ask is my mom, and I'm surely going to ask her. Now, what can you tell me about this story? Is there anything? Is there any, what do you call it? But I find it a little bit laughable. Well, maybe that was where his father came from. But if he was born in Abeokuta and he grew up in Abeokuta and he lived, so he's an Egba man by an woman, by whatever anybody wants to say. So we cannot say he's no longer Yoruba now. Because we want to have a different narrative. So it's just for the comic or the comedic relief, the comic side. If he was born in it's like somebody coming to say because Obama's father is from Kenya, he's no longer an American because we want to deny it. I think it's a joke taken a little bit, but I think it's still a joke. Whether his father is from Umuleri or Akureyri or anywhere or for Congo Kinshasa, it If he was born in Abeokuta and he grew up and he lived up his life in Abeokuta, he's still an Oguman or Abeokuta man or an Egba man, as you want to call it. So the one the elder man was saying is just born out of whatever. I don't think it's something we should really take serious.
All right, the jury is still out on that one, but the jury are not out on this one anymore. Labour Party suffer setback at tribunal. So this is Rhodes VIVOUR. I never even knew that he was still pursuing this act of vanity. But what are you then making then Rhodes VIVOUR not able to put a case together at the Lagos Tribunal?
I would have loved to quote you. Well, I cannot quote you verbatim. Something you used to say that is something that is a giving that keeps giving and keep giving, from the absurd to the outrightly ridiculous. I don't see anything. There's no substance to VIVOUR's case in something. Some people will say, "Oh no, let the court decide." I mean, the money tells the day, as they used to say in one part of Ebola. But when there's an adage in Yoruba, they used to say. I'll just try and translate it. When the rain has not stopped, we are saying the rain no reach the one way for yesterday. You don't know where it go, where the rain will stop first. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So we don't know where it's going to fall. But I mean, when they cut tree in the forest, the elders know the direction is going to. So I can tell you very confidently that there is nothing in that case. We're just going to enjoy the comic side of it. And if we keep giving, we will laugh about it. And before you know it, everybody will begin to bury their head in the sand or their tails in between their legs. But there's nothing about that. Like we did analyze of even Peter Obi's case at the tribunal. The only thing is that I think it's become a kind of this thing they used to take that pump up people's anxiety and excitement, like a drug. I can't get the word now. So what they turned down is very clear. Everybody knows that. You cannot add, you referenced what Obeni said, and we all had a discussion about it. We went front and back, and we left it where, okay, let us see how it will now play out, really. And almost a similar thing had happened at the presidential election petition tribunal, where they were trying to they said, look, I mean, there's a rule that says you cannot add to what you have, and people begin to take it and cast aspersion on the panel of judges. But it is what it is. That's how it's going to be. At the end of the day, by the time the petitions or the election petitions are over, everybody will begin to prepare for 2027. So I'm not surprised, and I find nothing. There's nothing that's worthy of mentioning or talking about in that.
All right. What about that clip that I played earlier, the throwback to the Abiola days? A lot of his campaign rhetorics are now sort of taking flesh under the Tinubu administration. And if you look at it, a lot of the campaign promises of Tinubu, they somewhat mirror what Abiola was talking about in 1993. And even his campaign slogan, Renewed Hope, very much akin, borrow on from Abiola's Hope 93. So it's essentially, are we seeing the hand of Esau, the voice of Jacob? Is this Abiola in every which way, but in person? Is Tinubu an Abiola clone? Is he a clone?
I mean, let me state outrightly without prejudice. I'm not taking anything away from MKO, Moshood Abiola. But practically everybody that is worth its onions, that is worth its name, and knows what the problem that has been plaguing this country. They did not just start today. They did not just start in 1993. They've always been there. Awolowo spoke about them. When you read some of Awolowo's presentations, and his regular column and the rest, you read Ebenezer Babatope and what's this other man's name that used to write, all the things that have been plaguing Nigeria did the same thing. Mismanagement, maladministration, you know, allowing people to dictate to us, you know, when they brought about SAP in 1986 and the rest, and prescribing, you know. So in as much as we're not going to begin to reinvent the wheel, except we want to deceive ourselves and we want to continue to live in denial. It's just a matter of taking that say it is the same problem that has been plaguing us. People are talking of unemployment, people are talking of mismanagement, they are talking of oil theft, they are talking of corruption, they are talking of what do you call it, debt, they are talking of you know, lack of production. Almost all our factories are shutting down, you know, continuously since the early 80s, immediately after they had the oil boom, which unfortunately we did not put to good use. So the problem, as always, is just the same thing. We are calling it a different name. You might repackage it. We are not going to reinvent the wheel. Yeah, maybe he has mentioned them, but that's the same problem that is still plaguing us. Ordinarily, people, reasonable persons would have thought maybe we would have gone past those, you know, basic things now. We should not be talking of electricity. We should not be talking of corruption. We should not be talking of unemployment. We should not be talking of, you know, infrastructures. If we had continued, you know, I remember in the early 80s there was this national plan or something. National plan is something, you know, 5-year that they used to roll over. If we had continued to increase on our literacy level, increase on our health, increase on our human development index, increase in cutting down corruption and waste, and the rest, you know, we will not be talking about them now. But because we have not fixed those things that has been poking us in the face, and that's why we're saying, so if Buhari and Tinubu fails, I mean, hopefully and prayerfully he won't. And in another 10 years or 20 years, these issues are still there. We're still talking about lack of access to good health or to good road or to energy. There's no NEPA. We are still talking of NEPA. The next person will still come and still speak about the same thing because you're not going to reinvent the wheel. So credit to Abiola, but there's nothing that Tinubu is taking from him. It's the same problem, except we want to call them another name. And there's no point in toying or decorating nomenclatures. They are the same problem. Did Abiola speak about them? Yes. Others have spoken about them even before Abiola. I mean, evidence are there.
What about him stealing Abiola's campaign slogan?
I don't understand what you mean by stealing Abiola. That Hope 93.
Yes.
We were there in Hope 93. I mean, Hope 93. That was hope that became a catalyst. You know, it became a what I was called it now. You know, it became a hope against hope. I mean, it never saw the light of the day. So if somebody now call it
renewed hope, yeah.
See that as plagiarism. I mean, even if you called it Hope 2023, what's the big deal in that? I mean, people coined that Hope 93. I was fortunate and lucky enough. I was in Lagos to really participate. From Lagos to Anambra, from Lagos to Anambra and to Enugu, where again. So I really participated. So I don't see any big deal. Nobody. There's no. What do they call it now? There's no. Like you register a name. It's not. Borrow me that name now.
Copyright.
It's not copyrighted. So if it's going to get up, it's just the name. It's just the slogan. So I don't attach so much importance. Even if you are calling it Hope 2023. That yes, it is the hope that we thought we had 30 years ago that was dashed by the military. We want to rebirth it now. So instead of renew hope, I'll call it rebirth of hope 93. You know, so I don't think there's any. I don't think we should dissipate energy on that. Yeah, if they say it is hope 93 that he stole, so be it. The important thing is that is this hope going to crystallize to something that is going to. I mean, we're going to leapfrog us forward and take us to the desired place. There was really hope in 1993. Everybody was, you know, the enthusiasm that the military was finally going and we're going to have civil rule. That was what propelled a lot of young people, myself inclusive. And I saw, you know, the tragedy that followed. So I don't think there's any clash about who owns the copyright of Renew Hope or there's plagiarism. It was not copyrighted by any means. So and same Tinubu here was there then and he was active. So if you say okay, that hope that they deny us there, We are rebatting it now. And this time around, if we are going to die there in quotes, you know, the palace, and we're going to make sure that this hope is not killed or killed the way they did to Hope 93. So we are taking off from where we left it 30 years ago. So be it. I mean, I don't think there's any clash over that. And that's my view. I don't think, I believe that we should concentrate our energies on, but that's my view.
All right, brilliant. So I'm going to play you a clip now, Bishop. So the bulldozers have immediately been sent now to Alaba Market, and they are doing what our bulldozers do. So I'll play you the clip, but it's not so much the bulldozers that I want you to pay attention to. I want you to pay attention to the interviewee that is interviewed after the little caption of after the little segment of the bulldozers are bringing down the building. Because what the guy has to say is quite instructive. But what do you make of this, Bishop? Watch this.
Yeah, what is happening here today is that our shop is being demolished by state government, which we have noticed that it has been giving us notice since 2016 to evacuate before we start buying shops from the owner, because we never knew. But what we are pleading is His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, we are begging for compensation. We are begging to help your sons and daughters, because we don't want to go back to the streets. We shops owner, we that have properties here, it is not easy to lose it. Please, we know that the notice has been given since 2016. We find out just day before yesterday, and we don't have anything to do. Please, we are begging.
All right. So what particularly struck me, Bishop, was when that guy was saying that they were buying the shops, and he's one of the victims, one of the buyers. They were buying the shops post 2016, after the shop owners, after the building owners have been served notices by the state government that those were distressed buildings are marked to be taken down. So what are you making of that? The carelessness of it, and what consequences do you think will follow suit?
Okay, let me start by saying, number one, the government had done the needful. Most of the things that's going to transform Nigeria are going to be very painful. But we need the courage, the boldness to be able to do it. It's not been a complete failure of governance if they have succumbed to the blackmail and the arm twisting and the what's the other thing that went on these past few days. A couple of months ago, they demolished some properties by the Federal Airport Authority along what do you call this area in Kenya, and we added ethnic coloration to it, and the similar thing was almost done with this one. The good thing is that government had been able to weather it and go ahead and did it. And let me give you a narrative. And there was this advert that used to run many years ago. I mean, when I say many years, I know it was in the 80s and maybe 90s. I can't remember specifically. Somebody's bus broke down on the side of the road. He had no tire. So the driver and the bus conductor, they went to go and look for how to fix it. And a sharp guy came on the side, and he was calling passengers because it was rush hour. And people entered the bus. He was collecting money from them, and they disappeared into the thin air. And the owner of the bus came, and they said, what are you talking about? I won't repair my tire. Lo and behold, when they looked, they discovered that actually there was no tire in the bus had no tire. And so a sharp guy had just taken advantage. If this group of first traders, as smart as they claim they were, a building that has been marked, the markings are still there, and you were going to rent, you did not do due diligence, and you bought properties that were marked. It's just like me going to the Etiosa and putting carpet on the Osa, you know, and coming and putting dumpings on sand there, selling it to you. That look, this is a Aso Rock. If you build there, and after you now discover that, I think we need to do more due diligence when you are parting with your money. You said something jokingly when you were doing the readout earlier on that Otuloma Shewonrari. I don't know how to interpret that, but you tried. That's just simply what it means. It's painful. It's pathetic. It's sad, but that is the reality. I think maybe they gave them off at a cheap, extremely ridiculous price, and they thought, I've made a key. Let me quickly, and they did not bother because of the offer was too good. See, I used to say, when the offer is too good to be true, it's probably or most likely not true. Because if they had done due diligence and they did not buy it out of greed, that probably would not have happened. I feel for them, but it is what it is. I don't think it's qualified for any compensation from government. I don't think it's sad, but that's the reality. Except we just want to put a sentiment and emotions before logic and the rule of law. If they know the people they pay the money to, and there were documents to that effect, they can take the fellow to court or take the people to court and ask for that they knew and they concealed some critical aspect of the deal, which can actually now nullify the deal itself. And it's going to be a civil case. It's not a criminal case. It's going to be a civil case. So for as long as it can drag, well, so be it. Sadly, but that's the truth.
All right. Do you know you know what they call that in law? They call it caveat emptor. Caveat emptor. Buyer beware. So caveat, but I'm not quite sure if that falls under the prism of caveat emptor. But that looks like fraud to me. That looks like fraud.
Of course it is. If you go there, you do inspection, and these guys that are buying are not new. They knew that the places were marked for demolition. Maybe because it's taking some time, so people are able to convince them, we have got to pay them. We are trying to overturn it. We are trying to, and they did not go to the right authority. Okay, you mark this place. Have you vacated that order to demolish and the rest? Or they say, we are in court. We have gotten another. Did you go and verify that order of court? That they have lifted it. So the marks they are there. They did not it was not like new mark. Like maybe they cover it and they painted it again. And they have it's within a community, a closed community for that matter. So somebody somewhere should have told them that look, this thing, there is a begay on it too. There is a pending litigation. There is a pending demolition on that. There is this. There is that. There is this. So if they did not heed, unfortunately, when they were going to demolish my 3 markets in Port Harcourt, Wiki, they gave them notice. And some people started, selling their shop, their stores. People that thought that they would be able to recoup it, they took a risk. And when eventually Wiki came to demolish it, they licked their wounds. There was no hue and cry about it. Because at least I know quite a few persons that used to have shop in my 3. We used to call it Ikoku Market. That before Wiki demolished, they marked it, they protested, they did everything. Wiki said he was going to. Some smart guys, were able to convince others that they have done something, and they sold some of their shops to other people that they knew, but they said, okay, let me take a risk. It's a gamble. But unfortunately, this time Kujelo. So I pity them, but
all right. Let me take you to this space. This was actually the article I was intending to read out, but I couldn't find it now. I found it. This is coming as far as flung a distance as Kuwait. So this is from the Kuwaiti Times. Kuwait, the Arabian country, reporting on Nigeria via or the South African, the West African space. It says Benin feeling the pinch as Nigeria ends fuel subsidy. So this was the one I wanted to bring. So let me just speed through it. Sitting on top of a yellow jerry can of fuel, Janine waits for customers on a sidewalk in Benin's economic capital, Cotonou, but her business is slow. The motorbikes and cars she normally supplies are no longer stopping to stock up on a cheap gasoline, which is smuggled in from neighboring Nigeria. Since Nigeria's new president, Bola Tinubu, abruptly ended his country's long-standing subsidy on petrol 2 weeks ago, prices of black market fuel over the border in Benin has also doubled. Since this morning, barely 5 people have stopped, said Janine. People prefer to go to the petrol station now. 2 weeks ago, a liter of Payo, the smuggled gasoline, sold on the side of Beninese roads, doubled from 350 to 700 CFA. That is now higher than the petrol in service stations at the market price of around 650 CFA a liter. In Nigeria, so that is to tell you then that fuel is cheaper in Benin Republic than it is in Nigeria. So maybe the smuggling can then come the other way around. It can come back now. So if they're selling Nigerian petrol for 700 CFA and their petrol station 650. But I don't think the margins are enough for smugglers, I don't think. In Nigeria, fuel prices have also tripled since Tinubu ended the subsidies, with food, transport, and power prices feeling the knock-on effect. Ending the subsidy was the first measure taken by Tinubu, who sees the subsidies as unsustainable financial waste, costing the state billions of dollars a year and allowing massive smuggling of subsidized gasoline to neighboring countries. Why should we feed the smugglers and be Santa Claus of our neighboring countries? Tinubu said last week, justifying the decision, which has been unpopular in Nigeria. For decades, Nigeria's low-cost gasoline has been transported illegally by road to its neighbors, primarily Benin, where it resold on the black market with a multiple of informal sellers. You know, this fuel helps feed thousands of people in Benin. Janine, a 48-year-old widow of 5, who says she does not have any savings to start a new business. The scale of trafficking is such that the price of taxi fares has almost doubled in Cotonou.
Okay.
Can you mute for a moment? Mute for a moment. In Cameroon, another neighbor of Nigeria, several motorcycle taxi unions have gone on strike in protest. So what exactly is the purpose of that strike is the first question you ask. Are they striking them for their government to wage a diplomatic war against Nigeria so that the smuggling routes can be reopened? So it's just the ludicrousness of it. In Cameroon, another neighbor of Nigeria, several motorcycle unions have gone on strike. Pray to God, whatever his name is, Kosi, wearing a yellow shirt like wonders what is wrong with Nigeria. Let me pick it up from there. What is wrong with Nigeria? Is it because the border is closed? Ask the driver, who has never heard of Nigerian subsidies. We are going to pray to God that it goes down, said the 46-year-old man, who says he was forced to cut corn rations for his children when business slowed. A few kilometers away, Nicholas is happy enough. The gas station manager has never sold as much as in recent days. We had to close this morning because we had nothing left to sell. Our clients have multiplied by 10, he said, smiling, whilst adding he's sad to see his brother suffer. Suppliers had not anticipated such an explosion in demand, he said. In front of gas stations that still have fuel to sell, long queues are now visible at peak times. This is good news for Beninese state, which hopes to increase its tax revenue as informal sellers do not pay tax. So on and on it goes. So the impact then of that petroleum subsidy removal on the verge of collapsing the Beninese economy. Bishop.
Thank you once again. I want to borrow from you once again. Like you always use that Nigeria, two sources, apart from other things, two of the main sources we have been hemorrhaging greatly over the years. We know the problem, and every successive government know where that thing is eating us from. What they lack is the courage to pull the plug, to confront once and for all, whether you call them the cabal or the cartel or the people that control that space, the petroleum subsidy, the leakage to our neighboring countries, and the oil theft, the crude oil theft. The majority of the refineries in the sub-region dependent on for their refining capacities. We need the governor, the government or the president with pulse of steel to be able to pull the plugs in those two areas, because it's going to stop the bleeding a great deal. While we are doing that, it's going to affect them, you know, our neighboring countries. But well, why it lasted? They never gave Nigeria the credit for it. Why they were milking us from the side with, unfortunately, active connivance or collaborations of some unscrupulous Nigerians who think they were making brisk business. But everybody knew that if we if we remove the oil subsidy, our neighboring countries will feel the pinch. But hey, I mean, when it's raining on you, I mean, the F crowd, they used to say, when you are drowning, save yourself.
All right, Bishop, we seem to have lost you. Have we lost you?
I'm with you. I don't know if you are hearing me.
Yeah, you're dipping in and out. But carry on. No, you're dipping heavily now. You're dipping heavily. Now we have lost you completely. No. All right. All right. Thank you, Bishop. I'll come back to you, Bishop. We've lost you. We can't really hear anything you're saying anymore. But let's go on from Bishop. Isaac, I see you there, so I'll come to you momentarily. But let's go on from Bishop to our son. You are dipping in and out, so it's very difficult to make out what you're saying because you're dipping so heavily. Let's go to Hassan, who hopefully is there. So Hassan, are you there?
Hello, Woman. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have you. So good to have you. Especially good to have you because we have this topic. So you have an education. So maybe you can educate us then on this. What's going on? CBN lifts cash deposit restrictions on domiciliary accounts, allows $10,000 withdrawal daily. So what are you making of that? That's on the surface to me seems to be poor economic planning. But what does that mean, Hassan?
Hello, everyone. One man, I don't have any education that is different from any of you guys who I beg. Stop hammering at that. Stop hammering at that, please.
You have a big brain.
No. Guys, let's talk about the things that are happening in the country. So you see the kind of economic model that we've been operating for years and years now, like especially with the CBN, you know, they just have these very absurd policies, and I think it's coming from, you know, the kind of confusion that we have had. Nigeria has always alternated between, you know, carrying out, you know, a socialist policy or an out and out, you know, capitalist federal government. So most of the times it's been a mixture of the two. So we've had government before during the Shagari era, that was a very, very, subsidized government. Everything that government did was so kind of socialist. But at the same time, in their quest to, adopt the presidential system of government and to, mirror America and its institutions, they perhaps imported certain traits of capitalism into Nigeria. That continued. So you see different things happening. When the military came, Buhari and Idiabo, they did their war against indiscipline. They tried to put price control. They kind of, you could see their socialist approach there. So when they went away and Babangida came, he came with his own, economic policies. Some of them were like looking at, the most important institutions in government, say health and things like that. But he brought SAP, the Structural Adjustment Program, and he was one of the people that started devaluing our naira. We got all these Harvard-educated Nigerians and their CIA and IMF and World Bank counterparts. So they devalued our naira during that time. So what I'm trying to say is, when you look at the way our country has operated in the past 4 decades, at least, you would see that there is a confusion on where to, put the country to going forward. What kind of future do we really want? We have not even at the topmost policy level, that is not clear. So when you come into government, you see different leanings of the same federal government. I don't mind us, because it is hubris, to have a sketchy goal of something and not have a plan. That is the way Nigeria has been taken. So bringing that back to this CBN issue, you see, if Nigeria claims that it is a capitalist economy, then Nigeria should not have had these restrictions on dollar accounts, because that will hamper economic activities. It will hamper, free flow of international trade. It will create unnecessary logjams, access to forex for people who want to use that money, to increase productivity and things like that. But on the other side of the argument, you can see that the government is trying to subsidize forex and say and put restrictions on people's access to accounts, because they feel as if they are trying to balance things out by putting, 1 or 2 socialist Maggi and pepper in the soup of the Nigerian economy to ensure that. But where has that gotten us? Nowhere. Therefore, I am perfectly okay with having a government, that is going to implement a socialist vision for this country and then implement it to the letter. Or if we are going to compete man eat man, the survival of the fittest, and then let's go into these capitalist systems, because it has its own advantages. At least our institutions will grow, and if the private sector grows well, they can manage a lot of other aspects of our institutions. And there is no one magic formula for development, but we have to be serious. When we take a direction, we really need to go there and do it.
Tinubu said previously that all the restrictions in repatriating money by foreign investors will be removed. And then following on, he harmonized the naira and said that the free market should play out. So the free market should play out. So now he has now removed these restrictions now to the point that people can take out $10,000 daily. Is there a risk of capital flight, all of these policies? Because those are the thoughts that I was having from my own lay prism.
No, I don't think so. I think what it actually does is even attracts foreign direct investment. All the people, that have wanted to leave Nigeria, they found their way to leave Nigeria through the black market. It's not as if we do not have dollars in the previous dispensations or there is a shortage. If you are taking your money out of the economy, somehow the previous model ensures that you cheat the country out. Because when you bring in your money, you bring it at a certain fixed level. You are not so much devalued. So there is a connivance between when you are accessing your money, you can access that money through the black market. And there is, underhand tactics between those black market operators, those foreign forex people, and our own commercial banks. So and all through, these restrictions that was removed, this is in one man. It's not 90% of Nigerians don't have $10,000. This is a policy for people who bring money to invest or people who are thieves. So, but removing, if you have a domiciliary and dollar account, of course, there is always, the eyes are watching that account, and people know whether that money is legit or not. So, kudos to that. I think it's a step in the right direction. I just don't want to see half-hearted, things in this country. We've lost too much time. We need to move forward, really. This, I think, is a good thing, because what usually happens is, even if you have, say, you have some forex in a domiciliary account, you go to the bank and they tell you, okay, we do not have, say maybe you go and you write a check of, say, $1,000. You meet the cashier, and the cashier will say, oh, we only have $115 right now. We don't have any other money. If you can wait, then we'll give you. Then they make you to wait when you are frustrated, and you say you want to leave or anything, and they wait for you first to get frustrated. Then the person will call you, the cashier will call you, I'm doing you for a favor, okay? Now favor I want to do you. Since you be like say you really need this money. I know one person in get account with us for this. If he give you anything you want, but he will give you for naira. So you see how they manipulate Nigerians. So if you are desperate for the money, then the person who is a black market operator will come, and then you guys will do the transfer. They'll give you the deposit slip and all that. You deposit the money directly into that person's account. I'm very sure that person will settle the bank manager and the cashier. They're just doing business with Nigerians. So kudos. All these things are welcome developments.
All right, Bilan. I'm going to play you a clip next, and then invite your reaction. And then there's a story that's just broke. I'm going to bring you to that as well. But before I bring you to the story that just broke, this is a story that has been bubbling under the underbelly for quite a long time. But a senior within the Nigerian space has now come to give us a proof positive affirmation of what we've always suspected. Hassan, watch this.
Thank you. It is the turn on the Southwest. The Southwest has never been president before.
But we've had Olusegun Obasanjo.
No, Olusegun Obasanjo is an Igbo man. He came from Anambra State. His father is an Igbo man.
Do you have evidence to this, sir?
My friend, it is he who should come out and say, no, he's not an Igbo man. Everybody knows that it's not a hidden fact. His father became the Obi of Onitsha.
So there you have it, Hassan. Olusegun Chukwuemeka Aremu Obasanjo. We've always known this, but now we have the proof from the seniors.
Regarding this, I think I will toe the line of Bishop. I agree with Bishop. You see, one man, me, I do not so much subscribe to, the accident of birth. I validate people's experiences in life, and what makes meaning is people's experiences. We do not all choose where we are born, the kind of society we are born. However, the culture that we grow up in actually influences us. So the Obasanjo that I know is a through and through Yoruba person, all through. He exhibits Yoruba. He's a proud Yoruba man. So I don't think any other person, there is no Yoruba gene. There is always a human gene. It's just experiences of culture that makes us who we are. And Obasanjo has gone through the Yoruba socialization process, so he deserves every right to call himself and be a Yoruba man. I'm not Yoruba, but that's just the way I see the world. If it were to happen to a Kanuri, to a Fulani, to an Isekiri, to an Igbo person, I will still hold the same view. So let me just leave that at that.
So how do you explain? How do you explain the Chukwuemeka in his name? Where is the Chukwuemeka coming from? Olusegun Chukwuemeka Aremu. We don't have Chukwuemeka in Yoruba land.
No, it's Azikwe. It's Azikwe. There is no Chukwuemeka.
Yes. Where is the Azikwe in his name coming from?
No, granted, even if he were fathered by an Igbo man. He lived his whole life in Yoruba. He's from Ogun State. He lived his whole life in Ogun State, answered Yoruba name, lived like a Yoruba man. He did everything the Yoruba way. So, man, I have already said that. I don't think there is a Yoruba gene.
I think we're going to order a blood test, though, because we are very particular about the people we are allowed to call themselves Yoruba. If it's not Yoruba, then it's not. There's no. This is the fight. The problem we had with Tinubu'S VIVOUR, who was telling us that it was diet Coke Yoruba. We don't have diet Coke Yoruba. You are either full blood or you are not. So that was a bit of a.
Let me quickly say something. Professor Hassan, you disappointed me. You that you are a prof.
I'm not a prof. Who awarded me that?
If Buhari is Jubril from Sudan, why can't Obasanjo be Chukwuemeka?
No reason for him not to be my brother.
Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome, brother.
All right. Let me take you to this space, Hassan. It's not one that I've read out, but as well and as Tinubu has been doing, and all of the applause and aplomb that he has been getting, the final chink in the armor comes through. Corruption, of course, the byword for Tinubu's name, never far from it, now comes to the fore. What am I talking about? I'm talking about this. Former Nigeria intelligence agency boss, who hid $43 million cash in Lagos apartment, schemes to be made national security advisor by Tinubu. So now this storyline, what are you making of it then? The guy that with the money is in the filing cabinets in Victoria Island.
My woman, did you notice how that story, when it broke, I think it was in early Buhari's regime, the thing just fizzled out. It was just fizzled out, no conclusion. Nobody knew what happened.
Especially to the money.
Yeah. The government took the money, and that was all she wrote, about that. But what I have heard, and I don't know, but it's just what I heard, that the money belonged to the NIA. So they have a higher clearance than you may imagine. That what actually happened was EFCC had to refund the money directly to them. And that money was being kept there it's just like the CIA in America, right? They have stash of money for emergency purposes. Sometimes because of war, because of natural disasters, the government has a lot of secrets and it puts money where you are never expecting. So there may be plans to take the president to somewhere, to have him have access to funds for the country to continue, to operate even in emergency situations. So that was one of those stash that somebody somehow knew about. And and during first tenure of Buhari's regime, there was a percentage that was said is going to be given to any person that gives a hint or a clue for people to go and rescue money, and then that person will get a certain percentage. So that motivated people. So a lot of criminals were caught, but I think this guy did not actually put the money for his own personal use. It was a failure of intelligence, and something like that happened. So he was NIA. So NIA is Nigerian Intelligence Agency, and they're operating at a higher level than the DSS. So that is what I heard. So these people are masters of deception. So it may not be as it seems that the guy is a criminal. That is why, and the government would never divulge this kind of information to Nigerians, because that would be, saying too much. So he may be cleared up there, and the Senate people will have, the security clearance to be told that yes, that money was actually so, and they will keep quiet. Nobody will ask him anything about it, and he may be, if it becomes the national security advisor. In fact, I will not object to that.
For all of the security agencies that we have in Nigeria, it's a real wonder how insecure that country is. We've got just so many security agencies, and we are one of the least secure spaces in Africa. It's a real wonder, a real wonder. But Hassan, I'm going to take you next to Ojo, and on the way to Ojo, we take a pit stop at Alaba Market. But before we take a pit stop at Alaba Market, Kulata superchats to that storyline of the increased now withdrawal from our domiciliary account. So he superchats to add this to that space. He says, the policy improves liquidity, transparency, it improves liquidity, transparency, effect supply, and makes for a more open market, which will discourage speculation. This will also improve ease of doing business. Overall, great move by the CBN. So, in fact, when was the last time? Well, when did we ever say that great move by the CBN? But a great move by the CBN. So now the story that seems to be seizing the Nigerian space, especially the Lagos State space, of course, the 17 buildings now are identified, allocated for this for demolition. The demolition now on the way. The demolition, of course, taking place in Alaba Market, where it's dominated almost solely and exclusively by Southeasterners. The undercurrent of ethnicity comes into play, but there are other satellite issues in play. An example, that video clip that we just saw, somebody that innocently bought a shop from a building that was meant to have been demolished. So should he take that loss, or should the seller be arrested? So that's a side dish question. But to the overall narrative then of the demolition of buildings in Alaba Market, a lot of ethnic dog whistling. But do you see an ethnic undertone to this, Hassan?
Yes, as with everything Nigerian, of course, there will always be ethnic undertones, yeah. And the way that Lagos space has been charged the past couple of years, man, that is expected. However, I do not see how you can fault the Lagos state government regarding this, man. 2016, that was when they got the notice. That is enough time, man, to justify whatever action the government takes. However, as regards the people who were innocently defrauded, I would say if the government will not compensate them, the minimum I would expect is, if that had really happened and they were misled to buy a property that has been flagged for demolition unknowingly, the least that should be done is that those who sold those properties to them, knowing that that was what was awaiting the buildings, at least should be prosecuted. They should be made to face the wrath of the law, because that is fraud. It is fraud. It shouldn't stand. However, you can also look at it that those people are also liable because they did not do their due diligence. You cannot just go and buy something, a whole property. There is no way you are buying a property and you do not do your due diligence. The average Nigerian that I know, does his due diligence when he buys property. So it's not even Nigerian-like for somebody to come and do it while you. That is why I'm not even like, I don't think, if it really happens, because you can never say never, because Lagos people, that place now for them. Sometimes maybe it's juju that they use to make people buy things that are not and defraud people. But if not for that, man, the average Nigerian is too intelligent to be sold a piece of property like that.
Azan, Lagos that they will sell for you as iPhone.
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't want to close that chance completely, but if Lagos people defraud other people, then being in Lagos makes you like kind of smarter. You just stay there a week or a month, man, your eyes will be open. You're always on the edge. You're just looking for any slight signal that somebody is trying to cheat you. But people in Lagos are the most vigilant people that I know. Very difficult to cheat them. But there are a lot of newcomers in that city because it's just bustling all the time. So they are the ones that usually fall victim before they wisen up to those people in Alaba Market. I do not completely buy their story. However, if it is somehow by any chance true, then the minimum should be those guys who sold the place should be prosecuted. That's all I think.
All right.
One thing that surprises me is this: how did they do such kind of transaction without involving a lawyer? So if they involve a lawyer, then there's a problem.
Yes, that's true. Yes.
So what do we have in place to start punishing some lawyers that fail to do their work perfectly? Because these guys too, they can be just an innocent and just ordinary victim too. Because I just imagine, I can't imagine myself just go to a place and buy maybe property worth, let's say 5 million, and I just trust you just like that without involving my lawyer. So
it doesn't work like that. It's true.
All right. So Hassan, I was saying earlier that we have to DNA Obasanjo just to find out just how Yoruba he is, especially after that expose by that senior Yoruba man. Another person, Hassan, that we have to DNA test to check their Yoruba-ness is Kulata. And I'm saying that off the back of this sacrilegious comment that is making. It says, does Hassan know the historical relationship between the Yorubas and Kanuris? Does he know the Kanuris gave us the name Yoruba? So that is sacrilege.
No.
Kulata from Abakaliki is asking about Yoruba people. Look at that.
No. Kulata is actually more right than you, one man. I believe Kulata is more vast in the history of the Bantu people than you are. You are always talking about Yoruba. Man, look to your left, look to your right. You have neighbors. Even Yoruba itself is a mixture of other cultures, languages and cultures. They are incubated, they are gestated, they are born, they live old. Cultures live old, they become old, they become moribund, and they die. So there's nothing really too special where human beings, of course, will be sentimental about. But to Kulata's question, yes, the Kanuris and the Yorubas have a similar story about coming from Yemen, living side by side in Yemen, and having specific traits that they ascribe to each other, that yes, they are similar people, but then when they traveled down the Congo River and they separated, the Yorubas found themselves by the shores, and the Kanuri stopped by the lake in what is now Nigeria. So there is a history, and if you dig deeper, there are some things that the Kanuri does and the Yorubas do, but they've been separated for millennia. So all those things have been lost to time. But you can see the similarities. You look at how black a typical Kanuri man is and look at the Yoruba skin texture. There are a lot of things like that, the noses and things like that. Man, that's a whole new, I don't want to open the Pandora's box.
No. Okay, go on, Bishop.
Please, if you don't mind. I have friends in Borno State when I was living there that answers Kaneke. And I've known people in Southwest answers Kaneke. Is it the same name or it's just similarity? I know Kanuri friends that answers Kaneke, and I've seen other people that answers Kaneke also.
Yeah.
Is there a relationship?
Yes, there are. Some of these names they have roots in the Kanuri culture. Some of them are words that they are clan names, but some clans have, you see, Borno has suffered so much. The history of Borno is that in every 100 years, people of Borno usually face one kind of ill luck, one bad luck or another that forces them to emigrate from Borno land. The recent one is the Boko Haram disaster. There was the Metsetsine disaster. There was the Rabi. There was one Arab guy that came and conquered Borno around 100 years back, and he was headquartered in Kukawa. His name is Rabi. He was actually killed by a German adventurer. If you go back hundreds of years, sometimes it's famine, sometimes it's war, so things like that. So if you look at say Lafia now in Nasarawa State, the people that are there, they are actually Kanuris, but they cannot speak the language any longer because they left Borno and went down, into the forest. So they kept going. They are Kanuri people in what is now Nupe land. So if Kanuris have really gone down there, they must have assimilated with Yorubas too. So it's no big deal. And they kind of retained their clan names and things like that. There is a connection there for you.
Let me ask you a question, Hassan, and you don't have to take it on, or you don't have to take it on in the fullness of. But let me ask, what's the let me phrase it this way: what's the genealogical chasm in the north? In terms of the DNA, what's the genealogical chasm? Because we have so many tribe names, but what level of association do they have?
Let me say this.
The Kanuris, the Fulanis, the Nupes.
Two people.
Yes.
Yeah. If you are going down to that level of genealogy, I would say that there are two people, the Bantu and the Hamitic people. These are just the two people that you can just classify. So the Bantu in the Hausa, all other languages, they fall into this group. And the Hamitic are the Fulani and maybe the Shua Arab. These two groups, you can separate them from the rest. However, because the Fulani has so much interacted, with so people like me have Fulani blood, Kanuri blood. I have Nupe blood. So I'm a mixture of all these Hamitic and Bantu people. So if you take the Hausa man is closer to the Yoruba genealogically than the Fulani man is to him, because if you will subdivide races, you can remove the Fulani man to be from a whole different race altogether. You get what I mean?
Their genealogy traces to the Middle East, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So as much as we like to separate each other and things like that, we have areas that we intersect and we have areas that we diverge. So it's just one of those things in life, and that's how it is.
Yes, one of these days we'll take that on as a topic, actually, but it's a big and an interesting space to explore. So a big and an interesting space to explore. Isaac cannot contain himself longer. So Isaac, come in. Did you want to comment to what Hassan was saying? Or Isaac, good to meet you.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Sorry, una dey hear me?
We dey hear you where?
One man. I just say make I come salute you because you be Baba.
Well, that's good.
You be real Baba, because so many people they give your platform to them, make them they listen. They go look at them, say they don't they see anything. So I just look and say, person way if you look your platform, he can't listen to what you they talk. He can't say you don't see anything when they talk. That person I be say another word they live in.
You think say the language where we they use for here? You think say the language they too big? Because people don't they talk say the language they too big, and not be everybody they feel they enter the language where we they use for here. But maybe bring the language down. Maybe bring them down small.
My brother, the language not too big. Then they hear what you they talk. Only say they put cotton wool for their ear. They no one hear. Especially some set of people, they no one hear at all.
You've been them now. The obedience, Abi.
Let them now. Let them. And the people and the thing we pay me pass be say disobedient people, they come pack innocent people follow body. They come pack innocent people join body. Now that one invest me. If not, then just go alone now. You know go to pay me. But they can't carry many people we don't know anything. Can't join body.
You say that obedience story. Say na Igbo story where they can't wrap around young people we not to sabi life, and they can't feed them the thing where those young people not sabi eat. The obedience narrative na Southeastern story where then just they take the fool of these young gullible people.
My brother, if I want to tell you the truth, disobedient people, I know not be because of obedient people I come here. I just say, I just come establish my voice because I define way to. I don't they watch you since how many years? I know they know how to enter, but I go just gum my eye for my waiting that they call themselves.
Fear they catch you to enter. Fear they catch you.
No, I go tell you what happen now. I go just fix my eye for my smart. For my smart, I go they look my smart. So today I can say I get one friend for this platform, even though I never seen his face before, because Kulata.
Kulata. You know Kulata they under probation now. Where they tell us say na Kanuri give Yoruba their name. It they make Hassan feel important. Eh?
I don't read them. I don't read what he write. But I can't chat him. I can't say Kulata, I beg, carry me enter this platform. He can say, okay, if I see where they write screen yard, they can press up. I can't press up. My phone can't they do me cookies. I say, no how, I must find this thing today. I must enter here. Can't establish my voice. Thank you very much.
How the politics they do you from the elections until Tinubu? So where you there for the whole thing? You be Tinubu man, or you just want to make Nigeria better, or you be obedient? And as Tinubu don't enter now, how you feel saying they do? You want to make them come out and put Obi for there?
My brother, I not be for any of them. The only thing where I know say the three people where they give can't give us, make we vote for. They give us the many or the plenty, but they silent the rest. They give us Tinubu, they give us Atiku, they give us Obi. But as I not even belong to any of them, for my rating, now Tinubu na better pass the three of them. Where me I see. And as people vote for Tinubu, say Tinubu can rule them, they did the right thing. Now the right thing I then do. So somebody will come they talk lie, say Obi win for Anambra State because he win Anambra State, and he can't use propaganda win Lagos, say na he can't win Nigeria. That one can they vex me, the thing they vex me every day.
You know, say those people then they on medication, you know. So you know, say if you on medication, if you miss your medication, now somehow you go they talk. So those are special needs people. They get a thing where they want them. But as Tinubu can't enter now, this it don't they reach 3 weeks now. It don't they chase 1 month. How you they take Sia? The guys they surprise you. Are you disappointed?
My brother, I get one interview where I listen to Tinubu, where they ask him, first day of your office, what do you want to do? He saying go run. Okay, second day, what do you go do? He saying go continue to the run. Third day, what do you go do? He saying go the run, he not go stop. My brother, he don't start the race. And not make Obi pursue now, make Atiku pursue. They not fit catch this man. He don't go.
This Emefiele when pick up, when change for when say make a DSS go change for underground. How you take see that one? It surprised you say Emefiele no run before Tinubu enter, because me I been the thing say if I don't run before Tinubu enter. It surprised you say no run, and it surprised you say Tinubu it just catch him immediately.
The team be say the time where Emefiele suppose run, the time where Buhari did there suppose run. So, you know, say our president Tinubu in Tinubu na tortoise. You understand? In a tortoise, in get sense where. So the way Tinubu take crawl enter the place, nobody they expect and say he go come ask them question. And he go ask them more questions. Me, I know that one. I don't tell person. Me and person they argue. I can't tell them say. You see this Nigeria way is spoil so. Where we say you don't spoil so. One of the things say, although Sowore now I like Sowore to come before, but I know say no if he come. But I can't tell them say, come. You see this Nigeria way don't spoil so. Now for inside the same people where una say there be the people where you hold Nigeria to ransom. I say now for inside there, now God go still carry somebody come out, he go take deal with them. And that person be that Tinubu. God don't carry and come out from inside these same people. You go use and deal with them. Emefiele, make Emefiele. In fact, not be say if they like the jailer, but not be jailing me want to all the money. How to Tinubu feel use sense collect all the money from her. Make it put them back to the economy.
You know, if you collect all that money, because a lot of that money don't go. If you collect like even 30%, you do it. Because all this, you know, say they don't pack and come up for the country as them pack and come up for the country now. It go dead from diplomatic something before then go fit to reach them again. So now just the small one.
Yeah, when I say all the money, I mean say anyone where you go fit take from her. I don't say definitely no fit take all the money. And the assets, when they talk about the asset, they show us one thing, see where they show that day from where from come, see house from here to here. Make they carry all those things, carry them, join anything where they know say you get, make they carry, make carry everything from her.
I they hear a door for your voice, so you be waffy man. Now waffy you from
Obaga talk by over do pataki.
Look at that. Yeah, very, very good. You know that at those places they always have they always funny me because we get people like you. We get another lady where they always call here Gideon and them. She now
I dey listen to her where I dey listen to her anytime she dey talk. Only say she no really get voice, you know. She not get voice like that. She dey always hide under her voice. She not really get voice. But I want to join my sister for this platform. Make her they give them woto.
You won't give them woto, eh?
Yeah.
Look at that. But so now, are you happy for Tinubu to carry on? Is that what you would like to see? You want him to carry on?
One man, before I answer that question, just give me one small chance. May I relate to one thing where I don't fair talk one time. So make I just quick put small contribution inside.
Carry on.
Okay. I can't hear somebody they talk say, although now baby go is pico. Say they don't know what they do. These people they don't know what they are doing. They don't have the education and all that. Because they speak the Igbo somehow. I can say, hey, who tell you say these people don't know what they do? They don't know education. These same people now then they tell me say the time when they finish that war, Nigeria give the 20 pounds. If they know that history, say Nigeria now only 20 pounds, Nigeria give them made the test start like. How you go tell me say they don't know history of Nigeria? Now lie, pretend that now all of them be. They know what they do.
You know, he get one now. I don't know if you watched yesterday, but when they open for yesterday, he get somebody. They send me one clip of now real hard boiled obedient guy. He going to talk say what will they do, Seth? That we all know say that Obi no win this thing now. We know say he no fit win as well. He going to tell the story say how you go say because people vote for Southeast and a little bit of South that go turn Peter Obi into president. He can't they invite them to say who you feel say vote for Obi for Sokoto for Kebbi, you know. So this story no story go fit tell say na Peter Obi win that election. Now there's nothing there. So it's just I don't know what thing that they do, but Peter Obi for don't come out say make them cool down. Say look we lose, maybe we try again. You think say Peter Obi they act like responsible man at all?
Peter Obi they deceive them now. Peter Obi, the eye where me I tell they look Peter Obi now the same eye now tell they look that one where they prison where they call him now the Kanu, and that one where they Finland where they call him Samuel Ekpa. Now the same eye I tell they look. I don't know why boss they do like that. They very trickish, they too like money. Now money just be their own. Not be in respect to some people where they responsible for the Igbo people side though. Not be all of una. But most people they always come from that Igbo side. Say they want help Igbos. Now money just be their how I want to put this is money now just be their aim, you know. That's just their target.
You think say after all of these things, after everything done finish, you think say Peter Obi he go cross over to the to that Biafra space? Because now the thing within my mind be that to say after the thing don't finish, so after the court don't tell and say may they go home, say nothing remain. In language they go more and more towards Biafra. This is what I see, because after the court now, all the people will not be able, then go just leave them. And if he still want maintain relevance, he go stay with the Igbo people and Biafra they won't want. You think say after the court, Peter Obi go turn Biafra?
No, Peter Obi a very sensible man. When the court don't give their judgment, once the court give their judgment finish, make I guess, what I feel say Peter Obi want do. He go come count all the gain we gain from this election, because na money in the gather to add to his business. Then he go come go maybe London, go relax for some time. When he don't relax, after some time, then he went like as Atiku they do. As Atiku they do in that time now, so Obi one start to they do in now. Anytime for election, he go still come back.
Okay, so
he not get any plan for Nigeria. Now just after this court case, he go relax, go and mark it down. Obi go always they come when we want start another after Tinubu done they do in 4 years. He go come make noise. He go come they make noise again, but he noise not go come loud, not go loud like as a biso, because many people will be join this people where get the real message, the real thing where they supposed get, all these people. So many people where then deceive, those people go back. And even some of them will still deal with them. So not be all of them. Just percentage of them now go with them.
You see, your sister don't conjure you now. She don't vex. Say you say in voice no they too loud. Gideon, you see, now you carry Isaac come. Gideon.
Yes, I salute you, my sister. Obota.
All right. May I ask you this one? You think say this 2023? This not the one and only chance where Peter Obi go fit get for this kind? Because like they say, after this the court don't finish, say may they go home. Ain't go they come back maybe in 4 years time, try to do it again. But it no go fit gather as he gather now. So you think say this not just the one chance deal that he has?
Make I just tell Nigerians through this your platform, Tinubu not come play. That is the fact. He not come, making come play. You understand? I don't read the whole scenario. I don't see and say Tinubu not come play. He come work. And for these 4 years, now Nigeria, I'm not sure say they go do election for the next second term for Tinubu. They not go do election because the people themselves now go say, oh yeah, make you continue.
If they get one thing where they think the other day, say in 2027, if Tinubu they go as in begin, so in 2027, now Tinubu self go win Igbo land. No be this 1% where they give them one, I go win and completely Igbo land. By the time it don't show them magic.
Now that one you see, the one we me see be say after in 8 years, Nigerians go they solicit for third term for them.
Well, who you think they go replace her after 8 years? Now the person with me I want na Shetima, because me I be Shetima. I'm in fact I'm more Shetima man than Tinubu. I just like the way that guy carries himself. Well,
that of Shetima, I not to know the man like that. I only know say na governor of Bonu, ex-governor of Bonu State. Some people they call him Boko Haram.
Inshallah, it will be.
Some people they call him Boko Haram former leader. I know so those ones not lie. But I like the way the man they talk to. I they like in terms, especially when he talks say our vice president na ice cream seller. That one a real ice cream seller. You understand? That one they sell ice cream.
You know, say that one finish Osibanjo because everybody they take Osibanjo seriously until Shetima go channels television or call her ice cream seller, and you could see it. So that just then made him a joke figure.
My chairman, say that they tell me say all these big pastors we get from Nigeria say they be fake. Now this Osibanjo come believe say really they be fake because he take after he master now. what did they call up? ROCC, what did they call up?
Adeboye, yeah.
Yeah, I take after them now. But,
you know the thing where you talk now, myself, I don't think I want so because I always think say now waiting they push this Oshibanjo, and I can't conclude say now in leader the Oshibanjo Adebayo now they tell and say God don't tell and say now he go be president. I suspect that.
Yeah. Nah. Yes, that is it. You don't already pass the message. No need for me to add. Nine. I wait to happen with that.
Where you there from join us? Now Italy you there or Dubai?
No, I there for Valencia, Spain.
Valencia. And
yeah.
Now Italy with that now. You know, say
no, Valencia, Spain.
Valencia. Oh, right. Sorry, yes. How life they for there? Now, no be orange the economy. What be the economy? No be orange.
Yeah, all of them they go orange farm here, but are they into construction?
How life for there? Then they race is small for there.
No. Spain is one of the. I think Spain is one of the. I will just rate Spain to be one of the best places I have stay for Europe. Now is Spain.
How about the girls? The girls then they give black people the girls in Spain and they get chance. The girls.
Well,
I know so you be married man, but
well, I'm not there into girls like that, you know. I'm not there into girls, but for here,
are you into boys? What are you talking about?
I'm not there into boys.
Are you Bobrisky? Are you Bobrisky?
I'm not there into boys. You get one Spanish language where I say I go correct you anytime I enter this platform.
May I hear that now?
You sometimes you go to say una momento.
Yes, that no.
Una momento, por favor.
No, that's Portuguese. That's not Spanish. That's Portuguese.
That's Portuguese. It's the same thing here. Un momento, por favor.
You know, there's a kinship between the Portuguese language and the you know, como se llama. It's the same in Spanish and in Portuguese. Como se llama.
I just learned that from you now. I never knew that.
I think it's just the inflection in the tonality. It's their sister languages, Portuguese and Spanish.
So all these scatter all over South America, Colombia.
Okay, if I say this to you, you tell me what it means. Key or a sound. What does that mean in Spanish?
Are you trying to say a qué hora es?
What does that mean?
What's the time?
Yes, but in Portuguese, it's key or a sound. So you see, their sister languages.
In Spanish, a qué hora es.
Yes.
Because when you said it, that was the only thing close to it.
It's the same meaning. So yes, very, very much so.
One man. I really like your platform. I don't want to take much of your time. I don't know if I'm taking much of your time, but I like this platform.
Before you come on, hear from Gideon. I think that your voice is here, carry and come. Gideon, your brother they here. Gideon. My mom picking. You don't they do mommy.
Good morning, Abi. Good evening. Sorry. Good morning. Which area are you there for, Bini?
I there for
Aduawa. Okay, my own family house there for Usama, where that is when in our place we say Otomiorue. You understand? Otomiorue. Then Usama, that is where the prince will have to go and spend 7 days before he will go to the palace. That is my street,
You
Usama.
better not say too much. Or work peace will come running now to correct you. He will say no. My father was the Osorogba to Osorogba, and my kinship was the Osorogba to Osorogba,
And I want to say greetings to Thomas, because I noticed that Thomas is gradually stepping into your shoes, because the way they speak your own English now, you want to carry your own and get as the talker, you want to thief your style.
No. Thomas is his own man. Thomas is an Oyo man now, so he's an Oyo man.
I know. They try to bring some of your terms inside, and they hear them now.
Who is your favorite? Who is your favorite? I'm sure it's Ajanle Koko.
Nakulata, me and I go die.
Nakulata be your favorite, eh?
Yeah, the day where I go here say anybody, when they go they sort for Dr. Damages this thing. You get one guy there where they open eye if they talk. If they sort for waiting they call him Dr. Damages this thing, I go the verse. That mama way they go the cause in generation, they cause everything way near them. And now she know the waka. Eh? The waka will cross
no, maybe we not talk that one. No, that one that physical something. But
the thing where she they talk, he pass that one. Oh.
Now we can't go down to their level now. When was the last time you went back home? When was the last time you went back home?
I went back home before the coronavirus, but after coronavirus, I've not been home.
Wow.
I came back to Spain.
Go on.
I came back to Spain, and then they gave us that announcement, coronavirus announcement. So after that time, I've not been home.
You have to go now under Tinubu now. Freedom don't enter Nigeria now. You feel waka, nobody go there harass you. Wait till you carry
now so that they tell me, they say me I go back home or say my pardon become president, because now let me be Tinubu picking here. All of them are obedient. They won't kill you. They won't kill me for you. But they subdue them.
But how una people for Edo how una just they take follow be like that? Because apart from you and Gideon, every other Edo person where I know now be person now 90% will be for Edo now. So how una take and the funny thing they say in terms of blood, na get blood with Yoruba past Igbo people. So why is it that the whole of your state went with P to B?
Yeah, now the thing be that, when these angels they come want destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, they can't tell Abraham, come they beg, they say I beg, no kill them, because okay, more go if you not see any two righteous people there, I go leave all of them. Only four, I go leave all of them. When they go there, they not see. It's okay. Abraham comes to beg them. Okay, just only two. If you not see only two righteous people there, Mona leave the country, the people, the Gomorrah people. They go fine. They not see. So now so they be for Nigeria where we do so people way good for inside there. Now small. Now ain't be the problem where we get. But for here where we do so, if you go Macedonia, you forget something there. You know they go call you, say see your something, you don't forget them. But for there, 2% now be the good people. Then 98% are the bad people. So they say Nigeria go better. But Tinubu go try for them. If they like, make them good. If they like, make them remain the way they be. Because me, I know say Tinubu go try for them.
Isaac, they are saying that for Tinubu to succeed, he has to clash with Buhari. Do you agree with that? That it is necessary for him to clash with Buhari if he's going to succeed?
I did listen to your platform, not be today I start to listen to them. I take some opinion from some people when you still drop their opinion for your platform here. Then those people will talk, say, make it not go after Buhari. I think they are right. Make it not go after Buhari. Although Buhari not do well, not do well. Make it just respect them as we they respect other ex-president. Make it respect them. But everybody will confuse Buhari.
Buhari no respect Jonathan now, so.
No, Buhari no arrest Jonathan now.
But they show and paper.
And the only way Tinubu officially show Buhari Pepe, everybody way there around that go show all of them Pepe, go reach in body. Like all this Mefele, what do they call them? Malami, all these people we surround Buhari, make you hold them for their brokos. If you hold their brokos, where go reach a Buhari.
All right. So now when you don't join us, you see say nobody say we they fight people, we they bite people here. You supposed to join us regularly, because you bring different flavor now. So we need all the flavor. Yes.
I go to join my voice from time to time, Mr. One Man.
The only thing that will stop you from coming here is if you call me Mr. Just call me One Man. That's what everybody does. I say hello to Gideon. Talk to your brother before he leaves. Don't leave, by the way, if you want to hang around.
Okay, Gideon.
Thank you.
I hear you.
Family. You are welcome to One Man's family.
I hear you. See, I just say why they talk say your voice, not they come out. Because I know say you get a lot of ideas. So make that your voice, make you they push up. Take and they shook them. You understand? You see, as some other women where come from Igbo land, they shook them for them. They shook them tambien. You are a Benin woman. I trust una now. They use that your voice, they shook them. Anybody way not talk well, you use your mouth to repair them.
Fear know they catch Gideon though. For where she day when the battle they hard for the Tinubu space. And now you go they tell us say in get in what they get water. If you pour water, say the water they say this guy will be president. And they ask and say they ask and say now everybody around you they agree with you. He say now only in they follow Tinubu. I say you they do that for a do. He say yes. I say you know fear. I say no shaking. So now Iron Lady or Gideon in voice fit they low, but now Iron Lady.
Yeah, I know that. More grace to you, my sister.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
They start to cry. They'll still cry. And then 2027, they're not going to even come outside.
Thank you very much. One day I know that this my voice way they here, so I go counter Kulata one day. I want my voice and Kulata to rumble.
Rumble, you don't ready for Kulata. You want to take him down.
Yeah.
So there's a long list of people that want to take Kulata down.
I want to take her down.
All right, brilliant. Before I go on to Ola, Isaac, just give us just a little report card on Obaseki. How is he performing? Because there are conflicting opinions. When you hear from some spaces, you think everybody hates him, but then he's gotten a second term. So what's your report card on Obaseki?
My score for Baseki is just the same score I have for almost the whole governors we have in Nigeria. You know, when I hear about allocations, you know, where then they allocate to all the states. Even like Valencia here now, that allocation go reach the do the same roadway they see here, the same semaphore where they call them traffic light where they see here, the same drainage where they see here. That allocation go reach. So any governor will not do a failure. Almost all the governors na failure for Nigeria. So all their report card to wait they with me, or governors wait they Nigeria, all their report card na failure. Fail.
But they hear say it don't they put street light for Edo, for Benin, You don't they put street light for Benin.
No be that kind one. Now the same thing na Oshomole still do for Saple Road, Airport Road. You go they put all those blocks, they put them black and white, put them for center. The thing not the reach ground. When water just falls more, you go just the carry block they go. You put one traffic light here. He say he put solar for Airport Road. I go Ring Road. I they see what the nonsense. Not be that one. He go the allocation where they come at those state. He go fill the whole of those state. Ugbo, Ego, is the interior. That allocation go reach there. You go inside the go. You go be like say you go. I know say una place there. Una they get Pueblo now all those area where we say it they far from town. Go be like people where they inside village. For where we dey there. For where we dey here, the villages, you not feel differentiate them from town now. The only difference be say that side go see difference. We go be like quiet. Why this side where we dey rowdy. That is the only difference. But everything where you get here, they get them there. The road is similar. The traffic light is similar. You understand? So now so Ugbo supposed be. Now so Ebareke supposed be. Now so Ogida supposed all those interior. Now so they're supposed be. So any governor will not feed the rich interior where they give an allocation. Now F9. They need to wake up. They're doing nothing.
Who do pass between Oshiomhole and Obaseki? I know say Oshiomhole in just they enter in second term now. But in terms of the thing we then don't do already, who do pass, Oshiomhole or Obaseki?
I think Oshiomhole don't do pass. Although Gideon dey on ground, Gideon ain't read the. You know, so I tell you say you don't take a come up from Nigeria
okay. May I put on this way? Not be for Nigeria or not for Edo. So the question not be for Nigeria. For Edo, who get name pass? Not in Nigeria, but in Edo, who get name pass? Obaseki or Oshiomhole?
No, Oshiomhole, and I believe say the things we Oshiomhole do, he pass on.
Gideon, come in.
Oshiomhole na better pass.
Now Oshiomhole do pass Obaseki.
If Obaseki come up, well, not be next year they come up first. If he come up now, I'm not sure say they go even hear his name.
What about that small girl where Oshiomhole go marry? How will I take see that one for Edo? How people react? That Oyinbo girl where
you don't not be waiting your wife where you like when you marry now, so you feel
One man.
I they hear you now, but I know see as that you say as you get that one will look like model go marry somebody like Oshiomhole. How that one take happen?
One man, the girl, that of the girl we marry, that one not be my business. That one I go marry girl. But what I want to be say, what did they call her? Oshiomhole, the time Oshiomhole finish in 8 years. People, they know they pray make it come out. But I believe this Obaseki, people are praying that his tenure should end and he should go. So for that, you should know that Oshiomhole, the people prefer Oshiomhole, they like Oshiomhole way past Obaseki, because people now they are very impatient. They want the tenure, just like we were waiting for Buhari to round off. That is how Edo people are waiting for Obaseki to just make it clean up the table, make it come out. But Oshiomhole time, he don't reach 8 years. People still respect until the last day, at least. If to say third term day, if I see win.
All right, brilliant. All right, stay with us, Isaac. So Isaac, let me go on from you because of time. Let me go to Ola to pick it up. Then I've left this headline, Ola, on the screen because these are one of your many areas of specialism. CBN lifts cash deposit restriction on domiciliary accounts. allows $10,000 withdrawal daily. So what are you making of that then? Akulata insists via his super chat that it's a free market economy in play. Ola, what's your take?
Yeah, my take is something similar to Kulata, and I think Kulata said it perfectly right. Because the first question is, how did we even get to the level that they were restricting people from withdrawing $10,000 from their account initially? Why were they doing so? Because personally, I believe that was one of the tricks brought by Buhari Kaba at the beginning of his administration, just to have access to whatever dollars in individuals' account. You know, there was a time they were even forcing people that, okay, if you wanted your dollars, that you should sell to the bank. So you started wondering that the bank that didn't give you dollar, all of a sudden you were trying to force people to sell to the bank. For what purpose? What exactly are you trying to achieve? You know, the picture that time was that, oh, you were trying to make dollars available for those people that will need dollars to import machineries for production and whatever. At the end of the day, you know, we found out it was fraud. And although while they were doing so, some people, especially those people in diaspora, they actually benefited though, because when you have some kind of shady things there, apart from people from Bureau de Exchange, people sending money to Nigeria because of artificial scarcity and how they can do round tripping. You know, people started buying houses. All of a sudden, everybody developed the skills in the real estate, buying houses in Agege, Yanopaja, and all those areas that were very vulnerable to people. So the thing with this policy now is this, especially with what they've done, with what Tinubu has already done. You know that when you have your dollars within your you have your dollars in your account, if you are using your dollars for business, nobody is restricting you again. You can use your dollars. You know what they were hanging on before is that people were saying, oh, they wanted to dollarize Nigeria economy. I don't know how they would dollarize the Nigeria economy. Those were kind of wrong messages they were passing. I'm not saying some people were not trying to dollarize because some schools were charging in dollar, which were ridiculous, but that wasn't enough to pass that policy. Because what the government should have done simply that time is this: there's a way you can send some regulatory agents to those people that would like to take their money in dollars. So was not enough to restrict people from withdrawing 10K in their account, because people would like to buy, would like to travel, and would like to have dollars with them to buy whatever they want to. So if someone was keeping his dollars in his bank, but saying, no, there's no way he can withdraw, then how can people do business? So align this now, like Kulata said, there will be cash flow. People will have access to get forex to do their businesses, especially those people that because no matter how, some people will always deal with importation. It depends on what you are importing. Some people will import machinery for processing their gari and maybe spare parts. Some people will want to depot at Ladipo. They will still want to import their engine, automobile parts, and all those stuff. So there's no way you can't restrict all those people, especially when you are not giving them. You know, Yoruba will say, "Orisha bo gbe mi, femile bo se ba mi." That is to say, you are not doing me any favor. Then leave me as I was. So the thing is, you can't give me dollars, then let me have access to my dollars. So I think, to me, it's a good policy where it has cash flow. Any business that is stacked of that is typed of cash flow, then that business will not thrive. So it's an excellent policy, at least in my humble opinion.
All right, Ola, you still have the floor, but a long-standing voice on this platform rejoins us. So let's touch base with him for a moment. So Dan, our fight don't finish. The fight don't finish.
Finally, we know the fight. I'm sorry. You know that I told you that seriously, I'm busy. Work always occupy me. I have 2 weeks holiday, right? It just started today. That's why, you know, I always go to night work at Amazon. So it's permanent night. So
you still there? You still there? You still there? Now Italy you there now? Or you
no,
Germany?
Germany.
Germany.
Now.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You don't permanent for Germany now.
Yeah, of course. I don't do permanent. I don't get the boat. I don't have the boat document from Italy and Germany. So I just feel that okay. When you talk about economy,
you are European now.
A long time. More even when I was talking to you, I was European citizen. Just that that is not my priority. I don't talk. That one is something that I already forgot. But it's just that I just newly collect my German on here. That's why I was saying that.
So meanwhile, the speaking Deutsch versus Deutsch.
Like is fresher and benzier nicht so viel, aber wenig. Please, let's forget.
All right, so I'm testing everybody's language today, but you really came for the Edo space. So are you for or against Obaseki? You wanted to disagree with Isaac and Gideon.
Yeah, I always listen to you even when I'm at work. But anything that relates to Edo State, especially Oshomole, I always like to come in so that I should debunk everything they say there. Any person in Edo State, since 1999, there is no governor in Edo State that work like Oshomole. Anybody that condemn Oshomole in Edo State is just tribalistic and is just bigot.
How can they be tribalistic? You are all Edo
No. Let me be honest with you. We are all Edo. There is Edo North. There is Edo Central. There is Edo Bini is a Edo South. So what I'm trying to say to you, if anybody, even the Bini people, they testify what Oshomole did. You understand? This guy was saying about Airport Road. Do you know ROCC is the first people that they give that Airport Road to? Because Oshomole, he was not satisfied. The road they did, he was not okay with it. Because even the driller they asked them to do, they did do the deep one. Because there is so much erosion in Airport Road. Oshomole, he withdraw the contract and he sent Traco. He asked the company to pull pull the road out, and they destroy everything. They award the contract to Centraco. It's Centraco that finished that road. Anything that Oshomole built in Edo State, they are still currently going on now. People that live Nigeria.
But the hospital that he built is not functioning now. The hospital that he built is not, and he spent hundreds of millions of dollars on it. It's not functioning.
Let me tell you something.
Where they talk say one big world class hospital for Edo, the hospital will not get equipment.
Let me say to you, you know that Buhari's wife came out when Buhari was in power. He said even the Aso Rock clinic, there is no syringe, there is no even ampicillin in Aso Rock clinic. Let me tell you something. If Oshomole built hospital, now it's not the governor. It's not the one that will provide facility there, but the building is there. This is what you people don't know. Oshomole is no longer the government. So the government should provide what they need from the hospital. He only built the hospital since his tenure is expired. Is the next incumbent or the next government to take over what where he stopped. It's not that maybe when Oshomole is at home, you wanted to use the money to sponsor because he built the hospital. That is total nonsense. Let me tell you, I'm from Edo North. Yeah, I'm from Edo North.
But that's why you like Oshomole now.
No, not that because of that.
Because of ethnic something.
So I know. Let me tell you something. Not because of that one. I just be honest with you.
Hold on now. You know, say the Omo number self no like Oshomole. Even the Omo number.
Who tell you? Who told you?
No, be the thing where they talk with that. So
see, no talk about Oba like Oshomole. Oba said Oba be the vet where Oshomole bring Obaseki in. You know say he talk frequently. Die. No talk amo. Oba like Osomole that. See, me I know one man. See, Oba Osomole na writer. He say, oh, even when Obaseki, Osomole go give Obaseki. Oba said that even when they have misunderstanding, when they wanted to settle that, he said you are.
You still there, Dan? Dan.
Please, can I interject?
What happened, Dan? Oh, okay, interject. I think that
This is
having
what
connection problem.
You. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. You're there outside. You're there outside. They look for a signal. Okay, carry on.
No, I not there outside. I did inside room. Now, wife, I don't know what they worry the wife.
Okay, we hear you now. Carry on. But
so what
you know, say I say now ethnic something you they talk. Everybody knows say Omonoba no like or show mole. So you have to come talk say Omonoba like or show mole now. Now because now from your side, then from corn. Now you they take talk that one.
I want to interject. I want to interject. Can I say something?
Yeah, carry on.
The truth is that two things I want to say. Omonoba Nedo.
Hello?
Uku. I'm interjecting, please. Okay. Omonoba Nedo Uku Akpolokpolo. That man is with Ochomole. He's not 100% with Obaseki. He likes Oshomole more than Obaseki. That is the fact.
What about the time where Oshomole go palace where Omonoba walk him out? You know hear that one when Omonoba walk him out?
Yeah, you know, Papa and Pikin they quarrel. Now be that one. That one na Papa and Pikin quarrel. Sometimes Papa and Pikin they quarrel. Now, what did they call him? Oshomole. Now he revealed the secret of the cheating, where then they cheat the royal palace. Now Oshomole, now he bring back the glory to the palace. Everything we suppose they go palace, where Edo State behind. Now Oshomole reveal all of them to the palace, and he release all of them to the palace. Oshomole has done so well for the palace, and Omonoba like Oshomole well. If they quarrel small, then the Pikin and Papa then they quarrel. But one thing where my friends talk now, say Oshomole do in project for Airport Road, he still there as he day. I don't talk say the project not there. Then they. But what it may be my argument be say. The embezzlement where then they embezzle all this governor. The thing where Obaseki and Oshomole embezzle, he pass waiting to work. Now what they talk be that. If Oshomole really want work with his whole heart, not be only Airport Road and near Ring Road there, he go work. The money where they enter those state, the allocation where then they give us, he go fee extend and go so many places, even go reach Ikpoba Hill, Ikpoba River, where then they say they want to expand. If you want to do one, he go fit. But they know they do all those things.
But Isaac, if Oshomole carry ground as na they talk and so, how come where Eze Yamu no be your governor? No be the one way bring forward with that. If Oshomole dey ground as they talk and so, how come Eze Yamu no be your governor?
One man, can I talk for this one?
Make a fair quick just put up. Sorry, my brother. You see Eze Yamu. Eze Yamu, all of us know Eze Yamu. Say Eze Yamu na thief. So when Oshomole get problem with Obaseki, he no can see any. Although no say some thief for state, they still get power. So Oshomole no can see another person we get power, we go fit challenge Obaseki. So the only person we see na that thief. Oshomole don't first condemn the man for us. Say the man not
exactly.
Good.
That is the problem.
Now be the only power we go fit counter with Obaseki. So he was left with no choice. He go pick the person where he don't first tell us say he not good. So I know people because we not be fools. So we are not fools. You way you don't tell us say this man not good. I will know say he not good. So you don't need to bring up. Now what he fail Oshomole be that. It will say bring another person way better pass that man. Maybe for succeed.
If for succeed, that is it.
But if the number if they jail with Oshomole Asana they talk, how come the palace no give an title? Number no get an title now.
Not be everybody they look for title. That is it. That is it. If Oshomole request for title, they will give her. This is the
waiting be request. Don't be say the number go on or
No. You see, our title even go from Benin go reach a donut. Now you go show interest before they give you something. They know they carry give you something. Let me tell you something. You see Raymond Dokpesi, he get title for Benin. But what Raymond Dokpesi, even Obasef, when you know say Raymond don't die, Raymond Dokpesi, the man will get the power.
Yeah, about 2 weeks ago.
Okay, this man is from Agenebode. Is from a donut too. You understand? He's from a donut. But what I'm trying to tell you now is that this man, they give him title. Even Mike Ozahome, he get. But maybe Oshomole no show interest in want all those kind of things. Oshomole, when you know person like Oshomole na street person. Those things, to the freak Oshomole. I can't lie to you. There is some people, even Awuchi King said, they don't call her several times, they give her. He no one, he no collect. I'm telling you, I not be saying I just the supporter. I just tell you.
And the principle way then they use for that palace to give a title, it be like waiting Bible talk, say, ask and it shall be given unto you. Seek and ye shall find. So now waiting that they do that. What if the Oba can call you? You can't say you want give you can't say you don't want. Now very big disgrace be that now. So you must ask. You must play go that side. Say, I want this thing, and you go dance to them. Now so.
Now who carry pass between the Omonoba and the Olu of Wari? Because from the rest of us, where we they look from outside, they look Edo State. We prefer the Olu of Wari to the Omonoba. But now who carry ground pass between the Omonoba and the Olu of Wari?
No, it's Omonoba they play. Omonoba big,
I'm not sure say that one a question, self. That one not supposed to be question. If I answer that question, I be say I dey offend the offend the Oba throne. Olu of Wari na Pikin now.
Oh, okay. Now who get Wari pass? Now who? The Omonoba feel if you override the Olu of Wari for Wari, you know fit override the Olu of Wari for Wari now.
And they respect territories, but Olu of Wari if he can't take advice from Oba no figure take advice from Olu of Wari.
So if the Olu of Wari say make the Oba come say for palace, the Oba no go come.
Na abomination. Na abomination. Fear no let her talk now.
I'm not sure because okay now which tool they older? Which one they which one old pass? Which title old pass?
Benin.
I know they give answers to which I don't know. The older one I don't know. I don't know which one they older.
Because they talk say that the Olu of Wari come first before if I don't they say like 100 years before the Omonoba throne come enter.
Yeah. But when you talk about the strength, when you talk about the strength, if he be say Olu of Warri time, the time they far, they like maybe old past the palace there for Benin, but if you talk about politics and all that and power, who command power now the Oba Palace command power pass. You know, say some school.
Sorry, may I ask you this one? Now Yoruba eye, now they take look the Olu of Ori on a Edo eye because some people they talk for Edo say the Olu of Ori even that throne self say na Yoruba throne really. Now Yoruba throne the Olu of Ori.
All the throne wey dey for that territory na Yoruba. All of them. Both the palace, Olu of Warri, Olu of wherever, na Yoruba. Their ancestors na Yoruba.
So me now, as I know your man, somebody like that now is my subject. Is he?
for sure.
My subject.
Sure. That is sure.
Even Gideon self now my subject.
Yeah, I'm sorry. One man. Don't say that too.
Most of the people who did there, we come from that territory. If they see one man, they're supposed to say Kabiesi.
Yes.
Who told you? What are you saying?
As I know your man.
See, we not get any. We are not even. We don't even share border at all. Close. Yoruba not even reach our side. If Yoruba, where the Yoruba reach now, Benin, Yoruba no pass Benin. I don't know.
I beg. What be the name of Olu of Ori?
Me? What thing I want to can do?
Waiting be a name.
See, wait, may I tell you something?
In name na Shola na a name.
Me I don't know. Like
in
we are with you.
Now they tell you so. In name na Shola.
See, we are with you. Wait. We are with you. With the bear, with the see, with the our king self, now Otairo of our king. Now they call our king. So we don't even get anything we relate to Yoruba and anything.
That one like it's a word now. No be a kitty word without Otairo.
Who told you? Who told you?
Now me they talk on so now. Now me they talk on.
No, that means not fast. You know, no. If you be say kitty they bear now, that means they go to carry for our king. You know, I mean, you know, just where our chicken do the see, let's forget about that one. Wama. Yoruba, we know. No. I'm not sure. We know who share, but maybe if you want to talk, so maybe you feel even say Igala said because we close to them. I'll agree with you. Maybe you tell me say Igala. If maybe you say okay, because I know say Benin Empire go reach Auchi. I agree. That one are normal. But because say you come up Benin Empire, maybe I'll continue.
You know say na the only of Ife go crown the Olu of Ori. No be on the Omonoba crown na the only of Ife.
Not be because of that one give you heritage. Say na una be Olu of Ori this thing. Go check Olu of Ori. They talk by themselves. Say they pay allegiance to Benin monarch. What did they talk? Benin Oba.
You see now. All right.
One man. Yeah. My surname now Ojo.
You be Yoruba man now. You get Yoruba.
Ojo might be my surname. So I be like a Yoruba man we lost for Benin. So you know there's no way you can talk about that Benin make you remove Yoruba. Now so that Olu still be. Olu of what? So now Yoruba conquer a lot of places there now.
Na Jimo be that. Na you be that Jimo. Na you dey talk.
Yes, I mean, I beg I don't want to interject.
Now you yeah, okay. So now because we don't they talk Benin now, you enter be. I say Yoruba land one claim Benin back. Now and then they talk. They say they want. Do you know? Say they only don't they go there. They want to claim it back.
You see, say now
It
your
gets me I want to get. Not even
go
Allah.
travel. You need not they go anywhere. You will come meet up for where sit down.
Now no worry. Now we go see claim and back.
I think talk food.
May we hear you now?
Okay, I just want to my brother that spoke just now. He made a very wise statement. I think he's from Auchi, like he said. He said that Yamu is a thief. That was a very wide statement. I don't know if he has any proof of what Yamu has stolen, whether from the court or anywhere. That he just made such a wide statement.
Everybody knows say Yamu in a guy man now. Everybody knows say who don't know say is a guy man for Benin.
No. You see, working they talk for platform is very different. There is no proof up to today because the man has only been SSG and chief of staff. He has never had any executive position in the state. And this time around, that was just 99, 2003. How could because Shomole said it was political. So Shomole reversed himself. That was just political statement. Nobody till today has been able to prove one thing about the man. So I think it's very unfair to make a white statement like that.
Jimon, make I guess something. Now from your side, is a Yamokom, Abi? Now from your side.
No. Tinubu is not from my side when I defended Tinubu.
Don't run from the question. Is it from your side?
No, I'm not. I am a Benin person. Yes, of course. But that's not the issue. Where I come from is not the issue. We are talking about facts. But if you know anything that Zemo has stolen, or anybody, just make sure we can discuss it. One thing.
All right. Back to you, Ola. Rescue us from all this Benin internal fighting.
No,
it's not internal fighting. These are facts.
One man you enjoy Benin, you be like say you go Benin now, you come Benin.
I think it's good that.
Now politics you be talk for you don't carry us go Benin again.
Benin, they are my favorite people now. The two people that I like, they are the Fulanis and the Benis. Those are the two people I like. The rest of them, I don't like them.
That means you like Buhari, you like what Buhari did to us.
No, not the Buhari type of Fulani. I like the elegant one. Like I like the Sadia Farouk sort of Fulani. Yes.
Like Sanusi Lamido, right?
Yes, that sort of Fulani, not the Buhari type.
Okay.
Wama, you always change match.
Wama, may I ask you one thing? Buhari no be thief.
I will go take confirm that.
My brother, Buhari no be thief. Now people with their Buhari.
My sister, Yoruba will say
Nigeria.
You see, Yoruba will say Agbe Polaja ko jale teni to gba ale. You see, one thing is that the person who is aiding a particular act is no different. So the thing is this: there is no way under this heaven and earth, if you carry Amadi or put for granted that Buhari can swear that
Buhari go to it. Buhari no be thief.
That means Amadi will go fire be that now. That means
go fire Buhari. Now people wait there around Buhari, now they go kick. Buhari no be thief.
My sister, it's just elegant way of protecting a jaguda. You understand? Oh, I don't thief, but people around me are the ones.
You understand, my brother. You know if you understand that they tell you.
Waiting I know if you understand.
You know if you understand. If you
let me
he go tell you say you go no say Buhari no be thief. Call his spirit, you not be thief.
See, when you employ a thief and put in a position, now you are saying the person no be thief. Why will you employ a thief and put in a position? Now
Buhari,
look at what.
Tell you, say now people wey dey around Buhari na thief. Buhari not thief.
But who gave those thief free passage for them to be doing whatever they are doing? Who gave them that?
How will they talk? So now you don't know now. Buhari don't know. Buhari you don't know. You don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Buhari no know. They just use
You go
Buhari.
know tomorrow. You know, say now this type of
people,
excuse, maybe
really,
return
Buhari
Buhari to
knows
power.
Nigeria.
I know they agree. Oh. So,
Every
Ola,
time,
Ola, can I ask you a question, please?
Please go ahead.
Huh?
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. And the question maybe both you are one man. Do you know that Edo, which is especially Bini, Edo, and Nupe, which is Niger State, with Yoruba, they share common heritage to each other?
If it is possible.
No, go check. That make sometimes history. They just they leave many history. Even most of their language they similar together. Those three tribes.
You know waiting. I know fully. I know one mislead people, right? I know one become OB. So begin the quote within I know Sabi. So if it is possible, but I don't know.
What you concern OB for this one now, Ola?
Are you OB? You are not OB now. Maybe you are rational mind.
OB for this one now.
It's not OB, but it's obedient.
I'm just telling you that I don't want to mislead people. You know, when I begin to talk with you, I don't know. And then I'm guilty of what I'm accused.
You see. Let me say this from my. I did history in school, in secondary. In secondary school years back, and I traveled extensively too within West Africa and within Nigeria. But what I've come to see is that sometimes some of us don't really understand this issue of tribe and how we've intermarry, we've mixed over time, over centuries. You see the Yoruba people, they are one, especially the people from Osun State, and there's this part of Ogumosho in Oyo State. Now, if you go to as far as even Senegal, you will see these Ogumosho people. Yeah, I mean they're all over West Africa. Some of them they even have little villages of theirs, like in Togo, in Ghana, in Burkina, I mean in the Ivory Coast. You'll find them everywhere. So some of them they've been there. So like in the 1800s, I mean, some of them like in the 1900s, they've been there. They've been trading, you know. So, but then if you go there, some of them, you have some this guy, what's his name? This guy with that place for Togo, Adebayo, you know, this kind of a thing. You know, I mean, he has Yoruba heritage, and many of them like that in the Ivory Coast. So even within Nigeria, let's not even go up out of Nigeria. That's territory called Nigeria. Within the Nigeria, there, some people from this what's this Kulatas tribe? I mean, place from Osun State, Elisha. You see Elisha people. Oh my goodness, they travel a lot within that space. Some of them you find them as far as even the creeks of Ondo State. Some of them they move down, like some part of like towards I think there's a guy who calls himself Ojo here. That Ojo people, those people that bears Ojo from that southern part of Edo side, towards Binyore area there. Some of them, most of them, they are these people from Oshun that moved. No, I don't know. There's some people. You see, that's the one thing you don't understand about this history. I mean, people intermarry somehow. But what I'm not trying to say is this: that people move a lot during those days, and usually one of the things that makes people to move is because they look for places where they can farm, they can do farming, they can grow their farming and grow their crops and all of that. Like in Ondo State, there, some of those Ondo forests there, you see a lot of people from Osun State. A lot of them, they come there to do farming there a lot. So and this has been a practice for many years. Some of them, when they come there, they make that place their home. They don't even go back to Osun State or to wherever where they come from originally. They just settle there, and so that is how it is. And then you start when they will claim, some of them will claim that to be what's it called, to be from that state. So, for example, my own people, even though there's a lot of controversy around it, some of them will say, they will say they come from where's this place from? Edo State today, Ishan people. But among the Ishan people, there are some Yorubas there who migrated there, and they came back and they started moving there. So it's a very it's on to maybe when people, if we had seen those people that lived back then, they could tell us all these stories. But what I know is this, that a lot of them move a lot. They move for reason of maybe farming and all those kind of things reasons, and they've intermarried with the locals there, and they make that place their home and like that. So yeah, it's history is, I mean, this tribal thing or this our tribe thing, it's very deep. The history is very deep, and we can only be just looking at it from the modern current the way we are set up today, and start looking at, oh, you're not Yoruba, you're not this. I mean, a lot of people, they are Yorubas, they have Yoruba ancestry. It's just that maybe their ancestors moved far away from home and they never went back home. Like people like Ogbomoso people. Some of them, if you go to Ivory Coast now, they don't even know how to speak Yoruba. And so that you will see this ila, you will see this mark, this tribal mark on their face. So that you'll be speaking Yoruba to them, like they will say, me, but they don't understand Yoruba. They were born in the Ivory Coast. And you see this big mark on their face. And you can tell that they are Yorubas. They'll call them, what do they call them? They call them this name. Anago. That's what they call them there, Anago. So, I mean, and then you start speaking Yoruba to some of them, they fail not to speak Yoruba, but some of them, they can understand Yoruba. But a lot of them, they do not really speak Yoruba, but they're Yorubas. But if you ask them, are you Nigerian? They say no.
Many way you go Ghana, that they speak Yoruba for them. All those
some people, some of those Yoruba that moved there. Some of them, if you ask them, they tell you that they're not Nigerians. Say they'll be Ghanaians, they'll be Ivorians. And you can see that mark on their face. I mean, so that's how it is. That people has moved a lot, and you know, if we understand that concept very well, it's very difficult for us to say somebody's not this. But as long as they have ancestry to a particular place, you can't deny them of that. That's just how I see it.
That means you will support that Obasanjo is from Onitsha, right?
That one is, you know, is shrouded in many secrecy. We don't know how true it is. I think I heard woman. Did you later watch that guy's story? I think when that guy was asking his story about his about his ancestry experiences, he said, let us leave my parents. Let them rest in something like that. So let them rest in peace. I don't want to go there, you know. So maybe it's himself.
Has he released it? Has he released the full?
Yeah, I saw someone. I think he has released it. Yeah, I saw a full one that I watched recently. Was it yesterday? I watched it. Yeah, I think the guy goes by. Is it Chude? His name is Chude.
Yeah, Chude. Yeah.
Go on his side. If you go on his side.
So you believe because Obasanjo didn't talk? Did you remember when they were asking him about Totam too, and he was talking about how the governors were pushing
that's it, yeah.
Now he got to a stage when they now said, okay, why did he deny it? He now said, okay, he said it's the same way that Yar'Adua and Buhari said he spent what he didn't spend on NEPA too. So that's people should understand that all those things are politics. So to me, you see why it's difficult for me that won't let me believe all this story that will be that Obasanjo is from Onitsha, whatever they want to say.
Well, you know, people have brought a picture of that man, that Onitsha royal, that guy that is a policeman that was from a royal family. You know, people, you see, that's one thing. We don't keep records. We don't have records very well, so it's very hard to. That guy looked like Obasanjo.
Rational mind. If you allow the story. If you allow the story of Jubilee from Sudan, if it's not this era of social media,
no reason. I mean, we know there's a lot of so many errors. I mean, so many misinformation out there that people. I think recently I was even seeing a video of somebody. They say Emefiele. I mean, the same picture they show of video of this guy, Zamfara State Governor, like the Sarago State Governor, his house when he left. Matawale, when he left, he packed all the old cars and everything to his house. People were using that on APC. Let me use it on the APC WhatsApp group where I found it. Sharing that, see Emefiele. I was like, look at this idiot. Is it not the same house that they were showing that it belongs to Matawale? And if you look at the house, it looked like one of those northern state house. And he's saying, how can Emefiele, Central Bank, be having this kind of house? You know, look at how they misinform people. So many misinformation out there. We don't even know which one to even hold on to as a truth. You know, just for us to.
You see, the Meji Bankole's father and what's the Obasanjo? They are both high chief in Egbaland. High chief.
The Meji father.
Yes, now by bank holiday Meji, and this you know saying Obasanjo now friend now. So and
the Meji Keresi Obasanjo now picking to Obasanjo now. What are you talking about?
The Meji's father, the Meji's papa.
His father.
In papa, yeah. So
and Obasanjo, they are what?
And Obasanjo, they both be friend and high chief for who. So the thing is,
we're not saying that.
What I'm saying is this: is it possible for when you look at the high chief of who we are talking about? It's not a regular traditional chieftaincy. It's just like when you are talking of a Balogun of a city, for example, you are talking of Otun, Osiyashipa. You know, when you start looking at those core traditional chieftaincy, and you can't just be a foreigner and you come and occupy those positions. So it belongs to the lineage that is from generation to generation. So don't think that
it's not like that. It's not always that way. It's not always that way. Maybe in some culture, it's not always that way. You know Jimo Ibrahim? You know Jimo Ibrahim?
I know Jimo Ibrahim. So
Jimo Ibrahim, according where I'm from, my area where I'm from, he owns a chief title. But it's that when Mark Python, delay fun, I mean, somewhere else, it's not from that area where he carries that ship among the Kales. Yeah, Paul Kales. I mean, they said it's not even it's not even a Kale person or a Paul person.
You see, that is a confusion that
he has chief service title. So what are we talking about? See, for me, I don't believe that he has his chief service title in who.
I am talking of
but as long as his mom is a Yoruba woman, why not?
I can give rational mind Boba Kwelua of Adwekiti. I can give you any shift that, but I'm talking of traditional, something that has been from the beginning. It's just like you say foreigner become a Oni of Ife, or a foreigner becomes Alaafin Oyo. That's the type of chieftaincy we are talking about. You can't.
No, Ola, that is king issue you are talking about. Anybody can bear title in anywhere. Look at Amechi. Look at Amechi now. Let me make example for you. Amechi, they gave him title from Dora.
You are mixing it up. There are core traditional chieftaincy title. Core. Not the creation that Oba, you know. This king can just create one. The
Jagaban of Bogu is a core title, which is vested in that community for generations, for decades. They give it to Tinubu now.
Well, I mean, okay. Maybe among Yoruba, there's a certain one like Ashipa, Balogun, that kind of. You can't
like Are Okakanfo, for example. Are Okakanfo can come from anywhere.
Do you know, Ola? Do you know this area of Okakanfo, this Gani Ada? They say even self is from Numpe tribe. That is it. That is true. And they even say Babangida. They say Babangida is from Yoruba. These are problem. When Pepsi told you now, you will be laughing maybe because you didn't hear it before. This area of Okakanfo, this Yoruba Gani Adam, this is fact. They were talking. They say it's a Nupe guy. You know, even Babangida, they say is from Yoruba.
I've said here before that Gani Adam is not a Yoruba. That's what they said.
So what are we not saying?
People are this tribe of a thing. People, it's very. We don't keep documents. We don't keep historical. I mean, ancestral.
I know. It's just a matter of time. People can even see Alaafin is not a Yoruba man because we see people saying it doesn't belong to Yoruba. I'm telling you something. See.
No, I agree with you.
I'm telling you some core traditional chieftaincy title that they will take you to a particular shrine. Not all these chieftaincy title. Okay, now see, look at all the area on Okakanfo Yoruba. You understand? We are praying that the type that this guy is on Gani Adam will not go that way. So maybe on Gani Adam the thing will change. If you look at how Are Ona Kakan for Yoruba, their end in Yoruba land, you will see that there is something.
This topic, you will bring this one come tomorrow. I beg. Maybe we talk the one with the grant. Maybe we leave this one.
We just have to correct history. That's just the main thing. So saying
history is muddled up now. You can't correct it much anymore because
no. Even this one that they are saying Obasanjo is embarrassing. Some people are taking politics beyond. Beyond
how would Tinubu discredit it?
How would Tinubu?
That's what Tinubu now. Not be politics. They use to play where they call turn out to truth today. That the same thing.
No, see, if they use that play politics, like we were saying something there yesterday. If there's something that I say, okay, why is it that one man show is not commanding like a 1,000, 2,000 viewers at a go? It's just because you say the truth. And one thing about human being is this: anybody that tells you the truth, you want to avoid. But anybody can massage your ego and tell you lies until you realize yourself maybe after 100 years. People will always like, because you are pissing their ego, you are talking to what they want to hear. But you know,
woman, I know
you what you don't want to hear.
You see, Ola. You see, what me I like? What with what this the idiotic Speaker of Lagos State? These are the things we're supposed to be doing. Now, since you should be fighting that, okay, let us start having archives where we'll be putting ancestry of people from Lagos. That's what you should be talking about, so that you can preserve. Like you talk about the language of Yoruba in Lagos, fine, and maybe other minor languages like the Egu. These are some of the things you will be talking about. That okay, we want to indigenize. We want to like the language.
But this one you are talking. This one you are talking. The king. I'm sorry.
Let me land, please. So these are the things you'll be saying, rather than spewing ethnic, like you want to like cause division. I mean, we want to start having archives whereby we'll be keeping it in some kind of library or whatever for incoming generation about Lagos and its history. I think I saw Sanwo-Olu commissioned one museum recently, one multi-billion-dollar museum that they built. Very beautiful. Use that kind of thing to preserve the culture of Lagos, the indigenous people of Lagos who were there. These are the things they should be talking about, not to be bringing all this kind of things. Spend that kind of money for this kind of projects. But I already say that, if you have this store, you collect your store.
We are not Caucasian. We are not Caucasian that left Europe and displaced the native not Americans. So we still have our own. So it's just like
the one you have by mouth, by RHODES. Is that the one you want to talk about?
It's just like the British people that still try to preserve their culture. If you go to the German people, they still try to preserve their culture. See, let me tell you something. Those guys cannot be preserving their culture and tell us not to preserve our culture. It's unfortunate that we miss it.
It's all I'm talking about now.
Wait, move on. No. If you tell me, if you come to Ekiti and come and try that thing in Lagos, a national mind, I won't say I know you. Immediately, you will see the dollar entirely. If you come to Ekiti,
and come
and tell me that
I'm here.
I want to debunk this this story is talking about right now. Please, I cannot send you video when they were interviewing Ooni of Ife, when he was saying a lot of things that Ola didn't know that he was saying. Now I can just send it. It's not far, just 5 minutes video. I will send it to you.
So you have my Instagram now. Send it there.
Through your Instagram, okay. Let me do it right now.
When they talk say Obasanjo from Onisha.
Can you hear that kind of ororino? What are you talking about?
Let me send
you never see the video. You talk about
may I show you? May I show you?
Thank you. It is the turn on the Southwest. The Southwest has never been president before.
But we've had Olusegun Obasanjo.
No, Olusegun Obasanjo is an Igbo man. He came from Anambra State. His father is an Igbo man.
Do you have evidence to this, sir?
My friend, it is he who should come out and say, no, he's not an Igbo man. Everybody knows that it's not a hidden fact. His father became the Obi of Onitsha.
So this is what someone wants me to believe. Based on what? Based on what? And the person that is even talking is not saying the fact I say is a well-known fact. Then tell us. Because when you see
but he told you now. He told you now.
Have you seen the picture?
He told you his father was the Obi of Onitsha.
Yeah, but his father. So Obi of Onitsha. So we not know that they are supposed to come and claim.
Hold on. Ola, you don't know the story. Let me give you the story. This is the story. The guy that became the Obi of Onitsha. The guy was a police constable during those colonial times. Then he was posted to somewhere, I don't know, maybe somewhere in Yoruba area, maybe I think Ogun State or those areas. And then one of the mates that work in his house, that's the story I read, that work in his house happens to be Obasanjo's mom. And then, being the police constable now, he just the scatter ground. I think one of the people in his scatter ground was Obasanjo's mom. Now, when you put the picture of this guy side by side when he was younger to Obasanjo's look, oh my goodness, there's a resemblance. That was why I got to believe that it could be that could be because. But the point is this: the question we should be asking is: did Obasanjo's mom, was he a maid? Because the guy was he rose to the rank of I think a police something during that colonial times. So the question we should be asking that was at any point Obasanjo's mom a worker in the house of that guy before later he was sent back to go and become the Obi of. So at that point she was never married to the guy. The guy, according to what they said he was just working in the guy's house as one of his maid or one of his house help, and that was how she got him. He got her impregnated. But if you put if you put that guy's when he was wearing his military or his police uniform back then, put it together with side by side with Obasanjo, you see that resemblance. That was why I got to know that
we passed the age of folk tales when they will put us under the tree in the village and they be telling us story of how dog you stroke to carry.
Let's not do this now. I mean,
it's mother to heaven.
If I can dig out that thing, I will dig it out. I mean, I don't know why.
Rational mind.
I have it. Rational mind. Is this the one?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, exactly.
I hear you very well. So you see, this thing like this, you can tell anybody, but don't forget, I'm into IT. So don't tell me about when
IT what? What is IT?
What has IT got? What has IT
National
got?
Mind, just give me your picture today. Just give me your picture today. I will produce a picture of 1,000 of your ancestors that never existed, and they will look exactly like you. So let's see. There are some things that just because I'm seeing picture on internet, that is why we talk of a veracity of information. We are in the age of big data that even that when you go online sometimes, maybe it's just like less than 5% of what you see that will be accurate. Am I supposed to be jumping up and down? I believe this. I said, when you and myself, we are alive, during our own life, someone is telling you that it's one Jubilee in Sudan that is ruling us. And some people still believe it tomorrow. Some people will believe that one till the end of their life. And some generations, they will still inherit this thing. Don't be surprised if some historians still talk about how one Jubilee from Sudan took over the Asho Rock without even the army chiefs and even the governors and those executive council without even them knowing. Well, that's what.
It's okay, but I think we just have to.
You know how many years they said that the Wole Soyinka just came out from university with honorary pass and talk like, that guy didn't debunk that thing for almost 3 decades until maybe 2016. He said he wonders why people got that message. So
well, it's okay. Well, I mean, we just put it out there for.
No, I grew up with our elders telling us lies. I'm sorry to do that word.
You see, you might be saying all of this. Well, I'm not saying that for a fact.
When Yoruba say, you see, when a robber only babaton. A robber that you see is a manipulated version of the history. Everybody tells the history to what favor. This is political.
So can we say that? Can we say like Alexis said, because Simba looked like one man.
Who told you that? Who said that?
I put it on the screen now. Did you see on the screen?
I didn't see it on the screen. No, what was
See,
the
look at it
audacity?
now. Look at it now. I see it.
Lexi has been drinking those Scandinavian wine again.
So, to me, it's a thing that is ridiculous to me, knowing quite well that that Obasanjo is high chief, and when you say high chief in Owu land, those are, you can't carry Omuale to go and occupy those positions. If you want to know, go and carry Omuale.
There's no such thing like Omuale. Don't say that. I don't believe in such word. I mean, like you say, if the mom is married, if his mom is not married and she born out of wedlock, she get born out of wedlock. No, that's it. You can't call that.
What I'm telling you is this.
I understand what you're talking about. Let's not. Just go on.
So, one man, can we shift the? I know people like this story, but then can we move to another thing if you don't mind?
I think you said Kuwait. I think
Okay,
it's actually
Kuwait times.
Yes.
Go on.
So go to that.
You see, one thing is this: like people are saying, some of us are optimistic. See, you can't just stop me from being optimistic. You see, one thing I see like is this: we really know the true situation in West Africa now, and it's just a matter of time we know our true situation. So, you know, Nigeria, since we've been shortchanged in whatever we produce, and when people say you still want to maintain this fuel subsidy regime, the other time you start wondering if people really understand exactly what you are saying. You are trading your what is supposed to be your improved household income. You are trading that for someone that is taking our collective wealth to go and just dash out somewhere, and people are enjoying. You know, that's exactly what is happening, because if Republic of Benin is feeling this first subsidy, I think what they will still feel in the future will be more than first subsidy. They will still feel a lot from that smuggling, because you know, Republic of Benin, I think that that axis too. Although I don't know what is happening within that, the Niger Republic and all those. At least I know that Republic of Benin is responsible for a significant part of smuggling in Nigeria today. And
but Ola, a woman, for clarity, please. Now, from what, because I'm yet to see, because I came in late. I'm sorry. Pardon me for that. But from what that Kuwait time says, because what I'm seeing Tinubu doing right now is what has always been, that these idiots that just left, I mean, I'll kind of put some kind of bottleneck into everything and maybe close down the border, this and that, those policies. It's like Tinubu reverted back to more like what Obasanjo had on ground when Obasanjo was there. And when Obasanjo was there, oh my goodness, Cotonou economy was booming. There were a lot of cars that were being shipped through there, because even right now, I must say to you, there are cars still being shipped through there. It's less expensive when you ship through there and you clear from there. Maybe the only problem is trying to smuggle it through the border into Nigeria, which there are many ways they can do that still. The business is still booming. So what I'm trying to say is that people import into there, the excise duty and import it or whatever there is it's cheaper compared to Nigeria. So how has that stifled the economy there? Because that's what I don't even understand. What is this Kuwait time saying about Benin Republic and maybe Togo, other West African countries having problem with the new Tinubu's policy?
No, what you are reading there is fuel subsidy now.
Okay, fuel subsidy.
Because our fuel, you know, you bring the vessel, you just pay. Maybe Nigeria in the recent is consuming like 50 liters, like 30 million liters, and you ship the remaining 30 million liters to Republic of Benin, Cameroon, and so. So, removing the fuel subsidy now, what will happen? It simply means that the pump price will go back to the real market rate. So you'll be buying something, you'll be buying something cheaper before, and all of a sudden they remove all those things away. So when I say Republic of Benin, they will not only feel these fuel subsidies. This thing, I think it happened to them in the area of cement before now. That, you know, before Dangote concentrated the cement factory, business in sub-Saharan Africa. You know, that's one of those areas too that where Nigeria was receiving smuggled cement. But today, because of the capacity of our production now, cement smuggling is no longer lucrative. So the same thing will happen to fuel, and a lot of things will happen there, especially those areas like all those smuggled goods we are talking about. So what am I talking about here is this: Nigeria is about to assume. Let me assume, or should I say resume? I don't know the one I should use there, because should I even say, was Nigeria even the real giant they were supposed to be in Africa before? If I look at it through ECOMOG, maybe I can say that. But then we are supposed to be more than the regional security forces. We are supposed to be the real economic power within that region to the point that the like of a France can run away, because France, what they've been doing since is that they've actually made these our neighbors poor, right? But now the Chinese, they were finding their way to enter into that place in the name of a project, because their own is like in form of a direct foreign investment. That okay, if they will not be able to pay, they will take over that asset. So they are putting infrastructure in place. But what I think this Tinubu policy will benefit our brother is this: our neighboring country. We were supposed to dominate that place with our products, with our with what we'll be shipping out from the country, instead of them dumping foreign materials into our country, or instead of us subsidizing our consumption for them too. So to me, they will feel the impact initially now, especially when you remove fuel subsidy. It simply means that they will have problem with the economy too. The production of their local services will increase. So if those things will increase, then you don't have that advantage of even smuggling back to Nigeria too, if you implement it very well. So to me, for the like of a rational mind that for a person like rational mind that doesn't want this first subsidy to go, this is clearly telling you that.
What are you talking about now? Why would you say I don't want first subsidy to go? Why would you say that, Ola? I mean, haven't you know you and I haven't you had video here on this place?
That's why I'm talking about you directly.
Let me play you this clip, which speaks to this space that you're talking about.
Let's go over to the Green Chamber, where the House of Representatives has rejected a motion to suspend the license allegedly granted to Dangote Refinery as sole importer of premium motor spirit, PMS. A member of the House had prayed the House to urge the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to suspend the license and expand the option to other capable importers, despite NNPCL's denial of the claim. However, the lawmakers voted against the motion. Meanwhile, the House also rejected a motion to address the migration of Nigerians to other countries in search of a better life. Our correspondent Terry Kumi has more.
It's the second plenary session of the 10th House of Representatives, and members are already firing on all cylinders. Despite the denial of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited that it did grant sole license to Alhaji Aliko Dangote, owner of the Dangote Refinery, to import premium motor spirit, a federal lawmaker calls for the suspension of the license for a review to accommodate other petroleum marketers.
NNPC Limited yesterday issued import permit to Dangote Petrochemical as a sole importer of petroleum product to this country. Mr. Speaker, that is not what should have been, because there are other importers of this petroleum product over the years in this country, and they are doing wonderfully well. And they have employed so many Nigerians, and they have built so much infrastructure.
The motion is, however, rejected by a majority of the lawmakers when it's put to vote.
Those who are against you say nay. The nays have it.
Another.
So wait, can we continue?
Yeah, carry on.
No, see, to me, I think I support the motion that okay, don't give Dangote that monopoly of importing, be the sole importer of PMS, right, to Nigeria. Now, the reason is not because the man is not competent enough, or it's not because of that monopoly only. The only reason I will support such is this: it will speed up Dangote to concentrate that market and finish all those people that just want to import without bringing something to the country. Because when you give this license to, like, let's say about 10 people to import all those materials, especially when you when Dangote when nobody will be getting a subsidy, and you give them such license, people think the price will come down. It's not necessarily going to come down, especially if the NNPC or whosoever in charge of crude oil will not be giving them any crude oil to go and refine. If you allow them to go and buy their product at the rate where they can see that in the international market, just look at the area of diesel or whatever, or kerosene, whosoever is standing there. So it's the same thing that is going to be. So what you just get that you get about 10 people bringing the product. Some will bring superior product and some will bring inferior product, and you see the different type of product. But the like of Dangote that already have infrastructure in place already, if his refinery is not functioning at the full capacity, what I can see that we do is going to accelerate to reach the maximum capacity, and we end up, once you concentrate the market, all his competitors somehow they will just find a way to buy out. Or if they don't bow, and maybe some of them that think they still have something to gain from that place, maybe they will look inward and put their own refinery in place. So to me, you can give license to as many people as possible, but what we still need in Nigeria is someone that will be able to have some kind of backward integration arrangement like Dangote, and he can repeat the same thing that he has repeated in his cement business. He can repeat that. So I think giving license to multiple people is just to push Dangote to hurry up. So to me, I don't see any big problem there. But I think those importers, they will be the one to run at the end of the day. That's just what I see there.
I'm not seeing how they will run, because the market is big enough for other competitors, and they can bring the price points down and all of that. So, but Dangote has too many exclusivities within the Nigerian space. That's for sure.
You see, let me tell you one advantage that Dangote will have. Let's look at it this way. If the price of petroleum product is like let's say crude oil price is like $150 per barrel today, now the person that is going to buy in the international market is going to incur more cost than Dangote, because now the delivery time for Dangote will be faster than any of those people. Okay, just look at someone that, okay, you are getting petroleum for, let's say, $150. You are not telling.
What is the basis for this assertion you're just making? What's the basis for it?
Wait and look at the logistic behind it. Okay, look at this there.
What's the logistic?
Wait now, the rational mind. Let's assume today. Let's assume today you buy your crude oil for $150. You take it to Malaysia to go and refine. How long will it take you to refine it? How long will it take you to bring those products back to Nigeria? Let's assume that within the line that the price of crude oil fall, and Dangote is now buying his own that has his refinery in Nigeria. Suddenly the thing fell to $100 per barrel, and he produces it in Nigeria. Who is going to be faster? Dangote is almost just in time. Dangote will not be incurring so much in terms of storage. Look, it will still incur in time of storage. What I mean is that it won't be incurring so much in storage in transit. That's what I'm telling you. That's exactly what I'm saying. Because it's going to produce its own locally, and when you produce locally, you are very close to your customer. But you that you want to be bringing from the foreign country, you have to forecast and you have to incur cost ahead.
No, but that's not what we're saying. Ola, you're getting this mobbed up. I don't know. Maybe I'm the one not understand what you're saying. They give this guy. This guy has a refinery he's building, which the Bubu Commission. Now we're now finding out that it's not going to be ready till maybe 2026 or whatever they're saying now. Now this guy has to now to be given a sole, what do you call it? Is it sole importation license? I don't even know what. Hold on. We don't even understand what the license is all about. So people now said, from what I'm hearing from what that guy said, that rep member said, that he was given a sole importation, which means now that he's the only one that has the exclusive rights within Nigeria to bring in PMS or to bring in whatever, to bring in refined product. Now, what about those people that are people like Otedola and people like this Sahara Energy, all of them that have license to bring in fuel? So does it mean that the license will be revoked? Now only him will be having it to be bringing it in. Now, what happened to the refinery he's building? So why did he have to get some subsidized amount of money for a dollar rate from CBN when this the clueless CBN governor was there, when they had to give him billions of naira to subsidize the dollar for him? So what is this guy? I don't just understand how we think in that country. Is this guy the only person in that country? And you people here, you're talking to you the Agbado people here. You come here, you talk about free economy, free market. What is free in this one now?
I think you are saying they are different from what I'm saying. I'm telling you that I agree that licenses should be issued, not to Dangote alone, to as many people as possible. But I will now see that one as a challenge for Dangote to speed up and make sure that its refinery is functional and is functioning at the full capacity. That's what I just said. Because once its refinery goes on to that full capacity, those people that do not have facility on ground to refine, if they want to depend on foreign, which I don't think they may want to depend on foreign if they have Dangote, because some of them eventually they may start giving Dangote to refine for them if you give license to many people. You understand? So I'm just saying that if you give license to them now, Dangote as a businessman, it is normal.
Sorry, hold on, Ola. Akim, make sure that your mic is switched on. So you've dropped off the screen because go out and reconnect back in. Carry on, Ola.
So it will be normal for those people that have licenses to import petrol or whatever to go back to Dangote because it will be cheaper. Because the thing you refine locally will be close to just in time than something you go and refine in Malaysia or somewhere that you have to spend maybe.
But what the question is this: they gave him license to import, not to make within Nigeria. This guy has the sole. He has built a refinery that they deceive all Nigerians. The commission recently. Now, what the question is this: now they're giving him another license to be importing. How does that even make sense to us? Why is the license not given to him?
I told you, I don't support that, but let me tell you something. When Dangote was manufacturing cement, he had license to import cement while he was going on with his backward integration and a full capacity within the country. And eventually, that thing was delayed to a point until under Goodluck Jonathan, where they tackled that issue, and all of a sudden, his local capacity was not expanded, and everything, and the rest is history today. What I'm saying that for now, there's nothing wrong if they give many people licenses to do that. But the government should stand by that policy that, okay, I want you guys to import, let's say, to 2025, whereby you must make sure that your local capacity is ready. And anybody that's local capacity is not ready, I don't care if it's only Dangote that we have that capacity in 2025. If nobody out of those people that you've issued license to, if they don't have their capacity, please send them out. I don't care about all this monopoly we are talking about. Anybody that we stand by whatever rules, by the condition of the licenses, let the person operate. So we should look at some other refinery like a modular refineries where it is possible. Give license so everybody doesn't have.
Sorry, Ola. Sorry again. Akim Jimo, your device is not connecting fully to the system, so you have to make sure your mic is switched on, or otherwise I'm not able to put you on the screen. So carry on, Ola.
So that is what I'm saying. Rational mind. Nobody is supporting monopoly. You know, nobody saw it, so nobody's saying they should.
But why did the House kill that bill? I mean, that bill that the guys trying to sponsor.
Well, I don't know.
Those are people that they voted in, or they were expecting to do the bill.
No, to be honest, I don't know. I only made my statement based on what I understand.
You know, rational mind. When I saw that clip, it just made me think that everything changes but remains the same. So they are saying they want to withdraw a monopoly that's been given to Dangote, and then open up the petrol import space so that it's more competitive, and that by osmosis will drive down the price point, and the House shut it down. So they would rather that Dangote continues with the monopoly, and that's just I thought we were under a new dispensation, but everything changes but remains the same.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's too early for us to start.
Can a new guy interject or
lie? Okay, hold on, Pastor. Let me just land this point, and you comment, please. Okay. So for me, I just feel like you said, woman, yes, and I've said it to here. I said it's too early for most of us to be promoting all this thing that Tinubu is doing, or he removed this. I mean, somebody was saying that, oh, the FX, they've harmonized the FX, everything now is the same. We had Simbad who said he just arrived in Nigeria a few days ago. He said he changed Naira into like 760, and somebody was telling us here, it's like 6 something now. Goodness, I mean, we shall see. We know it's too early to be saying this, but for me,
no. Are you objecting to him removing arbitrage from the forex market?
I know. I'm not objecting to it.
Right.
My point is
what's the basis for the objection? What are you objecting to?
My point is how the sincerity around that thing, and if that thing is not for some other.
What insincerity have you identified? What have you identified?
Woman, you see, these people we're talking about, all these politicians, they're the ones.
Is it? Are you going to do mudslinging?
No, yeah, we go again, one man.
Okay, carry on. If that's all.
No, you see, all these politicians. I don't know if you read. I was reading on Sahara Reporters a few hours ago that a former DG of NIA, something Adele will be coming as the NSA to replace Mogono. That's what I heard. I think according to Sahara Reporters, and this was the same guy who stashed almost like $40-something million cash. I mean, we've seen many of them like that, cash. We've seen people stashing even some of the dollars I see in Nigerian politicians' house and some of those thieves in Nigeria. I don't think the U.S. Treasury has that kind of amount of money in there.
You know that $43 million, those were operational funds for the agency. They were not looted money.
That's what they said, but it was removed at the end of the day. And what's his name? Former vice president recommended his removal. So if really he was not guilty, or they did not find any infraction on his part, so why would they remove him? Have him removed? So let's forget that we don't have all the details as to what really transpired. But what I'm trying to say is that this is just one of the few many videos we've seen online of dollars. I wonder, I don't think some US bank even have that amount of dollars in their vaults. Nigerians stashing new printed like dollar notes. So that even wonder maybe this dollar note, maybe they're just even fake. Of course they are real. So when you say you allow people to remove, which I'm not saying it's a bad thing to remove $10,000, it's just, my point is that it's not just enough you're saying this policy, but are you going to follow through this policy? Are you going to make sure that the main reason behind this policy is going to be what is going to happen at the end of the day, or just some way of kind of a facade, or some kind of like pretension that you are doing something, but behind it there's some other things going on behind it. That's just my point. That's just my point here, one man.
All right. Let's take Pansat's interjection. But before we do that, let's sound check Dewale to see if he's still there. Dewale, are you still there? All right, carry on, Pansat.
Thank you very much. And let me say...
Pansat, please stay within the conversation, though. Let's have it nice and tidy today. Yeah,
let's try to do that. And when that happens, it's not really my fault. But let me say that... let me say hello to everybody who's listening, those on the panel and those in your chat room. I'm tempted to make a comment on the last incident there, where you see all these fresh dollar bills in Nigeria. It's almost as if that money is not even for Nigerians. It's almost as if it's like maybe Secretary Kerry, former Secretary of State, or big people that have those money reserved in Nigeria for some reason. It's bigger than the corporates that are caught with the money. And it never ends up being that the money is then put back into the Nigerian treasury. It's usually gone.
It was taken to the CBN.
Right. But that CBN is in a Nigerian treasury. The point is that can you trace even the ones that Sanusi accused Jonathan of looting 40-something billion? It was brought down to 10 billion. When you find these monies, how does it normally help? How does it go back into their budget for the next year or whatever? It's just gone. It doesn't matter who loots it or re-loots it. But first of all, we're talking about our country. Now you see Ola here, right? Making an argument on something that economics that is known phenomenon since maybe the 16th century. The disadvantages of monopoly. But you guys are just so patient and you just listen to him talk on every issue. But this one is clear. We know Dan Tata, who is the uncle or grandfather of this Dangote. This is what they've been doing for a very long time. It's time to stop these kind of things. We're educated way in the.
Sorry, Pastor. What exactly are you accusing me of?
I'm accusing you of spinning economics on its head. There are disadvantages to a monopoly. Higher prices for consumers.
But did I support monopoly? No, don't misrepresent me. Did I support monopoly?
If you support anything Dangote is doing, you support a monopoly. If you just say Dangote is good, just saying that you support a monopoly, because he is the textbook definition of a monopolist, right? Now, we could go into tangents discussing who are behind him. It's not just him, but it's a monopolist. We see the effects of what he's doing. This guy's got zero value added anything to the products that come out of Nigeria, whether it be in anything. Even that cement, I bet you he imports it. Maybe when the camera comes around,
it doesn't import it because it's got factory built all over. No, you can't say something.
No, listen, I'll back it up because one man. Let me just go to the light stuff. Then you could challenge me, poke holes in what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that Ola, for one, is making an argument that's irritating to the ear.
To your ears, you mean?
No, it has to be to anybody's ear if you're sincere. You cannot say that monopolist, we know what the effects are. You have higher prices for the consumer. That's what's in Nigeria. In anything he's got his hands on, you have higher prices. Less incentive to cut costs, less incentive to innovate and invest. He doesn't do any of those. A decline in consumer surplus. Fewer incentives in practically everything. And then you also have, in the other hand, what's called a monopsony. MONOPSON, because in most cases, he's going to be the only buyer where you have many thousands of sellers in some of those products that need to be used to produce stuff. He doesn't innovate. So how can a young Nigerian who's probably outside his country, support what's going on in that country with Dangote, whose hands is in everything? Everything. He is one of the biggest problems. Now, if you go and you teach politics 101, or you're a student, in your case, Ola, one of the first things they're going to tell you is a Dangote in every country. In Haiti, you have the baby dogs and their family.
Pansat, if you don't mind, let me interject you. See, speak to what you think should be done, and don't pick. No, wait.
No,
don't misrepresent my statement because.
No, but hold on. I am not.
Wait. Because tell me, I'm not. I won't apologize. I'm not apologetic of supporting Dangote, and I will still stand my ground.
It doesn't matter.
Wait now, because the question will tell you.
Hold on. Let him land.
Because the question is this: when you accuse Dangote of monopolizing the market, and I will tell you, there are hundred thousands of products in Nigeria that can be produced totally. Wait, just listen to me.
Please.
There are hundred thousands of products that can be manufactured, that can be produced and be marketed. But whenever Dangote goes into anything, all of a sudden we hear monopoly. Okay, but I'm interested. I'm interested. Those people that are supposed to compete with him.
One man. You said let's have a mature discussion here. Please.
You are accusing me, and I'm responding, and you are saying I should keep quiet.
You talked for a long time. Please hold on.
No.
Ola, you've responded. Let him carry on.
Plus
he didn't let me respond.
Ola should have been interrupted a long time ago.
No. Okay, everybody hold. So we don't want a rowdy session. I did say that. So Ola, push back if you felt that he misrepresented you, but be succinct with it, and then let Pansat carry on.
Exactly. When you want to, don't misrepresent my statement. I made my fact known. When you want to say, just tell me these are so people that would like to do all these businesses, and they deny them that. And you tell me where they were putting their factory and they denied them of such. Always say that.
No, you are inviting a long and lengthy conversation.
He's trying to tell me how to talk.
All right, thank you, Ola. You've made the point. You have made the point.
I will be happy when someone misrepresents.
No, you've had about 10 minutes to push back.
Final point, please. I beg of you. Now, Dangote moved into tomato paste business, and that business crashed. And people shouted monopoly that time. Until tomorrow, we've not seen anyone move into that industry and produce tomato paste. And everybody was shouting.
That you do not know. Time. You don't know of.
Don't say you don't know. I will give you facts. Don't tell me I don't know.
No, you don't know of it. Don't say that. I'll also give you facts.
One thing I want you to know is that you should be on our side. Those of us who come here, I don't take delight in coming here to be almost condescending. But it's implicit in even responding to you. Somebody has to condescend on you. You do have to stop this. It's not just Dangote.
Hold on, please. Now, none of the ad hominems.
It's not.
You have the elegance to be conversational without being confrontational.
I told you.
So present that elegance. Don't rattle.
If it's rowdy, it's not gonna be because of me.
Just hold on.
The truth sometimes bites. It's just the truth. I'm not trying to. I don't know this man from Tom or Dick. I don't know who he is, but there are things that are settled. Those things are just settled. When it comes to economics, it's like science. Dangote doing a tomato and then nobody's speaking up. It's just like saying you're accused of murder. You killed somebody. Then you go to court and you say, Your Honor, I didn't kill this person. Your Honor, I didn't kill that person. That doesn't hold water. The point is that he's a known phenomenon. We know who he is. We shouldn't even be arguing about it. Every country has one of those, a Dangote. But in his case, he's the most mumu of all of them. He doesn't add any value. I took my time to watch his cement enterprise, right? And the bags and the way he's putting all those things together. He's importing those things. Now, the first time I came on your platform, one man, I told you that he's never going to open a refinery. And I told you why. Because even though he's a mumu person, he's not stupid. He knows $26 billion or whatever it is, that's a lot of money. In California, in the next 5 years, you cannot make, import, or even probably drive a gasoline automobile. You can't. It's going to be over. It's just like digital and analog. You know, when you
that's a rehashed narrative. We've cycled that too many times.
Yeah, we did. You and I told you that he's never gonna open that refinery. What he did basically is a land grab and a fertilizer stuff in Lagos. That's it. You go there, you see a lot of equipment. Now it's been a couple of years. when we've been through all kinds of grind for petroleum fuel. What he's fighting for is a license to import. If a monopolistic adventure, that's all. Now the government is behind him. The threat, for example, to answer Ola on the tomato stuff, the threat of somebody, a businessman pulling out his cash to go into that venture, knowing that Dangote is there, it's enough to scare anybody away. They're not going to go trying that, because even though he may be out of that business, he's still fledgling. He may still have this trucks. He may still have this operation somewhere hanging around. Now, those who try to compete with him in cement, like Ibeto, they were vanquished. Some of them barely escaped going to prison. Some of them are dead. So we know about Dan Tata. He's the original monopolist they had in their family.
No, this is getting a bit too Niger watch. I mean, what are we doing here?
It's not. What I'm saying is that
all these propagandists, fallacious,
that's how you've started.
I think let's because I'm co-host with him, with one man. So I think we'll be leaving soon. So, but then I just want you to understand that I want to moderate this the way I want us to moderate it. I know we've heard enough. I mean, let me not say enough, but at least for now, on that issue. Let us see other people who wants to chime in.
Let me conclude by saying
that. You know what? If you have to conclude, hold on. If you have to conclude, I will give you like 2 minutes, and I will let that.
That's generous. That's
okay, please
generous.
do 2 minutes.
I'm already irritated by one man's like.
No, it's okay. Don't say that.
Let me say that.
No, it's fine. The feeling is mutual. So carry on.
Very good. Yeah. Monopolies gain political power and the ability to shape society, especially in undemocratic and unaccountable ways. So that is a known phenomenon. It's elementary to come here arguing that point, because first of all, you can couch your argument, somebody who likes or hates. That's not a currency. It's not about like or hate Dangote. What do I care? The point is that he's doing a lot of damage to the country. It's almost impossible for that country to go forward without tackling him. We have to tackle him. Those who like to worship idol may find that objectionable or say, oh, we have the richest man in Africa. Well, that's childish. We want to have a lot of rich people in Nigeria. We don't have to have the richest man in Africa. We have to have a lot of rich people.
Do we not?
I said we don't have. It's better to have a lot of wealthy people than to have one giant wealthy person who is retro-progress. He does not produce anything that's value added, not one. Now, when I say value added, somebody say, okay, if he manufactures petroleum, that's not what you have to go and look at. The textbook definition of value added product is. Now, other billionaires in other countries, such as Elon Musk or Bill Gates, you should look at the products they make. They innovate. When it comes to philanthropy, they're there. Right? We went through this crisis, NSAS. Where was he? Look at the education in our country.
He donated palliatives during the virus.
Yeah, that's something.
It sponsored countless people through education.
So did I. So probably so did you. So he does things that all of us do, right? We donate things during those kind of problems. But what I'm saying, that's not even the qualms I have with him. What I'm saying is that we have to go. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We see how societies function. If you go to, like I said, Politics 101, you go there. I mean, it's laughable when you go and see how they studied all these things. They know our society. I'm talking about elementary politics. They already know the economics. That's where you even
30 seconds more. 30 seconds I'll give you to wrap up.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me just say, please, for the benefit of those listening to us, and particularly to you, Ola, for some reason you speak a lot here. You talk and you talk. Nobody, they're just so ginger with you. It's a wonder that Rational Mind is here once in a while to push back a little bit, but he's too nice about it. So I've come here to beg you to repent today. Stop on every issue. On every issue, you side with the government to the detriment of the society, of our people. You belong on this side and you're very smart. I already know you're smart, but the point is, why are you worshiping an idol? So cut the crap. Thank you very much.
All right. I actually see you as a narcissist.
It's okay.
No. Wait, rational mind. Don't say it's okay. No, rational mind. Don't say it's okay.
Ola, I beg you. Ola, I beg you, for God's sake, please. Yeah?
No, wait.
You don't need it. You don't need it. We're all listening. We don't need it. You don't need it. You don't need it.
No.
I know
there's even a point I want to raise. See, you see, when someone is eloquent, sometimes there's a way you use your eloquency to mislead people. Yes, you can say we all know, but not everyone in the audience actually knows. Look at it this way. What I just said, I said it clearly that I'm not against monopoly, but the offense now is because I support Dangote as an entrepreneur that employs so many Nigeria. That's my offense now. Already, by some logic, I'm supporting monopoly, right? So because we are talking of a situation of, I'm not a kid. I've seen a lot in that country that people will shout, "Oh, you are doing this, you are doing this." Even a colleague that at my level be shouting, Dangote is monopolizing. I will say, is it Dangote that say you should not go to your own farm and go and use your father's farm and create value? And you are shouting that Dangote is monopolizing. I've seen that.
You know, like there's a technique to digesting pansat. You have to suspend disbelief, and then you have to put yourself in some sort of suspended animation, and then go into the land of make believe. So with pansat, we are very much in the land.
Rational mind, did you say you have the capacity to bring one man to order? Can you?
Today,
is my boss.
You don't have to bring me to orders because I'm going to live in them. I'm going to live in the moment.
Before you, I was going to land this. I was going to pass up, please. Just
can I ask you a question?
I was going to land this.
Hold on.
Just going to land this.
Hold on.
Look at
can you wrap it up real quick, please?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They made automobile bill in 2013 before Jonathan left, and they gave licenses to people to start producing automobile in Nigeria. Now, people saw that bill. Even those people like the Lisa D of this world, and those people that have been in that automobile industry, we've not seen where they put their plants. As they speak today, they want to be importing and be selling to people in Nigeria. But Dangote went to buy Pojo, the whole Pojo, and revive it. And he started assembling of vehicle now last year now. He's going to come to say that this guy is going to populate the market with his products. By the time he concentrates the market with his product, the next thing we hear, oh, monopoly.
Okay, could I?
That's what you will hear. As if the licenses then were not given to everybody to participate in the industry. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, hold on.
Dangote will overtake people there tomorrow, and they will still shout monopoly. So will you stop Dangote from expanding? That's the problem.
Let me ask you a question, okay? Because that argument you're making, I'm not gonna respond to because there's not a single Nigerian.
Sorry, Pansat. Yeah. Before you respond to him, let me just do a bit of administrative stuff, clear myself out of the way, and then you guys can have at it all you like. Let me do this. So the super chats that have come in, Pansat, not Pansat, but Kulata, are speaking to that. The unbuckling of the domiciliary account for you to be able to have your own money. So he spoke to that, and then Ayo, as he regularly does, rattles off with a series of super stickers, and then Afro Plight comes in with trying to actually wanting to poke at me somewhat. That clip of Obasanjo being an Igbo man. He says, if the man from Owo must prove that he's not Igbo, then one man, you must prove you are not Fulani. Why do Nigerians expect people to prove a negative? So that's what he said via his super chart. Ayo continues with the super sticker and whatnot. So all of that. So keep them coming. To you, rational mind, and good luck with Pansat. Yeah.
All right.
No,
So,
we're
Answer,
gonna be
can you
fine.
just make it real snappy because there are other people here waiting. They've been waiting for a long time.
Okay.
We want
All
to
right.
know- we can
I'll
hear
do
them
that.
too.
Ola, what I was saying, the point you were making before I go to my point is that you're saying, let me just put it succinctly for you. When you support a monopolist, are you supporting monopoly? Do you understand that question? When you support a monopolist, do you support monopoly itself? If you don't understand it, I would then try to
Ola, can you
disambiguate.
answer that question real quick? Are you there, Ola?
Rational mind, what type of question do you want me to answer there? And I told you, I made it clear here that
Okay.
I said it categorically that I don't support monopoly. But the question is this: if you gave license to about 5 people to do something, and only one person is responding, at the end of the day, you say, okay, these people that are not respecting.
Hold on. You ask him a question. Let him answer that question real quick, please. Just hold on. I know.
At the end of the day, you answer.
No. Hold on, Pastor. Let him land. Please. I beg you.
I am not saying these people that that never honor their term of agreement for that license, and you're not okay. I will no longer renew that license. And we are saying the person that now managed to build his own, and those people that defaulted.
Okay.
And you are not saying
Rational man, that's
of that
non-responsive.
Now, wait. I will add this. I will add this. I will give you the floor.
Answer, please. No, but Ola, can you always
okay,
go
let me quickly round
Can
up.
you just round it up, please?
Look at this. Look at this competition between MultiChoice and HITV. Then they say, oh, MultiChoice was monopolizing, but people never refer to HITV that borrowed 2 billion from GT Bank. That it didn't manage that space very well, and HITV died. Next thing they say, oh, MultiChoice is monopolizing.
Ola, please, for the future, I want you
TV
to
industry
cut down on the anecdotes, right? Telling story about what Dangote. Well, the point I was making, you answered my question.
So Pastor, so that will be more conversational now.
Yeah.
Did you hear his response to the question you were asking about monopoly? And
he did answer it unwittingly, right? He didn't mean to answer it, but he said, let me quote him, he says that he does not support monopoly, right? So that's what I wanted to extract. That's the only thing important in what he said. He doesn't support monopoly. So now, if somebody proves to him that Dangote is monopolist, that's what we now have to prove to him. The anecdotal evidence that he tried to proffer talking about what Dangote, that's not the point. I'm not saying that the guy is a total useless person. But for our conversation here, we turn him to be a monopolist, detrimental to our society. He has absolutely no talent. There's nothing Dangote does that anybody cannot do. Sometimes all I try to argue about the scale, the economy of scale, right? But you can't be making that argument because the monopoly itself is the cause of all that. Fewer incentives for people to do anything, right? So this.
But he just said to you now that he gave you an example of ITV that borrowed how many billion naira.
But that's anecdotal.
2 billion.
That's
2 billion.
But
they didn't manage it very well, and they went down.
No, anybody else would tell him that that's anecdotal. That doesn't mean anything in what we're talking about. We have to go into the principles of economics.
Well, that would be another deep subject.
No, it's not that deep. He has already stipulated. He has already stipulated that. Ola, you have already stipulated that you are
one of those people that will pursue you. I will chase you away.
Yeah,
I tell you. I swear.
He says he's against
you don't have to do this. We're not just doing all of that.
The only thing, well, let me say this and I'm done. The only thing he should open his mouth to say is that he's for a monopoly. If he's not saying that, then he's saying exactly what we're saying. That monopoly is no good. And we are going to be against any monopolies, especially in the scale of how long What? We don't have anything in this country. Not a
Okay,
war.
Pansat,
We
good
have
luck to your
nothing at
belief.
war.
Ola,
And he's
hold on,
everything.
No. I'm not arguing with him again.
Ola,
Good
please,
luck,
please,
believe
can
whatever you
you
want
please
to
help
believe.
me
Good
out,
luck.
please?
We
Can
have
you,
to
can
be
you
so.
hold on to that thought, please?
Yeah, we have to. People like Ola should not find peace in the committee of Nigerians who want to make sure that country works.
No,
He should be very
don't say
uncomfortable
that.
here.
No, please,
No,
please,
no,
please, please.
look, listen to me.
You don't be personal, please. I
No,
will
no, it's
beg
not
you.
personal. I'm saying people
No,
like
no.
him, not him, only him, but he should be included in people who should be uncomfortable to get on a platform where you have Nigerians, concerned Nigerians, right? So time after time, I don't care. I could be quiet and listen. When the next topic comes, he will be talking and talking about something that doesn't make any sense. Things that are settled already.
It's okay. It's okay. So let's move on.
All right.
Move on. Thank you. It's okay. Pastor, please. I appreciate your. Thank you so much. You brought a new angle to this discussion, and I think I see your point. I get your point, and then some other people also got your point. We are against monopoly, but then his own angle from where he's coming from is that this guy, you can't blame him totally for the monopoly that it seems like seemingly he has in that country. But some people they have the same equal, but then they never did anything with it. But then I understand the angle, and I'm sure our listeners they understand the angle where it's coming from with this topic. But let's move on. So I don't know. Does any other person want to say anything about this Dangote issue? With this,
greetings, this thing. I think Rational Mind, and everyone on the panel, and to the chat and the viewers. I'm not subscribing to the idea that Nigeria has got a super monopolist going in Dangote. Most of the industries he occupies, there are other people participating, but they are not participating in a productive way. Because of this, you see, when we try to destroy people that are to an extent that are trying to generate wealth, while the others are just extracting it, then you have to know the difference there. Most of the stuff Dangote does is not extractive. He makes him money, but he also offers something back. But the others, the ones that are doing round tripping and consuming all the money from fuel subsidies, and when they ask them to, they give them license to be able to build refineries or do other things that's going to generate wealth for Nigeria, which is value added manufacturing. They don't do it. They go overseas and buy petrol and bring it to Nigeria, and we are all poorer for it. So why we pick on Dangote for doing things? He is not. Most of the stuff is not extractive. So I don't know where Dangote, this thing, what's his name, Pansa's criticism comes from.
Okay,
where is your criticism coming from?
Let me tell you where it's coming from. Can you cite me now? I'm gonna check it out. How many intellectual property rights does Dangote hold? How many patents?
He doesn't need to hold that.
No, hold on. You should first say you don't know.
A man that builds a house doesn't have. Hold on. We are asking questions that are unrelated to this. The subject matter. The subject matter is it extractive or generative?
Hold on. That is a very flawed statement to make in what we're talking about.
You are persecuting somebody for doing.
I'm not
business.
Persecuting anybody. I'm asking you, with everything that he's got his hands on, that are very fundamental to our country. How many patents does he have?
He doesn't need patents.
Do you know? First of all, answer that. Do you know?
I don't know. Why should I know?
Then.
Because
hold
it's not even part of the subject that we are discussing.
Tunaja, please, I'll let you continue. Answer. I don't understand. I don't know if you understand the how do I say, the idea behind patent. Do you understand what it is all about?
Yes,
I do. What about intellectual property?
Yes.
So what is it? What does it produce? What does he innovate? What innovation besides extracting natural resources?
Right.
So why does it need patent on that?
Yeah, because he is making an argument that Dangote is a super Nigerian who is towering over everybody else who tries to do something and they're unable to do it because Dangote is the only one who could do it. But the only thing in any civilized society that gives that uniqueness to somebody is your prowess to innovate and come up with unique things, like a patent on something. You hold a patent to it. There's an intellectual property to a claim. Hold on. Now, if it's the run of the mill, whatever, let's say you have market women producing tomatoes and they want to sell that tomatoes, there needs to be a lot of people, a lot of buyers, because in his case, he's both creating what I said earlier called monopsony, monopsony. He's a single buyer. And then he turns around, he's also a single seller. For example, in this petroleum, if he does what he's trying to do, he's going to be the single seller. So when it comes to wages and all kinds of things, there is no leverage for people, for the society to move up, right? He has no intellectual abilities, for one thing. He doesn't know how to do anything. If you go with if you go down to these factories and look at his cement factory, for example, you're going to find that he's importing it. Maybe printing the bags there. Everything he does.
That's not actually.
Wow, this guy just making stuff up.
It's okay, Pastor.
Hold on. Let me land.
No, rational mind. I have information.
I have looked into this. Okay, I'm not just talking. If you organize,
so what's the evidence? Where do you have this evidence that he only prints the bags?
I'm going to send it to you right now so you could play it on a video.
Put it in the private chat.
Let me land first, because you prove me wrong. Then what do you have to show that I'm wrong?
You can't just make accusations from anywhere and say they should prove it.
You should hear me out first before you.
I've already asked you quickly say something.
You don't have.
Can I respond, please?
Guys. Okay, everybody, including you, Pastor, please.
Every time you open your mouth,
I want to mute you, please. I want to mute you.
No, you sometimes see, Pastor. Sometimes you're not being rational the way you criticize people.
Tunanja, please, guys, let us talk. When we're talking over each other, our listeners will just get turned off. Hold on, Pastor. I want to give you just.
I want you to remove.
Hold on, Pastor. Would you listen to me, please? I don't want to use high voice, please. I just want to be calm. I want us to take this. So I will let you speak, Pastor. Now, I'm going to give you just 1 minute to make that point, because we have so many people waiting here. They want to talk, and some of them they just go off after a while. So now make that point within 1 minute, please. What is that evidence you have, or you've seen, or where? Just make that point. Let's hear you.
I checked everything about his operations out a couple of years ago. I checked it out thoroughly because I seen him being interviewed by some East African in Egypt. I said, okay, well, this is good. Let me see, because we have cement prices are so expensive. So I looked at everything this man is doing, including this refinery stuff. A couple of years ago, I looked at it, right? So if he's doing any of those things, how come nothing works in our country? I mean, that alone is my evidence. Cement's too high. Tomatoes are too high. Sugar is too high. There's nothing he's doing that works. If there's anything for example, we should have petroleum. How many years has he been building this refinery? Right? So you tell me what he does that works. What is he in charge of that works in our country? So that's my evidence. So when we're here trying to make this country better, and you have people like this to Niger running around trying to create academic debate. You know, I like debate.
now it's to Niger, not online again.
To Niger, because I do see him a lot in platforms, and we agree on some.
You have your right to respond.
We agree on some politics, right?
But he won't let me, obviously.
Let me quickly pass my.
Pastor, in 20 seconds, please. In 20 seconds, rather, please.
Yeah, here's what I'm saying.
Have the floor so much, please.
Right? I've come and I've said nothing works in our country, no matter who's in charge of it. Right? Nothing works. So if anybody's going to contradict me, they're going to come up and say, here, this works. He does it. He's the one who does it. And he's the only one who could do it.
All right. But you don't go yet, Ansat. Don't leave us yet. I want to ask you a question, because you said nobody. So, but then I know you are an obedient. So, do you think Obi is the only person that can do it? We shall come to that later. So now, to Niger, please, can you have your you will speak.
Yeah, he just reeled out some of the things Dangote could not do right, like the cement and all the rest of it. when in reality the price of cement, given you can translate it to the price of buildings in Nigeria, is way cheaper than most other countries. The price of
Do
the
you see
actual
that?
properties. Hold on. You see now, you won't let me talk.
No,
You have
no,
been
no,
going on.
hold on,
No,
please.
Oh
Pastor,
goodness.
no, you will not do that. You will not do that. Please let him speak, because when you spoke, everybody kept quiet. Please, please allow him.
One of the major factors in building a house is the cement content of the, because it makes up the most of the structure of the building, and yet the price of those things compared to most other countries is actually more expensive in other countries than in Nigeria. That's the cement price we're talking about. And when he talks about monopoly, there are other businesses that make cement in Nigeria. If you go online right now, you will see them. It's not because they cannot sell. If they are selling it and they are manufacturing
hold
good
on,
product,
please hold
they
on.
will be able to. They will outstrip this is Dangote. But because Dangote cement is more competitive, that's why he's there. And besides, he is offering something. This is what I keep saying, and he's blaming Dangote for running the country now.
Hold on for a minute.
Maybe Dangote, hold on now. Hold on. Let me respond. You had your chance to say your piece. Maybe Dangote is thriving in spite of the conditions in Nigeria. Maybe that's his true invention, because everything else that most of the other people do are very, very corrupt, extractive, and non-productive. So when you keep blaming someone, this is why I say you have to be level-headed when you blame somebody. You can't just say, oh, the person that is actually generating money. Now, literally, he's built a big refinery to actually manufacture, do value-added manufacturing that P2B talks about all the time, and you're kicking against it too. I don't understand this mindset. If somebody is doing something, hold on. If somebody is doing something right, just take yes for an answer, move on, and go to where you need to criticize the person.
Hold on. He's not doing something right. And you know that. Maybe you don't. It's possible that you're just ignorant and you're just talking.
Okay, tell me what he did
I'm going to tell you.
Okay. Pastor, yeah. Can you please speak without having to... No. I know sometimes words, the way that we phrase words, but can you, so that you don't make our...
I understand. Look,
listeners here feel that we're here to attack each other. We're speaking about these people. We're not talking about ourselves.
I know. I'm not even going to waste my energy fighting this, because every Nigerian who's listening knows, first of all, that cement is too expensive in the country, like a lot of other things. How somebody's going to come here? That's the debate you want you and I to have here, or to say that Dangote is not a monopolist, government-aided monopolist, or that other people make cement in Nigeria. Is that something you want you and I to be arguing here? And I'm not going to do that. Because that's stupid, right? How could you make that kind of look? Rational mind, you don't want Thomas to be better than you are.
No, you rational mind. You keep timing now.
Right? What you are saying
no.
You're gonna have
there are other cement manufacturing companies in Nigeria.
We can go on flogging this topic. Can you have the last word on this, and then we move to another topic?
Pansat interjected 4 times.
I know.
But I'm still interjecting.
It's okay. Pansat, it's okay. You've had so many times here. You've had the floor for the most time. I understand.
To somebody like Nigeria, I have to really interject him on this.
No. We can go on interjecting ourselves.
Okay, let me ask everybody else there. Forget about
Hold on now, Pansat. Would you allow me anchor this thing the way I want to anchor it? Because I don't want us to be too confrontational here. So Ola, please, can you make that insertion?
Okay. Two things I want to say. As at 2021, I posted it in a link. There are 21 or 23 licenses for refinery in Nigeria. So if you have 23, that's a monopoly, right? And secondly, you say Dangote is monopolizing cement industry. I'm happy that many people have already told you that, okay, there are so many cement manufacturers in Nigeria. So are we saying Dangote too is monopolizing cement in other countries that gave him licenses, including South Africa? So it must be monopolizing all those economy too, right? So that's the logic I want Pansa to explain there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, you heard him. That was not a rhetorical question. He asked me a question on the monopolistic qualities, basically. I didn't think anybody's going to come here to argue whether Dangote is a monopolist or not. That is something that is known by every single Nigerian. Now, you could make the argument and say, hey, look, he's the best. That's why he's a monopolist. You're not going to
but hold on, about Pansa, but you just heard them give you evidence. I mean, I can give you two.
No.
Hold on. You talk, you speak. We have Boa, we have Ibeto, we have all those
We don't have
cement. We have all this.
You don't
They're
have
all making cement.
No, they're not.
Hold on.
He
I
has
remember back in the 80s. Hold on, back in the 80s.
Yes, they were.
We have Tate and Line.
So, sorry, let me just come in for a moment. That BUA, he just secured a $500 million dollars from international funding to expand his cement space. But the term beautiful nonsense are often overlabeled. But beautiful nonsense always a delight to hear. But nonsensical nonsense, it just irritates. Let's move on.
Okay, let's just move on then. All right.
The point I'm making is that the Ibeto,
no. He said, hold on. He has said,
the Ibeto story is known. Many people have come here and they talked about it. I've heard it on this platform. Those who are very conversant with it, and they discuss it with one man. Now, one man knows all these things. I'm not going to engage anybody in arguing whether Dangote is a monopolist or not, because he couldn't do anything without monopoly. Not one. He's so dumb that he's having our country go down.
Okay,
right?
so hold on.
No, this is true.
Can you hold on? Oh, okay, so this is now the last window for this now, this journey you're embarked on. So you now tell us one area that Dangote has a monopoly, and then back it up. If you can't, then we just move on. So one area where he has a monopoly.
We've already talked about.
Talk about it again. One area.
Cement business, right?
It doesn't have a monopoly there.
Yes,
BUA, several.
No, those are not. The only competition he had was Ibeto Cement. That was a competition. Now, when you hear somebody is a monopolist, it doesn't mean it's a total 100%, right? If you control 90%.
Sorry, are you trying to reinvent the English language?
No, let's go Google it right
now.
Answer. Google it and you find out.
Answer.
The price.
Pansat. Yeah. I think you've made your point, and everybody we've heard it said it many times. Let's just move on.
I mean, it's not even
no. We're going to move on.
Okay,
please.
We're going to move on,
please.
Move on.
Because if we continue this, we'll continue laboring it. So we on the domiciliary account that we heard that Central Banks has allowed people to withdraw more than $10,000 daily withdrawal. I mean, how does that even make sense? I mean, when you're allowed to withdraw $10,000, I mean, how's that going to? What's the impact that's going to have on the economy? Considering that we have Nigeria's cash trap when it comes to foreign exchange FX. So I don't know who wants to take a stab at that topic.
Sorry, just before you go there, I just want to give figures. Dangote Refinery controls 60 to 65% of the industry in Nigeria. 20% is controlled by Lafarge Africa PLC. BOA controls 15%, and the other cement company in Nigeria, Northern Nigeria PLC, is about 5 or so percent. So there you go down, and it's not 100% monopoly. Google even has more monopoly in terms of search engine than that. Okay, so please go ahead.
No. We're not going there. We're not going there. We're not going there again. We're not going. Please. You just want to insert that.
Hold on.
No. Answer, please. I don't want to go the route.
Hold on.
No, you're not going to tell me to hold on. We've overlaid this.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Let me insert this as well, just to highlight the level of ludicrousness that we've just now been. Apologies to the audience, by the way. Often instances the conversations are most instances more elevated than this, but then of course we cater for all. Yes. Watch this.
Just as we're speaking this evening, as the first day of the Africa CEO Forum is continuing in Abidjan, the Ivorian commercial capital, BOA Group, which is Nigeria's second cement maker, has secured a $500 million deal with the International Finance Corporation, the IFC, which is the private sector lending arm of the World Bank Group, for that $500 million facility to produce green cement in northern Nigeria. That's just breaking news coming through from Rotusudere Arise Global Business Report show anchor and our correspondent on the ground in Abidjan, reporting just a few minutes ago that BOA Group has signed signed $500 million deal with the International Finance Corporation to produce green cement in northern Nigeria. This is the first day of the two-day Africa CEO Forum taking place in Cotonou as an annual meeting. So the deputy, on the silence of that today, the deputy CEO of the Lagos Free Trade Zone, Tejaswi Avi, spoke to Arise News and said, Rice Business Correspondent, it was good to have you. I wrote you your show with this very big interview, so I'm going to allow you running. That's Rabiu, who's just signed $500 million deal with the IFC. That's $500 million US Nigeria can use in foreign direct investment. Let me allow you to hit the ground with Alhaji Rabiu with this interview.
Yes, Boston, I know this is an exclusive and the show is just ending. We only have a few minutes to go, but yes, we just convinced Chairman of Boa Group, Alhaji Abdul Samad Rabiu, to speak to us about this landmark deal. Please speak to Nigeria and the world about what you've just signed and what it means.
Thank you so very much. We just signed a $500 million facility with IFC and other DFIs, for the expansion of our cement project in Sokoto, northern part of Nigeria.
Okay, can I respond to that?
What is green cement?
So that makes the point. So Dangote. So for the benefit of the listeners, as you can hear clearly, don't take my word for anything. So that was the second largest cement producer in Nigeria. So Dangote does not, and just for emphasis, let me repeat again, does not have a monopoly on cement.
Let me respond to
so
that.
Perhaps a reinvention of the English language there.
Hold on, please. Hold on.
So just there it is. It's just let's not lower the qualities that are, we may have a small catchment, but we must maintain standards. So don't turn us into Niger Watch. We're not here. We don't just yarn talks.
If you say that one more time, then I'm gonna leave. I want to respond to what
you are going to leave.
You want to leave?
If I say it one more time,
please leave. I beg of you.
You have left anyway.
See, I also go to this in Niger Watch, and we do have robust discussions. That please don't bring Niger Watch into his sponsor that is doing his content. But this green cement thing, though, they are making green cement that is environmental friendly. Do we have the luxury for that? But
no, let me explain to you, to Niger. No, let me explain that one to you. The reason why they call it green cement, they are not going to use fossil fuel for the manufacturing. They are going to use gas. So it's not as if it's a green. So that's why they call it green cement.
They said it says green cement is an environmentally friendly product that minimizes carbon footprint.
I said the reason why
you're right. That's what it says. That limits this thing, carbon footprint of cement production. So you're correct. Well said.
Yeah. So thanks for that clarification. Yeah. So on the issue of the FX, $10,000 maximum daily withdrawal from Nigeria, and considering that we don't have enough dollar, we don't necessarily we don't have enough dollar, we have dollars, so people have it stashed in their homes. So with Tinubu lifting that now, asking people now to go and withdraw their dollar, they can withdraw $10,000 every day. How do you guys see that? Do you guys think that's not going to backfire in some ways? It's not going to still make people dollars still scarce in circulation? Am I talking to myself or am I? Are you guys here?
No, we can hear you.
So who wants to take a stab at that? Is it progressive there? Progressive? Are you there?
Mind, that's your name connote, speaking. Not somebody speaking just gibberish and bull crap. Go ahead, rational mind.
No. Adewale, can you repeat what you just said now? Please?
No, I said we have rational mind. Somebody with a sound mind talking, not some bull crap. Somebody just propagating on the show as if we were talking.
Pansat sometimes he just.
No, sometimes we don't have to take the bull crap stories.
Okay, of course, yeah.
Adewale, immediately one man handed over to rational mind. I knew that he has an equivalent task on his own.
Rational mind likes it because it's part of his support. Rational mind.
That's not it. The reason why I allowed him
would not support this kind of thing he was saying because he knew quite well that there's no monopoly of this cement market in Nigeria. I was trying to go deeper and trying to dig why is cement really expensive in Nigeria. A lot of factors, makes it expensive in Nigeria. It's not just Sango. What do you call this guy?
Dangote.
You know, that is producing cement in it. A lot of other producers in Nigeria. It's just that there are a lot of factors. As a matter of fact, right now, if you are producing in Nigeria as of today, if you are a producer or manufacturer in Nigeria, I give you Bosa, because a lot of things, the cost of production alone is enough to make you close the shop. But yeah, these companies are still striving. You know, the demand for the cement everywhere in Nigeria, and yet the people can't afford it because the cost going into it is even a lot.
But even Adewale, if you look at it critically, it's even higher in other African countries than Nigeria.
Nigeria, which is true.
Yeah, because they are still exporting from Nigeria to other countries. So if they are exporting, that means they have competitive price, and that's why other countries can still import from Nigeria.
As a matter of fact, 80% of every.
In fact, let me tell you, today they had a meeting. They had a meeting today in Ghana. This Afrimex or something like that. This Africa, there's one African bank that used to support African investors, and the aim of that meeting was that they want to see a situation whereby we don't export raw materials out of Africa. We want to be adding values to every product on the continent of Africa, because they see it as a way that if you are exporting raw materials, it's like you are exporting job and you are importing the finished good, you are importing poverty. So what they are saying is that the bank said they are ready to give loans to any African investor who's ready to invest in Africa and added values to our raw material. Instead of exporting raw limestone, we have to make it a cement. Instead of exporting raw crude, we have to refine it and sell the refined product. And like that. And even Dangote was one of the guests, and they interviewed him. What happened just yesterday? That was when this meeting happened in Ghana, and it was when they asked him about the refinery. They asked him about the cement. He even mentioned the one he had in Ethiopia. He has a cement factory in Ethiopia, and he was telling them that if he closes the factory in Ethiopia, that Ethiopia will be short of. They cannot even have enough cement to use in Ethiopia. So I don't know where this guy, if somebody can do business in other African countries, is there in Egypt, is there in Ethiopia, is there in Tanzania, is there in South Africa? And the only person that we have is, because let me tell you what Pasai is saying. He's not the only one saying that too. I've seen it on so many platforms that people are criticizing him, and maybe because he's northerner, and everything he does, they see it as monopoly. He's not the only one in this mission. There are so many of them like that are ready to crucify this guy. Because what they think is that it's the government that's giving him.
Staying in production, stay on.
Lafarge, that is what we call Lafarge now.
But then let me say something. Let me say this to you. But we had that House of Rep member saying that they gave him sole license to import. Because that was.
You know, I saw that.
Hold on. Because when you made this statement now that it seems like it's we, the Southerners, that are against this guy because they're Northerner. But the guy who said that is a Kwankwaso. If you look at his red cap, he's a Kwankwaso from the north. He's an NNPP guy from the north. And so the point I'm trying to make is
that said what? That said that NNPC gave a sole licenseship of importing PMS to Dangote, that it should be stopped. That there are some other people who are already in the business that if they now give it to them, I think going to pack up. Because you see, we need to understand, we don't know what to
PMS. See. Wasn't NNPC the one importing sold importer for PMS?
You know, that's not what I want to say. What I want to say to that.
Simba, hold on. I will say something. I don't know if one man is there. Is one man there? Can one man bring that? Play us that.
No, I saw it. I even watch it. I watch it on news on RHODES TV.
But he said it that they gave him license to import, meaning he has a sole
PMS.
Okay, go on. I'm listening.
It's been proven and it's been confirmed. That information the young man.
Let's go over to the Green Chamber, where the House of Representatives has rejected a motion to suspend the license allegedly granted to Dangote Refinery as sole importer of premium malted spirit, PMS. A member of the House had prayed the House to urge the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to suspend the license and expand the option to other capable importers, despite NNPCL's denial of the claim. However, the lawmakers voted against the motion. Meanwhile, the House also rejected a motion to address the migration of Nigerians to other countries in search of a better life. Our correspondent Terry Kumi has more.
It's the second plenary session of the 10th House of Representatives, and members are already firing on all cylinders. Despite the denial of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited that it did grant sole license to Alhaji Aliko Dangote, owner of the Dangote refinery, to import premium motor spirit, a federal lawmaker calls for the suspension of the license for a review to accommodate all the petroleum marketers.
NNPC Limited yesterday issued import permit to Dangote Petrochemical as a sole importer of petroleum product to this country. Mr. Speaker, that is not what should have been, because there are other importers of this petroleum product over the years in this country, and they are doing wonderfully well. And they have employed so many Nigerians, and they have built so much infrastructure.
The motion is, however, rejected by a majority of the lawmakers when it's put to vote.
Those who are against you say nay. The nays have it.
Another.
So we see now. So
it was Buhari's administration that was it proposed, or just now, just this 10th and 7th?
It seems like they just issued him. NNPC just issued him.
Currently, this administration of Buhari.
Rational mind.
Okay,
I don't know why you paused me. You gave me the floor to speak. I have not even said to say
now. Bishop Johnny Suru. One man, I don't have access to play.
Suru.
You said?
What do you mean? Suru? I've been listening.
Hold on.
What do you mean? Suru? I only point that say what you want to say. I was talking. I did not know I've been muted. I mean, they pointed out.
I'm trying to respond to you. Would you allow me to respond to you?
You don't need to respond. That's okay.
I will need to respond, because I don't want that coming up next time again.
What's coming up? What came up?
Hold on. I did not mute you. I don't know
who mutes you.
Okay.
Somebody muted.
Already, would you allow me to speak, please? So that we don't have to go back to this again next time. I did not mute you. I asked one man, can you please play that video? One man played that video, and when it does that, it automatically shuts down everybody from talking. That's what it did. So nobody mutes you. No, this was a deliberate. I asked him to play so that we can understand what the angle of who is accusing who here of sole importation ship of this PMS. Now you can have the floor, you can talk. Nobody is meeting you, Bishop. Please go on.
Number one, what the gentleman said on the floor is completely baseless and false. Even before he said so, according to what the report it said, that the NNPC had denied that report, that they gave Dangote a sole. What they were referring to was a clause that was inserted in the I read the report in the new Petroleum Industry Act. In case there is a shortfall in the production of refined product, in case, it was just a clause that was inserted that in case, and except there is a major sabotage or war or something, why all the refineries will shut down. But in case, so the person that has the largest storage capacity or production capacity was given the leverage to import the shortfall. In case there is a shortfall that would meet, both domestic, that would meet essentially the domestic requirement. So it's a clause that is there. And NNPC had come forward to say that they did not issue a license of importation license at all. So if we are making reference, let's make let's get the entire picture. There was no license according to NNPC that was granted. But what they were essentially referring to was the clause that was incited in the PI. And somebody can overtake Dangote tomorrow. If another person builds a 700 or 660,000 barrels tomorrow, automatically that person becomes the person that will import
the shortfall in case, I mean, there is a shortfall. That was just what I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Bishop, you gave the correct answer. And the thing is this: NNPC has no capacity to even issue license to anybody. So that's
No,
one
no,
of
no, 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 no. That's not true. That's not true. NNPC issues license. In fact, Mele Kyari has said it before that they issue licenses to people. I don't know what you see. That's
NNPC Limited is different from the regulatory body. I hope you are not missing them together, because there's a regulatory body. What that regulatory body? It's called NN something PCL or
it's an arm of it's one of the agency under maybe NNPC.
No. It's just a regulatory body. So NNPC is just a participator now. It's just like a competitor now. See, this is how it used to be before. Before the PI, Petroleum Industry Bill, NNPC was the sole importer. But being sole importer, he appointed some contractor that brought all those things, which included Dangote. What's the name of this? Tinubu'S, this thing, Oando, and go. So many people were importing, supplying NNPC. It's just like you have a license to do something and you get some other contractor that help you source all those things. That's how it operates. But since they formed this petroleum bid industry, there's a regulatory body. I'm trying to search for the name.
Let me give you the name, Ola. Let me give you the name.
Okay.
The name is Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA.
Exactly.
Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority.
Exactly. So those are the people that can give license. And that thing that Simba just mentioned, now they have 20% stake in Dangote Refinery, and they own that license of that importation. So, but somehow they have 20% of that Dangote
see,
refinery.
we're hearing a different conflicting things now around this Dangote sole importation ship. We heard what Bishop just said now, that they did not.
Can I comment?
Bishop was correct now.
I need to know why you comment.
Okay, so
now this whole thing is just, see, that's why I say we have so many misinformation out there and disinformation.
I think, Sally, I agree with you, Rational. There are so many information that still we need to around. Because if you, even before this time, I think 2 or 3 days ago, NNPCL mentioned that by July, that importers will bring in refined products. So if they say importers will bring, who are these importers? Definitely not Dangote. That means that some other people who have this license to import these goods. So, and the NNPCL, they still have about, they are still importing. It's not as if they hand over completely.
So what is all this? There's just a lot of secrecy shrouded around shrouding this whole thing about this petroleum thing in Nigeria. So, Fatai, what do you want to say, please? Go on, please.
Hello, Rational Man. Okay, first of all, I have to say, for the very first time, I enjoyed you the day of that session where you held your ground with regards to Adisilica, you know. So bravo, sorry. The license, the Dangote license to import that on the house floor, like, we don't really know, nobody really knows details here. The only reason it was rejected is not because of any details or anything. It's because the House of Rep member that brought the bill does not know the rules yet. He's one of the new guys. He doesn't know the rules. Even the deputy speaker had to educate him, let me use that term, a little bit about the rules. And then the worst of all, everybody actually was excited about it for him to bring it up. But then when he finally brought it up, they now asked him to submit the when you present something, you present the paper presentation. He just came to speak about it. So it's like, this is not in the market now. You have to write it down so that we can record it. And he didn't have a paper presentation, a document presentation. So that's why they rejected it. Like, okay, I mean, you can't bring something up without documenting it. So, and that's why they reject. So the details is not up yet. So maybe it's going to be reintroduced, or maybe not. Maybe he doesn't know what he's talking about. Maybe he knows. Who knows? We will see in the future. But the conversation earlier about this, there was this person that came before. I think Pansad, right? Okay, he was saying a lot of flowery things, but I think I was trying to get to the bottom of where he was going, but I think he was not allowed to land where he was going. Okay, he was going to a lot of different places, but where he wanted to land is what I was hopeful I could get. Because if it's saying Dangote is a monopoly does not mean you are the only person in the market. There can be 1 million people in the market and you are a monopoly, because you are dominant in the market. You are so dominant, if you sneeze this, the market catches cold. It means that the other competitors cannot influence the price of the commodity, of the product. I mean, your dominance is so large, like you floor everybody. So it doesn't mean there's no other competitor, but it means that whatever those ones do, their competition they put up against him cannot drive down his price. He's essentially the regulator of the price. And so it's you can. I also allows road like Dangote controls 60% of Nigerian cement industry. That's a monopoly. 60%, and somebody controls 60%. Only one person. That's a monopoly. I don't think it's bad. Maybe it's bad. Maybe it's good. Who knows, right? But the way it's going, maybe he wanted to present the part that where it's bad. I don't know. But on the definition of whether it's a monopoly or not, if you are so dominant in the market, you are a monopoly. You don't have to be the only person. Monopoly is about your dominance in the market. Whether it's so big that the price, the competition cannot even regulate your own price. You are the sole regulator of price for the market, essentially. Almost like that. And so that's just the point I wanted to come to make.
I'm not sure that's entirely accurate, because if the smaller manufacturers can compete in price, they will grow in market share too in terms of price and quality. So it means that the presence of the smaller manufacturers also keeps the dominant one in check at all times.
It keeps it in check. But if the dominant ones wants to floor their price, they can run them out of market. The dominant one can say, okay, today I want to sell at 2 naira.
Fatai, see, I don't agree with you, except you are introducing something in economics that we don't know. Then we are ready
No,
to
I'm
learn
not
that.
interested.
No, Fatai,
Okay,
we are
tell me your disagreement. Tell me your disagreement.
No, let me even refer to Shama Hat in the American system already. When you know that Shama Hat, is to protect monopoly, is to discourage monopoly, right?
The antitrust. You mean the antitrust bill?
Yeah, antitrust. Yeah, that's the same thing.
Yeah, but we don't have antitrust. I don't know whether we even have antitrust.
I'm going somewhere now. See, it's either you have monopoly or you have oligopoly. You're right. Where some people are ganging up or when now. Now, can we say, for example, Walmart now, we know that Walmart keys a lot of grocery markets, because number one, in America, probably they control like about 26% because they keep concentrating, right? While the people like Costco and Co, maybe the one that have the next to them like around 7%. So are we going to call a Walmart monopoly? No, it's just because
no. Walmart is a variant of monopoly, because it's as you said, it's an oligopoly, which just means a group of people.
No. Walmart is not oligopoly. That's what I'm saying. It's not oligopoly. Because look at it this way. What they do is
what
this.
is Walmart?
Economists, you guys just
Walmart is just
it's
the cost leader. It's using cost leadership, right? Because he find a way to bring his own cost down. He has his own partners that he drag down the cost, because it's not dealing in premium.
The angle of monopoly is not. I understand you. That is the instrument you use to get to the driving of the cost. The point about are you a price setter for the rest of the market? Like if you set a price, like can that price just rubbish the entire market? That's the point. Whether you're a monopoly, it's not like how you play your game. It's whether wait. If I set a price 5 naira, and you set a price 2 naira, right? And it just floors my market, and you don't even get a loss. You will floor it at 2 naira and you will not lose. You will still get profit because you are so large that you can just destroy the market. But me, because I'm not so large, if I set it at 4 naira, I will go bankrupt. That is what it's meant by monopoly. That you are so large, you can if you wish. It doesn't mean that monopoly are always bad, right? But they can choose to be if they want to, they can choose to be. Antitrust law in America.
That's what I'm saying. You are missing concentration or with monopoly. See, you decide
concentration is monopoly. Concentration
is not monopoly now, Fatai.
When concentration gets towards 100%, you are a monopoly. That is the definition.
Okay, see, you said when concentration gets to 100%, you are a monopoly. That means that you have the sole. Wait. We said when concentration gets to 100%, that means that you kill other competitors. That is when your concentration gets to 100%. So
I'm not saying it would be at 100%. 60% is getting close to 100%, attending towards 100%. The closer you get towards 100%, the more monopolistic you are.
Look at it this way. When you look at the retail industry generally, it was Walmart that used to control. All of a sudden, Amazon came, and all of a sudden they just jump ahead. They push Walmart behind, right? Meanwhile, Walmart was the one that was killing all other retail businesses before Amazon came. But as of today, Amazon in the retail business, I think they've moved about 6 times or 7 times bigger than Walmart. In a monopoly market, in a monopolized market, the like of Amazon will not even enter into that business at all.
Wait, brother, America antitrust law, right, works so hard to ensure that monopolistic tendencies are reduced to bare minimum, right?
Okay, Fatai. Let me ask you this. Hold on, let me just ask you this. In terms of Microsoft Windows on desktops, do you know their share in terms of percentage? We are looking at about 74% in a share. They dominate the market completely. And that's in America with this antitrust law that you're talking about.
No. You're getting it. Let me say something. Let me say this. I mean, I think Pansat has points in what he said. Only that some way the way he was just going off.
Yeah. I don't know. That's where that's what I'm saying.
Where was the point?
Yeah. Okay. Let me say this. What you're just saying now, Tunanja, is that there's what they call patent, intellectual property, which you can copyright it, or what is another word I can say? There's another word for it. Maybe copyright, patent it.
No, patent is good.
Yeah.
Patent
you have it. So what you just said now about Microsoft, when they design a software, they don't want another person designing it, so they can apply for patent. So that patent give them a sole kind of a monopolized. Monopoly.
No, that one. Can you give me 1 second? This one you are even saying. This one is even encouraged. I think even that is the point Pansat was making. As if Dangote is an original entrepreneur, like you are producing original products, right? You will like if you produce a drug for cancer, like you do your research. Of course, you will get a patent for, and also the antitrust, all this antitrust. They will give you for some years, maybe 30 years, to operate that patent. It will expire in 30 years. After 30 years, anybody can produce it.
I think we are getting a little bit caught by the weight.
Wait, can I land my point?
Okay.
So you get a point to recover your money you spent in R&D, what they call R&D, research and development. Because otherwise, you will never get any inventor. You have to be rewarded. That's why they give you some years for that patent to make back your money, right? So that's what you are encouraged to do. Nobody is killing you to not be monopolistic when you are an inventor.
Oh, come on. Come on. This is too much noise. Can I just say something? You're not landing.
Hold on, Tunanja. Hold on, please.
Jesus.
You're just coming. I know you are.
What is Jesus? You are Jesus.
No, it's okay. Just go on.
But when you are not
so much noise, man.
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
you make so much noise. You are incredible.
Please go on.
So, but when you are not an inventor, right? Antitrust law should work hard to make your monopolistic tendency to the barest minimum, and that's the point. Rational.
So, Tunanja, what do you want to say now?
Yeah, this is what frustrates me sometimes when people talk and you are saying stuff like you should be aware of what you are talking about. Look at what I'm talking about here. When you are talking about Microsoft Windows, there is Linux, there is Android, there are others out there, but one is dumb. They are all inventive too. The point is that this is in America. It's not because of it's not. So hold on. It's not only because of an invention that even if you invented something, there is still room for you to repeat and not be monopolistic. You see what I mean? Because there are other
I don't see what you mean now.
What I mean is that
Linux makes different operating system. An operating system different from Microsoft's operating system. So what are you talking about?
They have a patent. Oh God, the original point was about share of the market. We are talking about Dangote that owns about 60%.
Different market now.
Hold on now. We are talking about Dangote that owns about 60 or so percent of the market.
Anyway,
I just repeat to you. I just repeat to you that
I don't go yet, so I want to challenge your macroeconomic theory.
Oh goodness!
Excuse me, please.
Hold on, guys. I think
can I come in, please?
I've not finished what I was saying.
Who was talking there? Who's talking there? Please someone.
Yeah.
Oh, please, can you let Tunaja just land and then you will speak. Then Ola will speak later.
So when there is this in a Linux in the market there, that is also based on inventions. So the this in deciding factor whether you are considered a monopoly or not in terms of the US, it means that the threshold is even higher because clearly Microsoft dominates the desktop space by having 74%, even if it's just like an OS like Linux and the other OS is out there. So why is it that we are making it look like Dangote is a special case because it has 60% market share when there are others out there too? So I don't subscribe to that. This is logic.
I'm not making a case against Dangote. I'm just saying that is the definition of monopoly. Sometimes monopoly is good. You are afraid of monopoly.
But Fatai, sorry, as the definition of monopoly change, has it changed?
Do you know anything about monopoly?
If you forget about definition, saying but as a characteristic of monopoly change, because definition can easily confuse people as a characteristic of monopoly change. Because monopoly, let's forget about definition now.
Monopoly is not. There's nothing that changes about it, right? If you know it, say it. I am saying to you, the Linux and Microsoft you are talking about, they target different markets. There are some program. The Linux is targeted at even some advanced programmers, especially in the early days. While Microsoft want to target everybody, even in kindergarten, to be able to have a computer. Everything is different market. So the argument does not even work. And number two, when I say monopoly, I don't mean I'm not saying anything against Dangote. I'm just saying if you're telling me that Dangote has 60% dominance of the market, that looks like a monopoly.
How does the argument? You can't just say the argument does not work and just run away like that. It's all right. Of course, the argument works. You can't just say because it's targeted at one side. It's not targeted at one side. This in Linux wants to also occupy the space that Microsoft is occupying, but Microsoft is currently occupying it.
Okay. To Niger, I already explained to you. If you didn't get my explanation, that's up to you. I'm done with that side.
Okay.
All I'm saying is that I'm not saying Dangote is bad. I'm saying if you're saying to me that Dangote has 60% dominance of the market, that looks like a monopoly. It doesn't mean that.
How does it look like a monopoly? Explain to us.
Because that is definition. I already explained it earlier. I said if you have
definition. We want to be clear. At what percentage will you say is a monopoly?
Simba, allow me to speak. Go on.
So when you have a concentration of the market, that makes you. This is the defining point of a monopoly, that you control. You set the pace for the market, especially with regard to market price. So if me and Ola are in the same market, I set my price at 5 naira. Ola set his own at 2 naira. Of course, consumer goes to him. He sells everything and he still makes profit. Me, if I sell at 4 naira, just 1 naira below that 5 naira, I go bankrupt. His dominance in the market, it's the defining point of the monopoly. There's nothing I can do to influence Ola's price making, price control, the price of his product. But he can do everything to make sure I have to follow him. That is the point about monopoly. Whether that is bad or good, it depends on the market. It depends on antitrust laws and other things.
Fatai, where I have issue with your definition of monopoly is this. You understand? If you say at 60% that Dangote is tending towards monopoly, it's understandable. At 60%, if you say Dangote is monopoly, no, that one goes against the theory of monopoly, at least to the best of my knowledge. Otherwise, I can take this one to my prof and say, okay, you teach me the wrong thing, please refund my tuition fee. Now, look at it from this way. When you have low concentration, we know that when you have low concentration in the market, you give room for more competition. Yeah, but when you have higher concentration, then you are trying to kill competition. That is what I understand, right? But then you have to look at the nature of the market. Are we talking of the saturated market, or a market that is expanding that still have room for people to come? For your information, the Sahara African cement factory is as good as still a virgin land that another country can come tomorrow and easily rubbish 60%.
Yeah, but the virgin, whether saturation or not, what does it have to do with the monopoly?
No, the thing is this: you can't have monopoly when you are not close to 100%. You can't say 60% is monopoly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
What do you mean that you can be monopoly at 25%?
Rational mind, can we name my comment, please?
That's not the point. That's not the point. I said when you put 60%, it looks to me. Anyway, rational mind.
Don't go here. Don't go here. Please.
So, play some. You want to say something, right?
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Non-economist, you and Ola, I just want to break a little thing down. Maybe you can better advance us in that. What I understand about Dangote, monopoly, and whatever. Me relating it with America, Ola mentioned Walmart earlier, and I have an example of Home Depot. What I believe in my own way, as not an economist though, that government first prefer to get their taxes through one or two sources. They can recover their taxes than spreading around. In the case of America, that I noticed, Home Depot, Walmart, it's not like they are more of monopoly. I think a lot of companies here do franchise like KFC, all other ones. But because government have the structure and digital platform to track those few companies like Walmart, Home Depot, Amazon to get their tax, and there are subsidiaries under those people. Now coming to Dangote. Even if Dangote operates cement company only in Nigeria, as long as he has like franchise for smaller companies, government will be able to annex his tax to the maximum through Dangote, because Dangote has the structure that will enable government to get. So I don't see government people saying Dangote is a monopoly. I don't know if you guys
I think, can I just add something to this? Can I just add something quickly to this?
The point you make is good. Brother, let me, and he was talking to me. Brother, I like the point you make, right? So in America, okay, part of the antitrust structures, right, makes what you are talking about workable, right? So that's why even if they say you are a monopoly, it doesn't necessarily, it's not automatically a bad thing. Right. Sometimes in a particular market, right, a monopoly, because let's say Nigeria needs something, that thing is never existed before. Of course, the first person that comes into it is going to be a monopoly for a period of time, right? The problem of monopoly is when it has become a situation like nobody else can get in the market. Now, I'm not saying that is what Dangote is doing. Right, I'm just saying, like, if you tell me he has so much dominance in the market, you can't knock out calling his space a monopoly by just saying there are other competitors. My point came in the existence of other competitors is not what makes you not to be a monopoly, right? It's your dominance over others that makes not to be a monopoly. Now, I don't know, I'm not working in, and also, and I was trying to say that because Nigeria, we don't have such a sophisticated antitrust law, right?
Yeah.
If indeed Dangote is a monopoly, it's difficult to monitor Dangote. So I don't know, maybe it's right, maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. It's not a bad thing, it's a monopoly. And so what if it's a monopoly? If the space it's what can enable the space at that time, that's what it is, right? But like say it built a refinery now. If it's the only person that can build a refinery right now, then so be it. But let's say at some point in time, because he has a refinery, he's killing everybody from building a refinery, then we have a problem.
Yeah,
we have the
you made the point now. That's just exactly
Can I just add something? Can I just add something to it? I think somewhere along the line there is a point to what Fatah is saying, but somewhere along the line I think something is missing in that argument. I think monopoly, from the point of view of nations, they have varying percentages that they can use to define monopoly. You can be 50% and still be a monopoly just because of the environment you operate in. However, in the context of Nigeria, where you have opportunities for other people to compete and they are not emerging, and you look at many industries are not doing very well in Nigeria, a company like Dangote cannot be considered a monopoly, especially where there are others existing. One, and okay, even if it's a monopoly, it's a necessary one. Let's put it this way: for me, as long as a monopoly is giving people value for money, I don't consider that a monopoly. When it becomes a problem is when it dominates the market and start raising the price and making exorbitant profits. That's when you call a syndicate. That's when the law needs to cut it down, because in the end, the consumers is what the law is put there for. Because the idea is that if a monopoly is in charge of certain prices, they will increase the price and start making exorbitant profits out of it. And I don't think that's the case with Dangote at the moment. And the same argument can be said for this is shops like Amazon or other large institutions. Like, I think Apple, one can even accuse Apple of being a monopoly because they jack their price up, and I'm not even sure there's a lot of improvement in their software every single year. They keep jacking it up. So from that point of view, it's people like Microsoft, maybe Samsung, and others ones we want to go after. But Dangote is not considered a monopoly because I think Nigerians are getting the value for money.
You see one thing to Nigeria.
What you just not entirely true. You see, Ola John, listen, I know you want to comment, and I think somebody is wanting to comment too. You see the issue of this monopoly thing. For me, I know I'm not an economist. I'll look at it from a layman point of view. You see, when you are trying to you talk about Apple and the rest of them. Apple has monopoly over their own intellectual property. I would like to use that word, intellectual property, because they have something that they designed, and they are solely the only one who has the patent to that. But if you're not, but the thing is this: when it comes to communication, using of internet, anything IT stuff, there are other designers who have their own patent too, like Microsoft, Android by Google. You can also switch to Google if you don't want to use Apple phones. You can go to Google. Go to Android phones. They have their own. So it's not necessarily a kind of monopoly in that sense. But the monopoly we're talking about when it comes to this guy we're talking about, Dangote, it's a kind of monopoly that we should not see the likes of it. We should not see the likes of it. Yeah, we should not see the likes of it. What I mean the likes of it is, it says that from what the way he explained it, it's a form of monopoly on its own, but if not, maybe in the absolute sense. I don't know.
That's not mine.
Let me learn now. What I'm trying to say is this: that I think what Pansa was arguing about was if this guy have some kind of intellectual property, like say he designed some kind of software, like this Amazon guy or like this Elon Musk, that we can understand. But this guy is kind of using his influence, the resources, the natural resources like oil and gas, cement, limestone that used for the cement. It seems like he's allocating everything to himself in the sense that he controls the market in some ways. He controls the price in some ways. Because if you look at it, of course, there are other challenges, there are other competitors in the markets like Boa Cement, Lafarge, and the rest of them. But the point is, this guy seems like he has a way around, wriggling his way around the whole system, whereby other people that have the same license like him. Okay, like for example, we're talking about people having license to build refineries like him. But look at him. He got some kind of consideration from CBN. One, NNPC invested into his refinery. We have other refiners. We have other licensed people that are licensed. They never said they were going to put money down and give to these people too. They subsidize dollars to this guy. To me, I look at that as some kind of favoritism by the government. So, which for me, it's a form of monopoly of some sort. Because how could this guy be so powerful that a state-run oil company like of Aramco, our own NNPC, will now be investing into a private individual's enterprise, and they never did that for other people who have the same license. Why did the central bank release money into the other people that are doing modular refineries and let them encourage them to build more modular refineries?
Rational mind. That is a speculation.
Okay, rational mind.
Can I say something? See, the government gives licenses to other people to supply, for this in fuel production and refinery if they wanted to. But they don't. That is what I mean by extractive. What they do is they just go and buy petrol and import it into the country and collect their share of subsidy, whatever money that they make from it, and they just keep buying and buying instead of them to manufacture it in the country. Then, for me anyway, the watch thing that you have to watch for in terms of monopoly is prices for consumers. I think there are two sides of monopolies here. One is the toxic side, or destructive side, whereby they destroy any competition so that they are allowed to raise the price exorbitantly. Or the other side, where it's just that they are just fortunate, they run their company very well. Maybe the government favors them, but they are giving the consumers value for money. It means that the competitors are not able to compete with them. That type, I don't think the consumers should worry about that type. The only time the consumers should worry is when the large company goes on to damage other companies from emerging, one, and then start raising price to make exorbitant profit. In other words, these two become extractive. That is what they watch for. And I think in the end, this is the basic definition of what you consider this is predatory business, a kind of business, because that's what the others are doing in the industry, in the context of Nigeria. That's what I've been condemning. That why is it that we are not manufacturing anything? It's not because government is not giving them money, but they take the easier part to extract money, while Dangote actually puts money on the ground, takes the risk involved, and then generates wealth out of it. You want to encourage people like that. You don't want to discourage them. And I don't see Nigerian cement price being exorbitantly high, like somebody that is making exorbitant profits. Maybe we should be checking how much Dangote cement makes in terms of profit share per annum. If it is well over 10%, 20%, then you know that is gouging. It's making excessive profit. You see what I mean? So thank you.
Can I in addition? Good morning, everybody.
Rational mind. You said I will.
Yeah. Remy, hold on, Remy. Let's
see.
Go on.
See, all these things that we are talking about is just to accuse Dangote. That's where I go wrong. No, anybody can take the definition of monopoly the way they want to take it. It's not going to change the economic definition as it is. It's not going to change the characteristics. See. You can concentrate the market to bring your price down. That is why Walmart today, you can call Walmart that is monopolizing the market, but it's not true because it's using cost leadership to sell product. The product that we buy from Walmart is not what we buy from Costco, even though they don't have the same size of market. The products we buy from Toyota, for example, assuming Toyota or Ford, is it for General Motors, are one of the biggest car manufacturer. The type of car you buy from them is not what you buy from Mercedes-Benz. You understand? It looks like they are taking care, they are controlling the market, but they take care of different customers. The Dangote we are talking about today, like what the Pulata said, for example, do you have substitute for Dangote? That okay, I don't even want to go for Dangote. Do you have substitute? If you have substitute,
then you can't say, hey, it's a monopoly. It's a monopoly. Yeah, you try to monopolize the market. You understand? Trying to monopolize the market, that when you are concentrating, you are trying to expand your share aggressively, and government cannot even accuse you of anything because it's not an offense for you to expand. But maybe you start acquiring Bua, you start acquiring Lafarge Cement. Government now see you as a dangerous monopoly, and they can now intervene. That is why you have something like Sherman Act, that is it antitrust, whatever you call it in the United States. So you can say Cisco today, oh, they are monopoly. No, they are not monopoly, because it gets to a point that even those people that want to compete with them, over time they can't compete, because number one, they borrow money, and the cost of their cost of production cannot match that of Cisco. The next thing they say to Cisco, I will see out to some people that are challenging them. But the fact still remains that even though their products look alike, but they are serving different customers. Those are the things I want to see. But saying that Dangote has no IP property, sometimes that thing makes you laugh, because people believe that it is when only you.
What are you talking about? What is intellectual property? What is doing? What is that? What is it? What has he innovated? What has he invented, designed?
Okay. I'm not going to tell you what is invented. I just want to give you
all the things that he's doing. Are things that anybody can do. I mean, I think that's the point of.
Sorry, can I
wait, Remy, wait. Let me land. You will get your time.
That's one of the points of
Baba, wait. Your IP may just be your process renovation. It's not necessarily where you build a product.
When you say IP, what do you mean by IP? Let me get there. Maybe I didn't.
Intellectual property.
Okay, intellectual. Okay, that's what you mean by okay. So
no.
You're giving a very, very. I mean,
so for example,
your meaning of intellectual property is different. I mean, that's not what
exactly. Someone can be the producer of a camera, and maybe the cost of that camera when you are coming out is.
Hold on. Before Dangote came into production of cement, we've had the likes of Benue Cement. We've had different cement companies before he started going into the cement. Even before he got into sugar, not as if he invented sugar. We've had Tate and Line before. We've had is it Lever Brothers, and they've had their own sugar making whatever, even though they import it or whatever. I mean, what are you talking about? This is not intellectual.
Okay.
When you make cars like the likes of the kind of one
rational mind.
I mean, okay, go on.
Rational mind, weighty. Don't look at intentional proper IP as if you are manufacturing a new computer. You are discovering something that someone never discovered before. Look at this way. Locks. When Locks was manufacturing, let's assume they have two components, and maybe this one has 70 to 20% ratio of manufacturing their own, and they tell the pH scale within on your skin, and it gives different results. And okay, Imperial Leather say I'm not going to do 75-25%. I'm going to do 30-50%. Those are different combinations. That's the intellectual property. Because the combination of the property is the intellectual property. Don't make intellectual property look as something by a big thing. Look, wait till me now. Wait, let me land.
You come in later.
I will leave the same for you. Don't worry. No, I will leave. No, Remy, no. Please let me just round up so that I know that a lot of people will have to talk. So that's because do you know people are saying when you go to Dangote, do you know the composition of the cement? The composition of his cement is his IP, and someone is telling you that someone that doesn't learn enough thing about operation management will be telling you something. It's just like some people will be saying, "Oh, saying it's not manufacturing vehicle; it's just assembling." How many stages of production do they know? Assembling of vehicle in the state is a manufacturing, because you can have finished product to be input to your finished products. That is manufacturing. So what Pansai was saying, like they just like say, oh, it's like saying, oh, this guy, whatever. Say it's not a car manufacturer. It's a lie. Say it's a car manufacturer. The fact that you are sourcing your parts, whether finished or whatever it is, it's not a biggie. But you design the car that you are using. That design.
So I guess the definition of intellectual
property. Now that's your design IP. The design of Dangote's cement is its own intellectual property.
Okay, all right.
So if you don't know, if people don't know, you don't know. Don't teaching us nonsense.
Okay, all right. Let us hear you.
Not your rational mind. Thank you.
You said what?
saying that if someone doesn't know, he should not come here and teach us nonsense. I say I'm not referring to you.
Okay, all right. Okay, we will get back to that later.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's an interesting topic entirely. I will base my own argument on two. I will talk about Dangote, and then later I will talk about the intellectual property you guys have been talking about. First, let's look at Dangote. First, Dangote is not a monopoly, because what most of his business are done on manufactured products that people need daily in everywhere, maybe in construction or food or wherever. What this guy have done to me is that he has he's very competitive, and because of his competitive nature, he was able to overcome a lot of obstacles, because people believe in you, they can give you facility to develop your business very fast. Now, before Dangote Cement, everybody know that in southern part of Nigeria, or maybe the southwest part of Nigeria, Lafarge, the production of elephant cement, they are nearly monopolistic in nature, but I will not say they are monopoly. But everybody knows that everybody in Nigeria, in southwest, that if you want to build something, you have to use elephant cement. But when he came on board, Dangote, he was very competitive with his price, and he has like 3 or 4 mixture of cement, which is not very pronounced that Lafarge does that way. So because of his competitive nature, there is a price war between Lafarge and also Dangote that time that raised the price of cement, and also including other factors that we have to put into production, inflation and cost of production in Nigeria. Everybody knows about that one. So everything he has touched, he is not the only one that is producing that thing. The refinery you are talking about, a lot of people are licensed to also operate, to start their own refinery product. But you must know one thing. As a banker or as a financial institution, you rely on that when somebody submits a business proposal to you, you rely on this document and also do your own research to know that, okay, this one can be trustable, or this one really want to do this thing. You guys have made a very good argument. He went ahead. So people put their money there because they trust him. They put their money into whatever you want to do. NNPC, as we are talking today, they also have investment there. Remember, NNPC is not more a public corporation. It's not a private limited liability company. So in a nutshell, you cannot tell me somebody have a 60% control of a market and then he's the monopoly in Nigeria. No, that is not done. If you go to different parts of Nigeria, you will discover that people buy cement that they are producing nearly to where they reside. If you go to like northern central or northern part of Nigeria, people use more BUA, and but generally people also use Dangote cement. But if you still continue to talk about Southwest, people still prefer Lafarge ahead of Dangote, even if you go to the southwest of Nigeria. So arguably, whatever argument you guys have been making, Dangote is probably not a monopoly. He has worked hard and he believes in Nigeria. Some people, they also have this license. Why can't they also, because we have a huge deposit of limestone in Nigeria all over the country, why can't they set up their own facility? Why can't they search for loan? Why can't they be competitive in their approach when they want to sell the product to Nigeria? So he has made use of everything and he has come on top. But as ugly as average Nigeria will always do, they always look for downfall and look for excuses. This refinery built in Lagos. See what people are talking about it. This is a refinery with a fertilizer. I did the research on that one and I presented it to my class. And my lecturer were quite happy that this thing is coming out from Africa. They were quite impressed. So we should be proud of what we have. If Dangote is doing like that, what stop other people that are rich or wealthy in Nigeria not opening their own refinery in another state or in another region in Nigeria? Nobody stopped that. If he's getting support from the government, because he's doing the right thing, it's creating employment, creating value, so many things. So let's go to the intellectual property. Just like what Ola said, like I'll give an example of China. In China, there's maybe you guys know this company. They call it Foxconn. Foxconn have about 500,000 employees. In one of their facilities in Shanghai, they have 200,000 people working for them. Everybody, as you are sitting down there, look at your iPhone, look at your laptop, any electronic gadget, they are being assembled in that facility. Their machine never stops. But most of these parts or part of the mobile phone or laptop or whatever, they also have their intellectual property. It does not mean that the manufactured product is only the intellectual property. I can just, like, for example, in the automobile industry, I can manufacture just a simple auto part, like pistol. Maybe any auto part, and I can be the intellectual property owner of it. But it does not mean that I have to use that thing alone. It has to be combined with other things to make a whole. So when we talk about IP, it's not necessary it has to be totally a manufactured product as a one single entity. So in the long run, the argument here that Panzer, or what his name, is not really correlated at all. This guy is not a monopoly. A lot of Nigeria are into the business he is also doing. Whether you talk about sugar, you talk about tomato, you talk about whatever, you talk about pasta, spaghetti, everything. So many people are doing it. Now, let's just oppose it with
Rebuka, sorry to interrupt. I think AI is eager to come in. Will be leaving in 10 minutes. I just saw it on a chat.
Okay, all right, yeah, you're right. So, yeah, Madam AI.
Hey, rational mind, how na day?
We do, long time no see. No see you.
Now, well done. I actually wanted to thank you for giving me the little space. I actually wanted to speak on that monopoly stuff. Remy, sorry to interrupt you.
Okay,
I think I'm taking your space. Okay. Before you call somebody a monopolist, number one, he must be a single seller of that product. There are different ways to explain monopoly. But in the case of Dangote, because he is the person we are talking about today, I have heard Nigerians for several years call that man a monopolist. I don't know why they do that, but they do it anyway. He is striving in what economists call monopolistic environment. And he is on a monopolistic market. Let me explain. When there are too many sellers for a particular product, but it is not perfectly competitive, that word perfectly competitive, it becomes a monopolistic market in the sense that the one that decides to spread his tentacle becomes everywhere. The one that decides to advertise his own very well becomes everywhere. The one that has more connection, it seems as if he is the one saturating the market. Him as a seller cannot be called a monopolist, but he is striving in what economists call monopolistic environment and monopolistic market. That's just what I want to say. Dangote as a person is not a monopolist, but Africa as a continent is a monopolistic environment. And the market in Africa can be called a monopolistic market in the sense that some of them that are selling those products are not striving. They are not doing so good. They are not pushing so hard. So when one person among them is same as if he's taking control of the market, no. It's just the environment that make him look so. Thank you.
Okay.
So can I ask you a question? Can I just ask a question quickly? I think when you say that the environment is not striving and but one person emerges and starts manufacturing, am I misunderstanding if I say that it has something to do with...
I didn't say the environment is not striving.
No, the
other sellers are not striving.
Yes, and okay, yeah. From me, I just look at it that okay, when you look at the African market space, there's a lot of scarcity of resources and stuff like that. So, but what I was getting at is it that because the other manufacturers don't, how do I put it, the standard of a product that they are getting out there is not up to par with what you would call in our industry up to standard. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not the reason. That's not the reason.
Can I respond to that?
Then what is it? What is that? What are you trying to define there?
Can I explain? The reason is not that their products are not good. No, that's not the reason. They're all selling, let me give an example. They're all selling petrol. petrol is petrol. Okay, it's not their own. It's not. There's what they call first, second, third, fourth investment in manufacturing and production. Some manufacturers, they do what they call overlooking the first profit. They ignore it because they want to strive. They want to turn the environment monopolistic. Like, remember, if you have a young woman in those days when Always came, they gave it out for free. But today, for women, monthly stuff, Always is one of the most expensive in the market, and women are still buying it. It's same as if they're monopolistic. No, they make the environment monopolistic for themselves. It's now turned to a monopolistic market. Now, on Dangote, I will say some of those manufacturers and those companies, what they do is that they pump money into their own goods, into their own manufacturing. And you find it somehow in every street, in every home, in every corner. It became so accessible. It's not their product is better than others, but it's accessible. If you go to stores in Nigeria to buy cement, I can assure you, I'm not there, but 60 or 70% of the store you will walk in, you'll be seeing Dangote cement. That's what I mean by pumping money.
Okay. And also, in addition to what Ms. Peter has been saying, I remember that like 6 or 8 years ago, when Dangote Cement went to more competitive in cement pricing, what they did was very simple. They came out with 3 differentiated products, one for road construction, one for house, and the one for house construction, they make like 2 or 3 products. They have the premium one, the lower one, and the lowest one. But all those, the other player in the market that time, they only fixated on only one product. That is a very good marketing strategy.
Some of them too, just to buttress on what you're saying.
So giving the consumer a liability to choose. If I cannot buy the premium, then I go for the one that is lower. That is why he was able to become the market leader and then have the chunk of the percentage of cement, cement distribution. Or maybe sales in Nigeria.
But what I was getting at is that because what you described just now, AI, is basically the same conditions that people meet in every other marketplace, whereby they come in there, if they feel like they want to make themselves monopolistic, they saturate the market and
they can't make themselves a monopoly.
Amazon did that, Google did that. They do sharp practices.
To Nigeria, I want you to notice one thing. When we talk about product, there is taste. And when we talk about taste or maybe a particular pattern trend, most ladies still prefer diamond, whether it's expensive or not. But as more people come into the market, some people can make a near imitation. A lot of examples are there. For example, everybody knows that before iPhone came into existence, there's a lot of mobile. Samsung or Nokia was the market leader. And Nokia refused to rebrand or maybe re-strategize. And when Apple came in with their own product, Samsung quickly changed. But Nokia did not change. Today, Nokia is gone. It's no more. And when Chinese continued to compete in this market, they came up with a lot of inferior products, similar to what you have in your iPhone.
What I was trying to find out was why she called our environment monopolistic environment, and then went on to describe. Then he went on to describe that Dangote. Let me explain what you told me when I asked that question. You said Dangote, or let's say someone like Dangote, went on to pump a lot of money into their business so that they can delay their profit, which is normal. You delay your profit so that later on you can capitalize and monopolize the market. But the same conditions exist everywhere else. So what makes our own environment monopolistic?
Yeah, let me explain. Africa today is a market. They have automatically become a market. So there are some certain areas, same product have not reached. That's why I said when you pump money, Dangote is in Ethiopia. The last interview he granted, he wants to have his plants in all African countries, pushing himself to the last user. He wants to get to everybody. So when you do that in Africa, it's as if you are a monopolist. You are not. It's just the environment. The environment gives you that freedom.
That is what I was asserting the first time. I said, is it because the environment, they don't have a lot of people doing that at that scale? That is why. I said
it at the beginning. The first thing I said when I started is that you call it a monopolistic environment and a monopolistic market when it is not perfectly competitive. That's the word I use. Perfectly competitive.
I
but
know
that
where
doesn't mean that those people who are selling the same product, doing the same manufacturing, the same product, we single out one of them and call the person a monopolist. No.
I think what you are actually referring to is actually when you are more of a pioneer in that area. Because the reason why I say it, because when Dangote goes to other countries, if they are cheaper, are selling this in cement, he's not going to be competitive. He can't do anything about that.
No. Let me explain.
Sorry,
Let me finish. Can I finish? Because I want to go. Let me explain. There are something that they call I'm used to it. Some people don't want to try another one. That's why I keep telling people Africa is a monopolistic environment for now.
Okay.
Some people are using Dangote cement to build their estates, to build houses. They are used to it. He's already saturating the market. By the time you bring your own, it is going to be the acceptance will not be fast. And meanwhile, he has made a lot of turnover where when people are trying to consider whether they will try your product, he's making huge gain. So he is not a monopolist, but the environment and the market is making his company being monopolistic.
So another question we must ask ourselves is this. Lafarge has been in Nigeria for more than 3 decades, or more than that, before Dangote came into being. And I know that Lafarge also have a big facility in South Africa, and they only have 2 facilities in Nigeria, which is in Ogun State. Why are they not expanding to other African countries? Because I think other African countries, they just import cement to them, and probably maybe they bag it to them. So most African countries need investors, and they need investment. So if Dangote can come to their country to build facilities for them to produce or manufacture this cement in their country, they will be happy for it, because it will create added value of creating jobs, and also probably maybe at least break the market, even if Dangote cement is not going to be cheaper than the one that is there before, but at least there will be price war, and then ultimately in the future, there's tendency for the price to go down. So what he is really doing, it's really, really working hard. If most of our people are thinking that way, look at our banking sector. Most of our banks, they are all over in other African countries. Can we now say they are monopolistic in nature that way?
Exactly, like Zenith Bank is very quite dominant.
Okay, another thing I want to say is that in business, if you want to do business in Africa, because it's, I would like to say, a green land now, Dangote is doing what they call in business initial loss. Some people, it runs into millions and billions. Initial loss. You have to use that money, ignore that money, and use it to break the market.
But Anzita, just hold on, please. Excuse me, please. But Anzita, just like what you said, do you know Dangote invested in tomato factory and he lost? He had to close it down in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And there's still a lot of people producing tomato paste in Nigeria. He is not the only player there.
No,
He
made
couldn't
it,
break
through.
But he didn't make it, and he closed it down, and nobody's complaining.
And still, you can see a lot of
people doing tomato paste
and
very much.
in Nigeria.
I have to go.
So that is the point. Not all the things they put his
Thank you,
finger
Madam
on
Zita, for coming.
turns to gold. There's a lot of losses he has made. But for him to be thriving so hard and working so hard, I do not see any monopolistic nature in this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The market is entirely open to everybody who wants to come in.
Remy,
For me, Olajo, I think it's a very this subject is a very because it seems like some of us we might say the way we say it, but I think there are some underlying things beyond what we understand. When people say is well, it is true that it looks to us that okay, well, there are other competitors in the market like himself. He has other people who are in the areas where he does his cement or his oil and gas. But the point is, it seems like for me, what I just see, well, I think why I think people look at him as a monopolistic is being monopolistic is that it seems like he has the backing of the federal government in many things.
You can also have the backing of the federal government if you know how to play your game. If you know how to play your game. This is business.
You can say that. You can say that. Okay. For example. Let me give you an example. Recently, I listened to one of the presidential candidates when he said that they gave licenses to so many refineries, and some people were picking modular refineries. But the problem is they're not getting the crude oil to refine. They're not giving them. So now, whose fault is that? Is that
okay? The question that do they have the modular refinery in place?
They have it. Yeah, they have.
Are you sure you have it?
They said they have it, but they're not getting.
I think they can get the crude. I seriously doubt that if they want the crude, they cannot get it.
And they are not giving you crude.
They will come on TV and complain.
Just today, hello, just today, the one in Benin, the modular refinery in Benin, they said they have gotten over 300,000 barrels of crude as of yesterday. I think there are so many. I know. I said it earlier. There is a gang up against this thing, and I think it's politics. There's a gang up against Dangote, and there's some people peddling this rumor of trying to bring the man down because maybe it's thriving, and other people are not thriving. I think that's what is bringing all these arguments.
Simba, you know what pains me is this: when we start turning the proof principle of economics down, and we start giving our own meaning. I love the way Madam Zita explained, and that was just the situation. Dangote is not a monopoly like people want us to see. It's just playing a monopolistic competition, because in a monopolistic competition, you have many, but everybody will be fighting to concentrate the market. That's exactly what Dangote is doing. Let me please wait. Don't let me get lost in my thoughts. So the thing is this: if you like, we blame Dangote from now to tomorrow. Just present me your substitutes. Do we have substitute in the cement? Yes.
We do.
All those cement we are talking about, can we differentiate them? Yes. The composition of Bua cement is different from the composition of Dangote. So when you can differentiate,
that is very big.
So you when you can differentiate, you don't call them monopoly, because it's like we don't really understand what we want in that country. We see someone that is using his energy, using everything to help a country, and we keep criticizing the person. And we have our politician like Dino Melaye that we go and buy houses in America. Nobody is talking something. And we see people like Jimo Ibrahim that we sell assets to, that they will not do anything about it. But for the people that are doing, we find a way to run them down. So like Dangote is not my papa, it's not my this, but I appreciate what that man is doing, and I keep praying that
exactly. We need more of him.
You understand? Look at when Adenuga started Globe. Look at the way they criticize Adenuga. Adenuga happened to be the one to force the price down, because already the light of MTN and Econet will not listen to us.
You mentioned automobile industry the other time. Look at what Innocent was doing, and before you know it, our military government started buying vehicles from him. They started patronizing him. That's what we want. We don't care who you are in Nigeria.
Now, Rational Mind says something now. Rational Mind says something now that you is having the backing of government. Look, this is how I believe the crude oil industry work. If you have your money, you want to buy crude oil from NNPC, I don't think they will refuse you. Even if they refuse you, you can buy from Angola, you can buy from somewhere else, you can buy from Cameroon.
Yes.
So the excuse that the government is not providing to me is, even in Canada I have here. Do you know that BC will go and buy crude oil from Saudi Arabia, whereas we have the same crude oil in Abata, in the same Canada.
So Ola, that brings to, before you go, just a minute. That brings me to, because I have some friends in China one time, they want to buy crude oil. They want to buy crude oil, and I was telling them, "Oh, come on, Nigeria have a lot of crude oil. Where are you getting your crude oil? Because this is a big market." And to my surprise, who do they get it from? They are buying from the middlemen like Shell and the rest. They are not totally buying it directly from Nigeria, lifting their crude. So you can see. So when
you see one good thing, Remi Koka, like when they were trying to diminish Dangote the other time, you know, I'm happy. I think most of us here, we must have gone through operation management and we understand all this story about OEM, OBM, and all those jargon they speak there, and intellectual property. Because if you do operation management and you don't pass through intellectual property, I doubt. See, people think intellectual property is a big thing. Okay, look at me now. I'm a programmer. I didn't invent Java. I didn't invent Python. But if Rational might give me an application for me to build for him today, if I'm using Java, if I'm using or Python, despite I'm not the one that develop all those, but if I sit down, I design the application and I build my own library of code and I produce that in a handover to Rational Mind, it's my intellectual property because it's my brain to design it. Your design alone can be your intellectual property. Oh, cement, someone manufactures cement. Dangote didn't just bring his product out, he designed his product. Product design itself is an intellectual property. So when people start teaching us nonsense here, I baffle. You see one thing, I like the reference that Kulata was making to his MBA 2 decades ago. You see, one thing plays out in Nigeria today. You ask people to go and do MBA, they will say MBA is pure water. It's nonsense. Those are the kind of thing. Where even in undergraduate program, when they introduce something like all those operation management to people in engineering or some business courses or some economics. Oh, people say, oh, maybe I'm a mechanical engineer. Why should I do operation management? Why should I do economics? Why should I do some kind of business courses? These are the things we are saying. Education has to be encompassing.
Guys, Ola, do you have access to the one man give you access? Because I'll be leaving in about 26 minutes time from now, so I need to be somewhere.
So
I have access to. I have access, but I may just not last more than 30 minutes after you might have left. So it's okay. It's okay anytime you want.
Okay,
to, no problem.
All right then.
Look, here then, these are funny fair. See, they want to jackpot. See,
yes, they want to.
Look here then.
No. I can put you in the background. The only thing that, because in the like 10 minutes, like that time, my background will be noisy, so I don't want people to be disturbed. Because as I talk,
I'm still here till like 9. I'm still in about 20 something minutes from now. But
as I'm talking to you, if I tell you that I'm in a class, you won't believe.
You are in a class?
It shock you?
I mean, online class or actual class? Virtual class?
Who they go sit down for?
I don't know now. That's what we're asking you now. If it's a virtual class, we can understand.
Ni Ọláwà ni àbí kí ni Rational
Magazine. Gbogbo ẹni bá ṣe máa kà bá ṣe máa darúgbó nìyẹn bá ṣe á kàwé yẹn díjọ́ tá a máa fi lé ayé lẹ́ni.
ọmọ Èkìtì ẹ máa ń ka fóònù ìwé.
No, Rational Mind. That's how to improve yourself now.
I understand.
And I have tax credit for every program I do. So it's one of the ways to reduce my tax too, you know.
So all right. So guys, what do you guys see about what this guy said? This governor of Edo State about the $500 million annual importation of dairy products. I mean, that's the effects that we need in that country being siphoned. I mean, not really siphoned. I mean, being lost through that.
You know, the Rational Mind is not easy like that. You have to compete with the best competitor. China is so big in this area that you are talking about. Now look at our people.
So what are they doing that we cannot do? We cannot replicate in that
country? The problem is this: we have a lot of problems in Nigeria. Our electricity is not enough. Our people are not enough.
You know, Remy, it's not about electricity. In dairy, let me tell you.
Let me finish. Our people are not innovative enough. Our people believe in quick business and quick money. So that's why you guys are probably against Dangote. They don't believe in actual planning. Do you know how much or Nigerian people, businessmen, spend on importing ARA products from Asia? You will be amazed. But if you
What
tell
product
them
are you
that
talking about? Sorry, what product?
Rational might just made them mention
Milk, dairy product.
Oh, dairy product. I thought you said ARA product.
Remy, can you do?
In fact, that's why I want to Remy. Let me say something about it. Let me say something about this.
Sorry.
Everybody. Remy,
Go ahead,
hold on.
Thomas.
Remy, hold on. Okay, Simba, he has used the floor for you. But before Simba go on, please. Remy, I thought you understood what I meant. I mean, milk.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about ARA product, like the attachment for your
No,
leg.
that's not what I meant.
It's dairy, so I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Simba, you have the floor. Simba.
Oh, okay. You know, there are so many things that is wrong with our agriculture in Nigeria. Let me give, for example, these dairy products. You know, the type of cows that we have in Nigeria, the way we rear them, and the amount of milk they can produce in a day is very, very abysmal. Like, you know, most of the food that our cows eat, they spend a lot, they wasted all the energy moving from one place to the other, and they are not big enough. So the kind of cows that you can get a lot of milk from, they are not actually a native to Nigeria. But some companies presently, they are just trying to bring some of them, like the one in Kwara State, the Sunga farm, and the one that they are trying to do in Ekiti State. Then recently, about 3 weeks ago, another company started in Kaduna that they brought all these dairy cows that can produce each. In fact, they said one cow can produce up to like 30 to 40 liters of milk per day. What I'm saying is this: is that, but they are very difficult to rear because of the weather and the disease that is actually present in Nigeria. And they are not the kind of cow that you have to you have to provide food for them in their enclave, and they cannot be moving about. Apart from that, even in poultry production, you know, in Nigeria also.
Quickly, a good question. Just add it to what you are saying. Do we have this special grass that this kind of cow eat in Nigeria? Do we plant them, or we have to import them?
They are growing some of them in the northern part of the country. It's not something that is highfalutin, but the problem is that our people don't want to invest. All these the native ones, the kind of nomadic way of rearing the cows that we used to practice before. They see it as a cheaper way because they don't buy anything, they don't invest any money, rather than to just move this cow
and put it to the forest, right?
Exactly. But there are some few companies that are coming up now, like the Promasidor doing their own in Ekiti State. Then the El-Rufai commissioned another one in Kaduna State recently. But there's no doubt that we are importing a lot of dairy products. Even the one that we produce enough, like egg, we are still importing egg powder to Nigeria. All our beverages company like Milo, all those Bonfita, they are still importing powder egg. Meanwhile, we have a lot of eggs that are being wasted in that country. And the only thing that we
powder egg?
Yes, powder egg, yes.
How do you mean powder egg? How does it mean?
Dry egg that in powder form.
Are you talking about the shell or the main egg content?
The main egg, yes, that is what they use to. Yes, that is what they use in beverages.
Wow.
Beverages like Bonvita, Milo, and all those things. Even in.
So are you saying our local production cannot produce all the qualities?
We have. In fact, we have a lot of egg wasting, but we don't have factory that can convert this thing into powder form. That's the problem.
All right.
So, and when that is what even to Lake, so if somebody can invest in that, And it's something that you can make a lot of money. You won't be short of product. In fact, you don't need to go and establish poultry.
I'm interested in what you just said now. Like, let's assume someone want to produce you want to get a unit of a facility. Let's say you just have a bedroom. Do you have a machine you can install in the bedroom that can process some of these things? Just to
bedroom? Why?
No. Tonight,
you can put it in the barn or something. Bedroom.
No, wait now. No, tonight, I know why I say so. You know, I like small scale entrepreneurship. Now look at it this way. Tomato paste. You can actually use a room to produce so many tomato paste. Just a room. You just go and buy the machine in a room and you produce so many tomato. What I mean is, to all those one like the one to put in the rica, you can produce in just a single bedroom. You just have pure water.
Where do you put the tomatoes on top of the bed? All that tomatoes you are going to bring.
No, I'm even talking about where you install your machine now. I'm just giving an example. You understand? You can have a factory that as small as a small house. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You understand? Yeah, just like pure water now. You understand? You don't have to have facility like Coca-Cola to do bottled water. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now the other thing I want to say,
you see, this is one of the things we do. I think I want us to use this platform to tell our people, we that are in diaspora, that have seen how things are done in these countries. At least let us set the standard. I understand what you're talking about, that you don't need too much of space to be able to produce things. But like you give an example of this kind of like somebody just gave an example of I remember back in the 90s when late 90s, early 2000, when this what's it called, this pure water business was becoming a big business. I tell you, the backyard of one house like that, there's a soccer way on top of it. One small room like that, they were mass producing. They were doing pure water sachet and everything. They were bagging it. But then you see, the thing is, one thing is things like that, we should regulate it. On top.
You are right, but you can see that the pure water has been regulated by NAFTA a lot now. So in the beginning, it's always tough. Let me be frank with you. For every country that wants to develop, the beginning will be tough. You will see a lot of adulterated.
Many people still producing it. There's still people producing it in a very dirty environment.
What I'm trying to tell you is this. Like what the example you gave, it might be possible or not possible, but in the beginning, for most developing countries, it's always very tough. They will produce adulterated products, they will produce fake products, but as you have a regulatory body, now NAFTA are doing their work, NDLEA are doing their work, if everybody is doing their work, there's a lot of opportunity in that country that we don't even know what we have. We don't even touch
Remy, even in that pure water, let me say something about this pure water. You know, in Nigeria now, as Rational Man said, most people, they rush into that business. But now, it's not profitable for most of them again. In fact, a lot of them, 90% of them have left. And the only ones that are left now are the big players. They are big players. And
average Nigeria now, when they buy that bottled water, the first thing they will look up for is that they look for the NAFDAC number. And a lot of people from people or from the radio, they know that this is fake water.
When I was in Nigeria, you spent close to 700K to get that,
Yes, because the people are doing their job. So not every Tom, Dick, and Harry will just produce bottled water or sachet water like before. Things have changed. So
let me share experience. Simba, let me share experience. Why Sanusi came to the banking industry that time, that he was so sure that they were to go to create problem for us. Now, some of us, we started looking at what we're going to be doing. I moved into selling IT parts and doing IT services, even while I was in the bank before I finally resigned in 2012. Now, one of my team members, as I speak to you today, he went to that business too, but when he got enough money, he just went to Papalanto to establish a vegetable oil factory. As I speak to you today, the guy is producing vegetable factory big time. This guy didn't wait till he was going to get million. As a matter of fact, he was one of those people that was looking for dollars. when Buhari just came that time, that this guy did not even get dollar in official rate. But this guy still managed. I'm just telling you the humble beginning where the things go.
In addition to
now, wait. Remy, wait. The thing is this: when you go into a business and people see, maybe people are not doing that business, but once you go into that business like this, people that see you, they will jump into that business. As they jump into that business, some people with big idea will come and they try to show you, they concentrate the market and they hijack the market from you. But what people should know is that once you're able to succeed with your small business, you should look at how to expand that business. That's what people should be
doing.
doing.
As quickly as possible, otherwise others will come in.
Exactly. People will hijack it from you.
In addition,
so like what Simba just said today, I intentionally raise it because I know that some people can do what Simba is talking about in their flats. If they look critically, I intentionally said it because that's one of those things I want us to be discussing here. As I talk to you now, some people are doing tomato paste on their own. Even Dangote could not survive there, but those people that take the thing at small scale, there was a time I was thinking of establishing rice mill now. I wanted to establish rice mill at Alandi Ekiti and encourage farmers. So somebody, that I will just be rebagging. I just be buying from them and reprocessing.
That one you just mentioned, that somebody introduced that kind of business to me. Said, well, what I need to do is that you buy the rice from the farm. And
just when you will continue, Remy, I think a friend of mine, his brother, if I remember very well, went ahead and invested about 50 million in boiler.
Boiler rice, you mean?
No, boiler, so that, you know, at least boiler, so that they will use that boiler to boil that thing. They will dry it before they now feed the
Are you mean boiler? Are you mean broiler as in the kind of chicken?
Boiler.
That's why. Sorry, somebody is snoring under the background.
Yeah, I think somebody. Let me see who that person is.
Maybe Gideon.
Is it Gideon? Oh, it could be Gideon. Yeah, you're right. That's all right. Go on. So when you say broiler, you're talking broiler as in chicken?
No,
broiler.
boiler.
No, boiler. You know, on my boil leg before the padu, they call it padu of rice.
Oh, okay, rice. Okay.
So you have to boil it to remove the rice bran, from it.
Exactly. Yes.
So the guy invested about 50 million in boiler. So what the model was that time that we go to farm, you know, you will go to farm and buy all those rice when they were yet to harvest it. And you will harvest, and you even support the farmers to grow that rice. So you buy the thing from them as a box. So you now take it to your factory, you process. You know, you because you know what they used to do locally is that they will boil the rice and they will put it on and dry it to the sun now for some days. You know, that is why they used to have all those local rice. But this time around, the guy is now taking that thing away. So they will buy it, put it in your boiler. You have a person where be high-grade separator that will separate the stone from the real rice. So you boil, you dry, and you send it to where you put the padu. What you use on the horse behind that thing. So those are the things that people are doing. But the point is this: to come across idea is very difficult. Look at what Simba just mentioned now. Some people, they can go to the library from now till eternity, they will never come across it. You can stay in the library from now to tomorrow, they will never get. So that is one of those things that I like in this forum. Look at this thing now. You will find out that some people, if they listen to this thing, they can easily pick it and work on it. And you'll be surprised. Now, when some people start making their money, you know, they say, you go do money ritual now. You know, some people, they are very they say they go make money.
In addition, I know a guy that he started planting tomato on one plot of land, just on only one plot of land. And this guy was like, everybody will go to him to buy tomato. He won't sell to us. But he has his own business plan. He went to ShopRite in Ibadan and he started selling to them in Ibadan. And they said, oh, this what you are giving us is not enough. Can you find a way to give us more? Because Ibadan is so big and a lot of people buy tomato from ShopRite. What did he do? Because it's very opportune to have a brother in America. He talked to his brother talked to his friends all over America, and they were able to chip in 20 million naira. Now, he bought 2 acres of land and started planting tomatoes. What I'm telling you is a real story. This guy is now the only sole distributor or provider of tomato to ShopRite in Ibadan, in Ekiti, and also in Osun. 3 states. So his business is growing very fast. So You just have to call, and this is the person that went to you and studied Greek economics or all these Greek major or something like that. So the point is that people in abroad, if you just visited and just stay in your abroad, you will not know that you're also missing a lot.
There's a lot of opportunities in Nigeria, and the Nigerian government actually funds. How about this? I wanted to ask about this catfish thing. How many do you people know anybody that is making money from catfish? Because I know somebody that said.
Let me tell you, I'm here.
Oh, no, Simba, I want to be your manager from today because you are coming. I can draft a lot of. I can come and meet you in Saudi Arabia or Nigeria.
Let me tell you one thing, Remy. I was even watching YouTube one day. There's one popular blogger in Ghana. They call him Wade Maya or something like that. That was yes. This guy went to Kenya and saw this lady. You know all the apples that we used to eat in Africa, they are imported from Europe, and it's only a little ones that are planting in South Africa. You know, this lady started planting apple in Kenya, and you know when he interviewed this lady, if you see the way this lady she was talking and was saying, I'm a millionaire, and she showed us her apple farm, and to my dismay, this lady was telling us that she's selling a seedling of apple for $10. $10 a seedling that people are buying from all over Africa. That she also do consultation, that she had some farm in Nigeria that some people have already consulted her, and that she come and they pay her for consultation and all those things. They will fly her. You know, there are a lot of opportunities, believe me. And it's only in Nigeria. Most East African, you see people living US, living UK to come and start farming, do all those things.
To Nigeria, I don't understand. If you look very well now, more Ugandans, more Ethiopians, they are just living to Nigeria. They are moving en masse. And all those our neighbors, we are talking about all those Benin Republic, all of them, they are pumping to Nigeria for businesses.
In fact, what I wanted to do in my compound, I wanted to do.
Nigeria is busy jackpotting, and they are busy coming here.
Yes, we are jackpotting about. They are coming to your country, and before you know it, they will say, Ethiopia take over Nigeria, Uganda take over Nigeria.
Ethiopia Airlines did this.
Remember, Ugandans are like Indian people, okay? They are like Indian people. They are moving to they are marrying our young men easily. All of them say, Nigerian men are the best. They are marrying Nigeria. They are moving their mass to Nigeria. They are all over there on YouTube and whatever, on TikTok. So where you don't see opportunity, they have already seen the opportunity. They are moving to your country. Now we are leaving our country. We are going to Japan, to America, Canada, and the rest. And sooner or later, if they started taking over your...
I think our problem is that we just like any salary. We are not innovative. We're all looking for green, what they call white collar job, so that we just be getting monthly salary.
Remijo, let me tell you about something. Simba.
Okay. You see, sorry, you see, let me just take Simba what you just said concerning we're not innovative. No, if you look at it, we do better when we go outside Nigeria. A lot of us, when we get outside, we become business owners. We do better for ourselves. It's just many years of being in that country. You know, I tell you, agriculture is not the only. That's not the only field that one can venture into.
Yeah, you're right.
You might be good in agriculture or whatever. There are other areas. So if I have a future in that country to become
quick question for you. You become business owner in America. You become business owner in Canada, but you still like your country.
Do I still like my country?
Yes. Even if you're an American.
Yeah, I'm from.
But all the money you are getting, you are still putting into that economy in America.
Exactly. I mean, I would do that because
you are not putting it to Nigeria to let Nigeria. We also have a lot of blame to blame ourselves.
You see, you don't know. You don't know me. Maybe if you heard me on this platform, maybe other platform, you understand. I've ventured into some business in Nigeria. I've ventured into logistics, hauling stuff.
Yes.
But I crashed. My business crashed.
Not only you, everybody. You will crash.
Hold on. So I lost millions of naira.
Not only
yes,
we ended up selling.
Me too.
We ended up
So,
selling those
we have
vehicles.
to learn, okay?
Banjo, alu gbogbo ẹ̀ ní Banjo ni. So, and then we came back here to America with my tails between my legs. So what are we talking about?
But you know that is normal though. Businesses
that is
fail.
it
shouldn't be.
Go back there and invest.
If you ask Dangote today, he will tell you how many businesses has failed that he started.
Everybody have a story.
I just look at what Simba said now. You know, I find one egg powder making machine for $150,000. You know, it's a complete set, complete production line.
That's what you get at $150,000. Where did you get that? I assure you, I can get it below $100,000 for you.
Even there is one for even 3,350 because we are talking of the capacity.
I can get
right?
a more cheaper one for you.
See, Simba, about innovation you are talking about. See, let me tell you something, Simba. Innovation is not that easy. That's why you know when some people go and do master's degree in innovation, entrepreneurship and innovation, some even will graduate without even be able to innovate any jargon. You understand? See, I went through that program. We all know that we can't blame Nigerians for that because sometimes your Bible says people perish because they lack knowledge. What you don't know, you don't know. What they tell, see, that's why that education is so important. When they pass information across you, that is why we say training matters. Look at what you just told us today now, for example. How on earth, other the heaven and earth, like die will have and known what we just said this evening. You understand? It will tell the people in the industry to come out and tell us the need of that industry for us to know. That is why education is key. Is key.
The thing about let me just add something about innovation in the context of Nigeria. That's why I think we should not necessarily blame Nigeria that much. The environment we are operating in is that, like in the Nigerian universities, they carry out research, but mostly this research is barely for the Nigerian government. When they do it for foreigners. And when the outcome of that research happens, it's often for foreigners. And even when it's for Nigeria, the Nigerian government sells it to foreigners. Because in the end, if we don't, let's say we wanted to act stubborn and don't want to sell it, one, we don't have any way of using some of those research results to innovate in the context of Nigeria. Or they could decide to sue you and say, somebody in the West has already done it before. So then what are you going to do? You want to go to court with the UK or France or the United States? Good luck with that one. You're not going to win that case. So because of the international TRIP, they call it the TRIP protocol of the WTO, they control intellectual property rights worldwide. So if one side says, that stuff you did, we've done it before, then you have to go and challenge them. And Nigerian government don't have that energy. So you can see that even when there is innovation in Nigeria, it's not going to amount to anything until we get to a certain threshold size in terms of development of our economy before innovation. Even China, when did China start inventing stuff? You know, it's like that.
No. To Nigeria, the problem we have is this. Remijo. The problem we have with this, see, the area of our innovation, it just varies. When you look at fintech, tech generally, you will know, I mean that software, all those things that have low entry, entry, that the barrier is very low. You will see Nigeria, they still find their way there.
Sorry, I'm going.
But they are being bought up to now.
Okay, no problem.
Thanks.
So you thank you, Rational Mind. You will see the where we have a low barrier. You will see our people, they get into that place. All those our entertainers you see, they are simply innovation. The way they innovate our music industry, our moving industry. So you can see that when Nigeria have that type of backing, they will definitely innovate. Now, come to the one that Simba is talking about now. Look at, where did I do when you do graduate program here? It depends on school, not all school anyway. There are some school you go to. I don't want issue. I will have mentioned a school now that even if you go from their master's degree to their PhD, you may learn nothing because you just do offline, you just be talking, you just be passing exam. I did that type of graduate program in Nigeria, a supply chain. Complete. So when I did that, good economics, you learn a lot of things there. But at the end of the day, in fairness, it was after while I was in this program that I registered my first business. In fairness, But what was I doing? I was selling IT. I was selling IT products, right? I was selling IT products. Then I still supported a bank before I even left. Good. But do you know the difference from what I did there? Yeah, that of Nigeria added value to me in sincerity. But when I did the 1 year again, it escalated it because I didn't even know whether I was even doing master's degree program or I was even consulting for a company. You understand? Because you will be what type of program will you be doing that the business case you are handling is as good as live and direct as you are consulting for a business? You understand? Okay. You say you are doing economics, for example. You have already started looking at a country economic model, and you started even giving some kind of solution. You will go on some immersion. They will a company, maybe they group you like 4 or 5. A company you can go from America to Germany. You are spending like 3 or 4 days. A company will give them the problem they have, and from there you just gather together and write, and overnight, you work night and day, and you produce solution for them. You give their recommendation from before you left that place. So it's totally different from Nigeria. That okay, they will teach you economics in your exam. You say, what is economics? It's a program where they don't give you economics. They will give you open book exam, and they will say, okay, we give you 72 hours. We give you like 120 hours to go and finish it. You will go back and you sweat and sweat as well, because this thing is a live scenario. You can't cheat. You
I
can't
know,
cheat
I
because
know how this is. Except now that there's ChatGPT, though, they will take time. They will be careful about that.
No. Even in my MBA program, you can't use ChatGPT because your team member will be your problem, because they are not going to take rubbish from you. Because look at this. Because
Okay, so you are talking about group exercises now.
Yes, group exercises.
Okay. Yeah,
You
of
understand?
course.
Your team member will be on your neck, because not everybody just want to pass. So people are there to learn. You understand? So when you do all those things, by the time you finish that program, you know you finish program, because and then, like I said, it depends on the school you go to. There are some school here. The initial school that I got, in fact, I ran away from that place because I know at the end of the day I would just waste my money nothing. So start searching for the top schools, the way they handle their things. You will know. So
are you talking about the US?
Yes, whether US or Canada.
Okay.
I don't like UK because I hate the citation. As long we have it, I don't like this. I don't like the citation. No. I hate
UK. We are UK is like an elite, because when people that go to UK and go to the US and the other, they tend to give them preferential treatment, even if it's undeserving when you think about it. But it's just because they are from the UK. All these Americans, they feel like they are like more clever or intelligent. I must say the UK, they are quite innovative. Yeah, but what can you say?
To Nigeria, if you attend, if you say you want to attend the accounting, you want to do master degree in accounting in the US university, for some schools that I know, you will think you will be doing accounting, right? Then you'll be entering into that program to receive the shock of your life. What am I saying is this? As an accountant, you are supposed to use Excel, right? You use Excel, but they start teaching you Python. They start teaching you database. How to your accounting, you are doing IT job to even design this data model for whatever accounting you are modeling, and you start using R. You start doing the normal thing that the normal programmer will do in an accounting, master degree in accounting. So when you look at that, it's totally different. Okay, you say you are doing accounting and you started doing machine learning in accounting.
Yeah, because they are taking you one step further into the current trends, isn't it?
Exactly.
They move very quickly with the trends.
Exactly. Let me shock you. During my MBA, so I picked a business analytic module, and that business analytic module, by the time we started doing machine learning. You now build model algorithm for trading, algorithm for marketing. So those people in my group that time, they were crying. Even me, that I came from background, from technical background, I was sweating.
But when you say build models, do you like train them based on data sets, or you just design algorithm and just call them a model? I don't know how that works.
In some situation, you have ready-made algorithm that you don't really need to, to this thing. But then you have to write your code on your own because you have to clean your data. You have to know, you have to know that you take appropriate input because there's what they call cost of dimensionality, in the sense that if you have too much input, sometimes you overtrain yourself, you overtrain your model that start giving you false result in production. So just look at that. When you use how to analyze, you now write code in Python. You now write code in Python. So when you do all those things, you start looking at how accurate your model is, because sometimes you may be required to deploy your model in the production environment to see how far you are doing. So now, in those days, you are saying you are doing MBA in Nigeria, for example, and someone will be giving you that. I'm sure they will be doing it maybe in this professor, this light skin professor that owned the Lagos Business School, Patutomi. Maybe they'll be doing it in his own university now. But I'm just telling you, in my old school, you cannot do accounting and you escape Python program. How you want to do that?
Almost everything you do in the West, you have to get into computing. Then when you get into computing, you have to do some element of programming.
Exactly.
You can't escape it anymore these days.
All accountant, they will know how to use SQL. They will know how to use Python. They will use how to use R. You be writing. If you are good enough, that programming you learn there is enough for you to do some basic thing in a web development. Because already they give you the basic. So that's the type of education they give you. So at the end of the day, how are you not going to innovate? Okay, when I finished my MBA, I came out with a lot of framework. Before, even while I was working, even despite I was leading a team, even to write memo used to be a serious idea for me that time. Maybe a memo that would take me, let's say, or no, a business scale like take me, let's say 2 hours now. Before, it might take me like 4 or 5 days. I'll be looking at what happened. But going through the program, we went through some kind of a framework. That framework, it breaks everything step by step. Okay, define your problem. What do you want to achieve? Put it there, all those things. Before you know, you add everything together, and business case is ready 2-3 hours. What I used to use 2 weeks to do before. So those are the things. When you look at the type of education you have, you will see the reason I like United States education when you compare to United Kingdom. I remember when I wanted to do my master's degree in computer science, for example, Bath University of Bath.
Bath University is good.
Yeah, I know it's good, but once I see dissertation, it's a red flag for me. I will just because. See, when I tell people laugh at me when I say I ran away from PhD. Those are the kind of things. I know that PhD, I will not. I'm not even sure that I can pass anyway, because even looking at that thing alone, even trying to start it.
Is it possible to fail PhD? How can somebody fail PhD? You have to be completely useless to fail PhD. The reason why I say that is because PhD is basically investigation of a specific topic and innovate, a kind of find out new knowledge and break ground in that topic. So it's like saying, I want to learn more about machine learning in a specific area, and you did it for how many years, and you write a report on it. To fail it is really odd. I don't know whether anybody can fail something like that.
I think I will fail, or maybe spend like 10 years to finish it, because you need your see this is the way it is. Master's degree, very easy to pass for me, because education is like hobby to me.
Yeah, you look like you're the kind of person that likes to answer questions, set type of questions, but how about investigating stuff and finding out new discoveries and innovations and innovating this thing? Oh my God, is that what you're talking about? That we don't know how to innovate?
Exactly.
That is not odd, but that's not odd. Though. I can innovate too, not me. Maybe you can't, but I can't.
Yeah. Is it because in medicine, in fact, even at a undergraduate level, we still do all those research and all those things. thesis. I have masters. I have masters in public health. We also do dissertation. We do thesis.
See, Simba, you see, if you see the life of those people that are my friends that are doing PhD here, I don't envy them. I see how my family. I want to enjoy my family. I want also. I want to go on holiday. I don't want.
You see that one I don't want to innovate now.
All these school that you are going to, what do you are you just doing it just because you're enjoying it, or you have something to use them for?
No, it helps me because in most part of my life, it's more like I work as a private entity. You understand? But if things become too tough, for example, I look for a job too. But where it is possible, I prefer to stand on my own. Right. So the thing is this: as knowledge is okay. Look at it this way. There was a time when you say you're a web developer now. If I go to one of these freelance this thing to pick some job, if I quote you for like 4,000, a person, one boy from Nigeria, whether it's just 200 level, whether it's mass comm that is even doing, but as technical skill, he can just come to the I do this thing for 300.
Exactly. And the India guy will come out and say, I will do it for 150.
We can't compete here with those guys there.
So if I had
the thing I will build for 4,000, they build for you 300. I can't compete. So how do I deal with these people? So I have to leave their web development for them and look for something that is so tough, like machine learning. You understand? Artificial intelligence.
Oh, even machine learning now, they are all there now.
Exactly. They're all there too. Now
they are buying their laptops and
you now be talking of cloud computing. Before you know, so the thing is you have to be one step ahead of them at least. By the time you finish that program now, you say you want to make money here. Before you even make your money finish, they don't saturate the market already. You have to jump again.
If you want to get one ahead, this is step ahead of them. You want to also go into hardware programming, and that is where most people fall down.
You have to be proving yourself every time, so just to be relevant.
The thing is this: do you know why I like degree? I don't like certification, like where all this Microsoft. All this I don't like. So look at it this way: some people will go to boot camp, and some people will go to boot camp of 1 year. They will spend like 22,000. Okay, why will I go and do boot camp when I can do master's degree in computer science for $7,000? Why will I need to go and do boot camp for 22,000? That is a loyalty.
For 22,000, what are you studying? Why would you spend 5,000 for any software anyway?
Because you know all these bootcamp people, you know what they do because they have link to the industry. Now
okay,
there's a program here now. They call it the apprenticeship style of software development. Now there's a school here called Bow Valley College. This guy wants to train you. It's a 4 semester program, and this 4 semester program is what I can finish in 4 or 5 months. 4 or 5 months. Now they will still it for 2 years for you. Now, look at the way it runs now. After your first semester, the second semester, they will look for one of their partners where you will be going there and you'll be helping them develop applications. So as you are learning in the classroom, you are applying what you are learning. So by the time you finish, it will almost be difficult for you not to get a job because you've already worked with them for 3 semesters. That's like almost 1.5 years. So by that time, you there. But you want to go and do your own from Udemy, all those stuff, you won't have access.
Yeah,
so
you won't have access.
The alternative you have now is that if you go to university, a well-recognized one, so they have this career session there that they work with some industry too. So what you are doing there, you'll be able to have a link to this. So I prefer all those things to just picking people will say DevOps is what is trading now. You go and do DevOps. You can do DevOps and look for a job from now to eternity after doing your certification. Cloud computing is what is training. You go and do that. You can look for a job till eternity. I don't get it.
Have you heard of the quant programmers?
Quantum computing.
No, quant. Quants. They are like quantitative analytic researchers or analytic people. They tend to work in the financial industry. And those people are paid.
Research generally is both of quantitative and qualitative. I can do research, well, don't get me wrong, go. No, research.
Oh, no. This one is different. This one is very different. This is something else. This has to do with fine, and it has its own special kind of mathematics that they use, and but they are paid very, very highly. We're talking about in the UK where they are paid. They are the highest paid C++ programmers I've ever seen, or Python programmers. They can be paid in excess of 200,000. Some of them 150. 300,000 pounds, and so if you want to go into those other areas, that's the area you can go into, and other people will not catch you.
Let me tell you a lie here. In United States of America, there are some principal data architects that earn like 800K a year. If you're in the US, in the US, there are some cloud computing specialists that they earn close to 500K in a year. No, you know, cloud computing. People make mistakes. There's a difference between a cloud computing specialist that we just do some VM for you and develop VM for you and just attach storage and put your OS. And no, there are some people that what they do is to program interface and to integrate storage. You know what I mean? What I mean is that
you talking about like Kubernetes and all those would do all the linking of
no, what I mean would do is, okay, let's say you to Nigeria now have a company. Maybe you invest in, let's say, 1,000 servers. You want to be providing cloud computing service to customer. Then let's say you bought some Dell Edge servers. Then you now where to go and invest in NetApp. Then you invest in some Cisco router. There you invest into. So some people are the one that they are going to write your application that will integrate all those things together to form their cluster.
Yeah,
you know, those one they are not those people that just provide the VMware, all those things, but because they are the one that even build the core of your solution, your IP.
Yeah, they are very, very highly paid, and they also have to have knowledge of this in online, this is security and all the rest. So they are, I get what you mean. Those ones are high level.
People like that, they are the one that they don't sleep. That maybe you think you've done for the day and you want to sleep. 1 o'clock, they just ground.
A multi-billion-dollar company can be hanging on their shoulders. When you see those other people, my goodness, they make a lot of money, but they don't look it. They make a lot of money, but they don't look like they are making that money because there's a lot of responsibility.
To Nigeria, until now, I hate software development. Until now, I hate software development because software developers, they don't have life. It
depends. It depends on the type you do. You know, if you do like the type you are talking about now, those ones where a multi-billion-dollar company or multi-million-dollar company, they will be resting on your shoulder. If anything goes down, it's you they call on. Then that type is just too much. I think you're not going to have a life. But if you want to just, you just want to come in, do your 9 to 5, you can do that. You can even work from home. So
the people that work for FANG, FANG is the thing, where Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google, all those things, Apple, those people that work for those, you would think they are the premium one, right? Because some of them, when they get entry jobs, some of them maybe they can give them sign-off fee like 50K, and they say, okay, your annual pay is like let's say 150. Then they say, okay, they are going to give you 70,000 stock. You would think that's where the life ends, right? But there are some small one that will even give you better. You understand? So now, when you now work for a startup, that is where we're allowed, because you may not know rest, but they will pay you, but you may not have.
Startups are always very jittery. They are a jittery organization. Yeah.
Although by the time they have issue, they ask you to go. Already you've become multi-billionaire already. But maybe it's 3 years to put in this thing, but that 3 years, man, it will be as if someone went to prison.
It's like that. It's like that with this industry. But it's a shame because I've not really participated in this industry. Even if I understood it a lot, I have not really participated fully in it because I moved to other areas. But it's good to hear that at least you understand this in the context of Nigeria, though. We don't tend to do a lot of server and data centers in Nigeria. And I think that's also one of the topics that is going to be coming up very soon. I think we should have been talking about this a long time ago. There is something that we know.
To Niger. I think what some guys are doing in Haiti, Nigeria, maybe because they are just developing all these app for
Yeah.
transactions and they are making a lot of money from it. Like all
Oh,
this
why do you think you
OPay.
are not seeing people rioting on the street? Many half of them are working for overseas companies, and the other half is looking to travel to jackpot overseas. That's why people are not protesting that much. When I asked on the panel the other day, I said how many people are working. There are Nigerians there. I said how many of them are working with any company related overseas. I was shocked the number that said. One of them said, I am personally working with somebody overseas. Some of them are teaching. Even teachers in Nigeria are teaching people overseas because they can do it online now. So you can see that there are a lot of Nigerians out there that is not accounted for in terms of unemployment because they don't capture them that these people are actually working, but they are not being captured in terms of the Nigerian state itself. So there's a lot of there's a lot of things going on in Nigeria that the Nigerian government don't pick up. And even people that talk about stuff on panels, they expect Nigerians to be completely irate and angry, and because you don't know, half of them are working overseas. They are working for. I know somebody that I used to work with in Nigeria. Within a year or so, he's not even finished university. He's already doing internship for a company in the US in machine learning. So you can see how quickly things change with a lot of Nigerian youth. 5 years ago, when I was in Nigeria, that was not the case. When I gave somebody an opportunity, I say, okay, you can do this stuff. You will see the way they approach it. They're like, oh my God, I'll get the opportunity to do this stuff. Now it's everywhere. This is something that the change that has happened in just 5 years is so significant that many people are not picking up on it. I have picked up on it because I'm involved in tech and I've talked to people on the ground and I've worked with them on the ground. I've seen the change that has occurred. You can barely find good Nigerians now that are ready to work with you, especially based on Nigerian salary price range. They work with you based on Western price range because they work on Upwork, they work on Freelancer, they work on so many sites, some of them directly to Western companies. How do you compete with that? Nigerian companies are in trouble because of it.
Even somebody like Ola, I don't know, because I have like two friends and all they are doing is just selling data. They have this I don't know how they do it. They are instead of they will go like the internet that I use in my house now. I'm not using all this MTN. It's only I will buy just little data. It's only if I'm away from home. For me and my family, we have a company that is just 10,000 naira data, unlimited for a month, and the guy is just making a lot of money because a lot of people subscribe to him. And in fact, he fixed his antenna inside my compound because he's my friend. And schools, even not private schools, are not, they subscribe to him, and the guy is just making his money.
Wow, for 10,000 naira.
Believe me, 10,000 naira. That's what he just gave me.
I'm using 30,000 naira in less than 2 weeks in Nigeria.
You see,
20,000, not 30,000, 20,000.
like I tell you, one of those things I like you see the way I share it, the business idea you brought this evening.
Which one? To do tomato
that
farming
powder
inside
egg.
your room?
That powder egg. Yeah, I'm telling you. See that thing. Don't be surprised that some people they will hear that thing and they will work on it. That's the way it is. Like that guy that
And Ola, there is a lot of markets. Let me tell you what they use powder egg for. They use it for biscuit, all these biscuits that you are eating, biscuits, chocolate, beverages, Milo, Bonvita, and all those things. Even all these cookies that they used to do for children. You understand? Even the people that makes cake and all those things, if they get powder egg, they will not use the fresh one because that one they will easily mix that one better than using fresh egg. But I don't know why.
Just use the fresh one then? Why is it fresh one not better?
No, because
for beverages,
processed powder now, beverage like you want to produce milk.
My concern is that sorry, let me just highlight this point. I think that's something you want to pay attention to, because my concern is that some of the things we are going to copy from foreigners, it might do us damage, because there are so many things in the West, right? That you know that too, if you're in the US or in the UK, that there are things that they eat here now that is beginning to pose a problem to their health, to the point whereby the generation now, they are projected to have a lower life expectancy than their parents' generation.
To Niger, before you were born, they've been using this thing, all these Milo, Bompita, your mother gave you right from cradle. They use powder egg for it.
After I have Milo, then I go on to have akpu. I go on to have akpu, pounded yam, or soup, and all that.
You want to tell me that I don't drink all those beverages?
Hold on, not from Milo to Indomie. Then from Indomie to another form of Indomie. You see what I mean? There's a difference. And I've seen so many Nigerians that have ulcer now. That's another new thing. A university student was telling me the other day that many students in the university have ulcers. I said,
no, let me tell you, this powder egg, just like powder milk. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's just the same way. It's just the same way. It's just like powder milk.
Do you use powder milk in America?
Comes raw.
Simba, do you eat powder milk in America?
I have powder milk under my desk as I speak to you.
Is that the one you use instead of liquid milk?
No.
Yes.
I have powdered carnation milk as I speak to you. You will see part of the content.
Is there anywhere in the world that you don't take powder milk?
Hold on, that is not the answer. In America, do you use powdered milk regularly instead of the liquid one that you buy from the shops?
And I told you, and I'm telling you that I have carnation powder milk as I'm speaking to you.
Right. Okay. I guess you are one of those Nigerians that refuse to change your ways. Because they have fresh milk in shops, don't they? You are not using them.
No, look at the way it is. It depends on the way you eat. A person like me now, I maybe only gari I want to eat now. Maybe I just put like 4 spoons of gari and I put spoon of milk because I don't eat so much. That's something about me, and I'm a kind of person that
carnation milk.
I'm not comfortable when I had done weight, right? I'm not comfortable.
Even to Nigeria, there's no way you can even eliminate powder milk because even all these infant formula, the one for children, they comes in powder form.
Yeah, it's true. What I'm saying is that we want to learn from mistakes of others and do things slightly differently when we are innovating this time, because there are so many things that they have done here that they are trying to shed now. This is why you have organic food and all the rest of stuff. We have organic food by and large, but recently I noticed that we are eating a lot of Indomie, and we are already hearing reports that there's a lot of health issues that are cropping up in Nigeria. Even our pounded yam is not real pounded yam anymore. We are using
to Nigeria, our own problem. They get many problems. Okay, let me tell you something now. In Nigeria, when I was in Nigeria, this is what I did do, and I didn't even know that I was killing myself that time. It's later that I know. I can go to a joint and buy gizzard, a plate, and I can eat like 4 plates before I leave that place.
Hey God,
you don't see, you see the rest one now. Inside that gizzard we are talking about, right? People go come, they go use salt and pepper, kill them. And you know how much sodium you are consuming just at the spot, and you go come put beer again. I come put. See, there was a time I did my blood sugar test when they say I was deprived. I was like faint, because when you give me some kind of air signal, something like this, I take it seriously. I don't joke. You know, to the point that I bought something at home to be monitoring my own blood pressure. I don't joke with all those stuff. Yes. Even when I think that my equipment is not working, I will go to the free one that's very close to the medical.
That's the right attitude, I guess. You don't want to take chances.
It got to the stage I went on 3-day fasting, water fasting only. Just to I guess Dr. Simba and this other doctor, what's the name of this guy? Babati. I asked you now. I asked her that, okay, what about fasting? That Babati was just saying 24 hours is safe. Because that time I was even ready going on like 6-7 days, like this, because anything about my head, I don't joke about it. You understand?
That's good.
So it's
but what I'm arguing is that in the context of Nigeria, we should not joke with Nigerian and the next
people are
generation.
eating something that are killing them in Nigeria. That is exactly what I'm talking. Our attitude, our eating attitude. The way we just imagine someone that will sit down and be competing with a carton of beer. Someone will be telling you, I finished 1 carton of a beer. You are finishing yourself.
See, but the deadlier ones is the ones that result in diabetes. But Nigeria historically has been doing very well in terms of diabetes ranking in the world. But recently, I think that's beginning to change because of the kind of
it's affluence that is causing all this thing. Let me tell you what used to happen to people. You know, we call this intergenerational malnutrition. You know, when something that you are when a woman is pregnant and that woman did not eat good food, did not have a balanced diet, the baby will not have will not develop as the baby is supposed to develop. The cells, both in size and the numbers, will be reduced. It will form a complete human being. No, it will form a complete human being. But the numbers of cells that it's supposed to have and the size of the cells will be reduced because of that malnutrition that the mother has. So let's say, for example, that child is born and that same woman does not have enough to give this child at birth. That malnutrition will continue. But if peradventure this guy grows and was able to make it in life and want to enjoy everything that it comes his way, his body is not programmed to entertain such affluence. Do you understand what I'm saying? Well, hey, because they are not they are used to fasting, as Ola is saying. The cells are adapted right from the womb to fasting. Then by the time you are not giving them more than enough nutrients that they can cope with, that's when all these cardiovascular disease, all these diabetes, hypertension will set in, and obesity. And you kind of obesity.
Is there not an evolutionary aspect to it, whereby human beings generally are not designed to consume so much carbohydrate or sugar at such short notice time?
It varies from human being to human being. What you consume that will not cause a problem for you will be a problem to me because of our makeup. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I understand what you mean. There is a sliding scale now, but there is a level that if you go, no matter how much resistant you are to sugar resistance, that results in in diabetes. If you abuse it too much and you don't do a lot of exercise, you don't have any
There are so many things that can account for somebody developing diabetes. It's actually hereditary is there. There are some genes that you have to get. So it runs in a family. One. Then environmental factors also plays a role. And some kind of disease also play a role. So there are three things that plays a role.
But nobody's immune to it. If you eat too much, no exercise, and all the rest, you're going to get diabetes.
Even some people, they can eat a lot of it and they might not develop diabetes. It depends on your body.
Yeah, it's a sliding scale, but nobody is truly immune to it. If you eat too much,
if you consume too much of everything or anything, there might be a consequence. But let me give you some examples. Like, for example, when we are growing up in Nigeria, we tend to have in Nigeria that you eat breakfast from home. And then when you go to school, after about 1 or 2 periods, you have a short break, and then you eat lunch at school. And then later, what we are trying to say, like here now, I develop an habit that I always cook at home, or I make sure that I eat at home. Because if I want to continue to eat a lot of processed food here, which I don't really like, so it also depends on your culture. I mean, your food habit. Because some people like a lot of processed food. But if you don't like it, if you are still preparing food for yourself with a minimum, for example, if I eat at 6 o'clock, I don't eat anything again. So because I want to keep my shape and I don't want to be too over bloated, or I'm not even over bloated to be frank. So it's also depending on your eating habit. What do you eat? What do you consume? So like Simba said, the food you consume also, like in Nigeria now, you see a lot of people, they will eat gari in the morning, eat eba in the afternoon, eat fufu at night. If you are eating all this solid food at night, it's very difficult to digest. How much consumption do you consume? With all this food, you now put beer, you put your malt, you put all of this, and you are not consuming 1 or 2 or 3 bottles. You are consuming a lot of bottles every night. So that is why you see life expectancy for some young men in Nigeria before 50, they're already gone. So
and they don't watch. But one habit I've seen in Nigeria that I tend to like is that when they eat, like in the afternoon, you see them. There's water right next to them. you don't often see like orange juice or Coke or any of those things. The fact that they eat with water and they are eating something that is not necessarily sweet, like could be having okra soup with amala or gari.
It's also
That is
depends.
relatively balanced.
The point is about if you are eating dinner, you should eat light food, not all this heavy food, because you eat heavy food, you are not burning anything at night. So for me, for my evening food, I don't like to eat all of this.
But the people that are doing this, even you rarely see them having all this or non-communicable disease that we are talking about. You go to village, how many people in the village have hypertension? How many of them have diabetes?
Because they are not
they
into
burn
all
it,
this trouble of life.
they get their work in. Many of them, they do a lot of physical activity.
Exactly, they will burn it. By the time they wake up in the morning, they will go and burn those things.
Yes,
Because they are not jumping from one office to the other. They are not. They are not sedentary.
I remember my primary
and they
school,
also eat healthier
I
too.
usually walk down to school and walk back home. Although my father can take me, but my mother refused. I have to walk down by myself. And I have to walk down every day for nearly how many years? Almost like 11 or 12 years like that. So, but nowadays, our children, you take them to school, you take them back.
Yeah.
So, like, you prepare a lot. So they are already spoiled and no exercise.
They will abuse you. They will abuse you if you don't go and pick them. They will be crying.
They will be crying, you are not a good father. But when we are so, and when you tell them, do you want to eat? Let's prepare lunch. Maybe prepare for them. No, they are talking about
take away.
Indomie.
Indomie. That Indomie one drives me crazy. Get on with it already.
Processed food, Indomie or spaghetti. That's all. Indomie spaghetti, or if you like, take us out. I want to eat pizza. That's it.
Take us out, pizza. Oh my goodness, children.
You know, one thing is this: I run away from processed food. That's one thing. You know, I like legumes. I like cereal, but not processed. You know, and I like unripe plantain. I like yam, all those stuff. But if you get Indomie, if you put Indomie, let's assume I buy a box of Indomie, you can spend 3 years in my house.
It's not for our generation, to be frank. So that's why maybe we don't like it.
Because those things, they don't have enough fibers. You know, they just make you. They make you get
and they have
exactly. What you just mentioned is very, very important. Fibers, and that is why, in fact, where I work, you see children, they have a lot of diabetes in children, a lot of that, because they consume a lot of sugar, and most of them, they are very lazy because they are very comfortable. They don't cook. Most of them, they patronize all these fast food joints, and then even in their children, apart from even the diabetes, they also have this obesity. You see a child of 10 years that will be weighing 60 kg, 10 years old, 60 kg.
Wow.
Even more than
and they don't breastfeed. They don't even breastfeed at all. Right from the one, they will be giving all this cow milk to their children. And you see them, you know, I don't understand what is actually going on in the world.
They are all getting asthma.
Exactly, you got it to Nigeria. Exactly. In fact, I can say about if you have 100 of their children, about 80% of them have allergy because they are exposed to foreign protein right from birth. Do you understand? And so they are in fact, there was a day one of them was actually giving us a lecture, and he was talking that in Africa that we have diseases, infections, and I told them, I said, which one are you going to take between malaria and asthma? He started laughing. Can
I ask you what Simba just said now, guys? Sorry to Nigeria to interrupt.
It's all right.
Simba, you do know that if you give a child cow's milk at 5, you can have low MCV levels, right? That is macrolytic anemia, which will lead to behavioral problems and cognitive delays. So why do they do that? Cow milk is not good for kids below 5.
And you know what they do is that it's actually not real cow milk. Fortified. They've already fortified it. So they fortify with a lot of iron. So, and that is why it's actually predispose
nice,
children
but
to
if you already have
microcytic anemia.
Yeah, but if you're already genetically predisposed to having that, why would you want to go that? Well, that's crazy. But go ahead. Sorry.
It's laziness now. Nobody want to do that again. But how many women want to breastfeed these days? That's it. It's laziness.
They have breast pump.
Is there any substitution for breastfeeding?
They have all these pumping machines that will pump.
You know, the problem is that if you are in the Western world where I work, most of their women, they don't work, and I see no reason why they should not breastfeed.
They are afraid that their breast should not surge or something like that.
Exactly. That's why they don't want anything, and they are very lazy. If you see them, they will put this milk inside the feeding bottle. They cannot even hold it. They will use pillow to support it, and while the child is lying down on the bed.
I think that's very, it's unhealthy. It's quite unhealthy not to breastfeed too, because like even for the woman, because you're supposed to get the milk out of your body anyway.
Let me tell you, breastfeeding also it prevents a lot of diseases for both the child and the womb and the mother. Ovarian cancer, cervical cancer, even breast cancer. And that is why you see in developing world where women breastfeed, they have less and less of all these diseases.
You are right.
But so there are a lot of things that are doing. There are a lot of disadvantage of this westernization or modernization. That to me, I would have preferred the kind of life we are living in the 70s and the one that we are living now. Believe me.
That's what we need to learn from. We need to preserve the good things and take on the new ones that are good for us too, because there are good things that we used to do before that we should preserve. It's very, very important, and I see a lot of them being eroded already.
It's very difficult to preserve to Nigeria because
Do you guys know that there's a research that they did
have changed a lot of things?
That they discovered that it's actually more beneficial to walk barefooted than to walk with shoes. Anyway,
out of that.
And we're breaking it down.
Mike, you can do something. You can wear your slippers at your home for a whole day, and then
Mike, can we put that to test? Mike, can we put that? Let me have you go to Arizona during the summer time and go and walk barefooted, and let's see what happens.
No, I mean,
during summer now, go to Arizona and go and walk barefooted.
Your leg will burn.
No, what I'm saying, I mean, I get it. Like, what they're saying is like all the time, kind of like they're not saying like not to wear shoe at all, but they're saying like when you spend more time being barefooted is very good, There
is this concept there's this concept they call earthing, whereby they feel like they said if you walk barefoot, you are connecting yourself to the air, that there's benefit to the blood or something like that. It's related to what Mike was saying that.
There was this doctor that
like
so many
you
things.
should go and walk on a hot surface.
No, it depends. I think it's on the comorbidity. Like if you're diabetic, you know how people wear socks in the house. Like if you're diabetic and you have any PVDs, peripheral vascular disease, that's beneficial. Or if you have any fungal issues on your foot, you should.
No, this one they're talking about how the entire body joint connect to your feet, the balance of your feet. Like that is very essential, very important.
Mike,
people stand flat-footed,
Mike, have you done like that? What is it called again? The Dr. Scholl's test, where everybody has some kind of feet deformity. Like you stand on it and it will tell you the kind of sole. They will create a sole for your feet that you put in your shoe for that adjustment to balance your body when you wear shoes. It's called Dr. Scholl's in America. It's a machine in the store.
But the main point I'm trying to make is that the modernization, everything, there's a lot of negative effects.
Because people are buying shoes because it looks good, not because they actually.
Even the smart this thing that's going on today, everything's smart now. Smart this, even now, they are trying to do robots to deliver. I'm like, human being will become useless eventually. Like this smart, everything they're trying to create now. I mean, I get it. It's fancy, but
so here, Mike, what you are saying? Sorry to interject. Here, there is a robot, a machine now that's very common here, and you can see this machine on the road. You buy something from the grocery shop, and that machine will bring it to your home. You can't believe it. The machine will stop just like human beings.
They have it on BT. You don't even use it now.
It was like, oh my God, this is unbelievable. So people are extremely lazy people to go to supermarket. Just get the machine.
On this university campus here in Houston, University of Houston, they have this thing that now it delivers food to the students. Like now, you don't even see the students out of their dorm anymore. Like this thing I see thousands everywhere all over the campus. They put the food inside. and he
How many
goes to
before for
he
back
goes
to
to
back?
deliver the food to them. So I'm like, dude, when I was in that time when I went to U of H as well, when I was in school back then, I mean, we go to this thing to go and buy the food. But now that thing just drive around to go and deliver food to the students in their domicile, you know. I'm like, yo, this is ridiculous. Like, I mean, what the hell is all this, you know? I mean, they're becoming smart, everything smart, but they don't.
But you guys, don't you think? Exactly? Tonight, that's what I'm saying. And a woman be, as Mike said, we are going to be very useless, and a lot of unemployment. We just because our population is increasing, and we are using robots to do most of the job that women been supposed to do.
You're wrong. You're wrong. What happens is you just go to it's the same thing when we had computers come in the early 2000s. It will create a new market. Anytime you have innovations, some jobs will go away. Like imagine what happened when people were screaming that, oh, yeah, you remember yellow books, your address page now, and you had Google search. Over time, those will create a new market. Post office will go away. You will have new opportunities to latch on. So that's just the way it is.
Yeah,
So
but the
once
area
AI
of AI that is very concerning. I just saw a discussion between an AI scientist and the journalist, and that was very disturbing because listening to the AI scientist talk about it, she was trying to minimize the dangers, and you can tell what she's saying is not true from the point of view of reassuring people because they are talking about regulating it now, and they are worried now that AI could be so intelligent that you know how the gap between an adult and a 2-year-old child is. The gap will be far more than that compared to human beings.
AI,
And
this is the problem with AI. If I'm going to be objective, what the problem is that very part of human beings that makes us innovative, we become docile and dormant for a long period of time where we don't even think anymore. We just assume that AI will figure it out. You know, where you just sit down and think about new ideas and innovations, that very part of human beings will be dormant for years because there will be no need for it because AI can do that thing for
but
you.
that also amplifies the dangers. What they are talking about is that if these AIs go on to become a highly intelligent, more intelligent than human beings, their intelligence will increase more rapidly. That's exponentially, and they don't sleep. They can share information immediately. When one is it's not like one human being is intelligent, the other one is dumb. This one, all of them will be intelligent all at
What
the same
if they
time.
program the AI to be racist again? Racist AI.
No, Babati, let us even take it down to the basis. You know, when we were in school, we use 4-figure tables. You know, children these days in school now, they can't work, they can't do ordinary simple arithmetic without
They can't
looking for
even graph
calculator.
anymore. You just press one button on the. When I first got to college here, you know, in Nigeria, we would map and graph everything. When we got here, they gave us all these calculators, and you just push one button, it will graph in
Yeah,
calculus class.
for me,
And
that part is not the
yeah,
problem because nobody is
Mm.
asking you to find out how a circle you obtain the pi value of a circle anytime you want to use it because you innovate and you add you add knowledge and you forget others. The point is that the challenge now is that we are building something that could be extremely dangerous and coupled with, let me just add one other technology into it. They talked about the neural link that Tesla is putting together.
Mhm.
That neural link now is supposed to be able to read human thoughts. That is dangerous alone in terms of being able to extract what you are thinking and sharing it with others. Then now what they were discussing was that what if they can use it to control the human beings because the experiment has already been done that it can be used to control people's impulses. This as it can just as much as it can take signal, it can send signal into the brain too.
So it's not one way where they are reading. It can actually transmit to your brain as well.
Yes.
So it's two-way. It's a two-way.
Yes, it
Wow,
can do
that's
two-way.
bad.
It can
That's
do
bad.
two-way. So now, coupled with AI and all this is coming on stream, and the lady was like, "I go to labs all the time. I see people doing all this type of stuff. That is scary stuff. The future is looking in such a way that
Do you know?
we in Africa we are not even ready at all for it."
Do you know that America was just calling China and saying, hey, they have to make new regulation that they can't use the AI to be launching nuclear weapon or something like that, something attaching it to nuclear, launching and things. And they say because it's too dangerous, that AI cannot be in full control of the. And now they say news that came out that Russia was using AI to be launching weapons to shoot down Ukrainian plane and things like that. I'm like, dude, if this thing take over nuclear weapons, they may, I mean, something may happen when that shit will start just launching, you know. So the way they are going, just like you said, to Nigeria, we don't know.
It reminds me of Mike.
It will scare Babati. You know, even in medicine now, you know, they don't want even women to carry pregnancy again. They want to be incubating baby outside.
Simba,
So what will be now be the role of human being? I think the way we are going, we are going to destroy ourselves. I think that's just the conclusion.
By in the next few months, I'm going to be finishing a 7-month training in robotics and cardiology. So for the past 7 months, we've been doing robotics in cardiology. Like the new hospital they are building right now, almost done, is AI compliant. So when you come in, there's no need for any receptionist to see you. All those things you just touch and go, and whatever is going on with you, the triage is all gone. That hospital is like it's a 30-floor hospital in medical center. Is AI compliant. They are ready for what we're talking about. They are ready to go.
What does AI robotics or AI cardiology? What do they normally do? Are you like a doctor or something?
Yeah, I work.
Babati, do you work in Houston Medical Center?
Okay, don't let me disclose my location.
That's the largest medical center in the world.
When you're talking about robotics in cardiology and this in AI, that looks like a sophisticated environment.
Yeah, so pretty much, you know, this idea of opening up people, closing up, and all this stuff. So it's you can literally just do invasive like LASIK surgery. So instead of having like surgical techs work with you in the room, you can have your anesthesiology work with you. You have your doctor there. Maybe you have your residents there, and the helping hand will all be robots. Very precise, cut here, cut over there. You know, so pretty much you are working with robots in the room. You don't need humans with the doctor. So I can just come in and work with a bunch of robots, and you're laying there on the.
From what you've seen, how long will it take before the robotic arm shoves you out of the operating theater and say, "Let me do the job"? You clumsy, clumsy human.
The robot will start slapping your back like, "Come on for road."
Get out, you clumsy human.
Do you know what's crazy though? I'm not in. I have a friend that works in urology in Dallas. They do in Parkland. They partner with them. In urology now, what they're actually practicing is you can have a doctor that lives in a different location operate on you, and it's not even in the room, and you just work the arm. So you can even have non-present doctors work on your body while it's not there in real time. 5G with just robotics in the hand, we just do it.
Yeah, that remote operation, isn't it?
Yeah.
You see, Sunanja, you mentioned something earlier. You say, we Africans, you know, they are leaving us behind, this and this. Maybe it's a good thing though, because we are just learning to go first. See how they see where the thing will lead them. You know?
You see how this guy wants to wallow in ignorance? He said that's not the comfort.
See, to be honest, sometimes we always say Africa, we are just this back. Maybe it's a good thing that we allow others.
Mike, let me give you one. There's one. Let me show you one. There's a bed in the hospital right now. If I have you lay on the bed, just lay on the bed. You know how they have all this telemetry on you, reading your heart, everything. The bed does everything, reads your heart, everything in real time. So the bed knows you, the way you are behaving, how your heart is functioning, your brain, and everything. It will just calibrate everything, cause the right person to come look at you in real time. So it's a different world. I can't. They should have opened it, but because of COVID, it was kind of delayed. But I look forward to working with other people, and it's going to be crazy. I know, but it is what it is.
You, as a doctor, do you feel threatened by all these innovations?
No, I'm not.
Make his life easier.
No, do you know it's I'm going to avoid more lawsuits and going to court or having lawyers, because now it's evidence-based practice.
Yeah.
As opposed to word of mouth of calling my fellow expert to come and, this is what the expert, no, this is what you see what AI is presenting here. So we can all see this in real time.
No, but whatever, if AI did a mistake or do a mistake or something.
No, that's why you still have human interaction to override. So that would be, they have to make new laws for that. What do I override? What can you not override in terms of, I don't think they're there yet. They can tell you okay, this is what we think, but you as the human still have to implement that or decide. Yeah, you can override based on your expertise in that area. But I'm happy for what it's going to do for rural medicine. That is amazing.
I think in time, AI may actually put quite a lot of people out of work. Even doctors will become less relevant because already they are building systems that are superior in terms of diagnosing different these conditions. So, and if operation is already being done by robotics, and we know AI can also do that job, it's a matter of time.
But
less relevant.
And yet, before that time, I will have tired.
Don't be too sure. Don't be too sure. Nobody saw
exactly. You know, Babati, you are being selfish. You are being selfish by that.
That's the problem. Our people. You go say by the time you go happen, we don't go there. What about your picking?
No. I mean, when is he talking about? I don't think in 40 years' time, it's not going to be up to 40 years' time before a lot of doctors may not have a lot of jobs to do anymore.
I have a question for both of you. What do you think about chips, implants into body to read? Because I read something recently that I say that true. They call it there's a pill that with this pill there's an implant in it that it can tell you when you have to take your medicine and something like that is one. Another one is that they implant a chip into your. It can be to your wrist or to your head or any part of your body. And this chip can read your medical situation.
They've already had that for years. We do that. We do that for people like how you have live vests. Live vest for people that they can go in cardiac arrest. We have that all the time. They can be in their house and we can be reading their hearts in real time.
Yes, exactly.
And if anything happens, they can deliver shock automatically like that. So they've been doing that. The only difference is that the chips are getting smaller.
Yes.
Before it used to be like obvious, like somebody has something like a pacemaker on or whatnot. But now it's just becoming smaller, like a TV back in the days is some smaller and fatter and more efficient. So that's just the difference. But it's always been there. It's nothing new.
The area that for me, I think this century may actually people think it's going to be all about AI. I think AI is going to be all the fad maybe till 2030. But the one that is going to endure, I think, is this in bioengineering, and they have this new thing now they call regenerative this in medicine, whereby they use stem cells, genetic engineering, and all the rest. Those areas are going to expand and get ready because all these old people they are not going to die anytime soon, and many of them are going to outlive their children. Or no, they are not.
One thing I want to say that I really like is the payment solution using your eye to pay. This is very common in Asia, in China.
Can I shock you? Can I shock you one thing? Can I shock you what they have now? They can literally put a glass. It's a new. Maybe you guys have not seen it. They can open up your eyes. They're going to put a mirror between it, right? And it gives you a 20/10 vision, and you can see almost 15 feet sharp, like the same thing you will see within 2 feet. You can see it 30 feet out.
How do you mean? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Are you talking about a form of contact or some kind of glasses you wear?
No, into your eyes.
Contact is on top of your eyes. Literally.
Yes.
Now, so they will just take up any medical lingo. They will just take up the top layer of your eyes. Behind that, they will put that mirror and it blends in, and they will now put your eyes back on top of it.
So you can see longer distance.
Are you talking about LASIK? The LASIK procedure?
No, it's not LASIK. It's literally like an implant that can be programmed where you can literally I can put color there. I can design it different way. Do you want to see?
I've never heard of it. Do you have a name for it?
Let me try to find. It's a new program coming up. I've
never heard of that one.
It's not in the market yet officially. But it's like for people that have like glaucoma issues or
cataract or something like that.
So pretty much.
With cataracts one already done now. They just take your.
I thought you had saw.
Just to block the dirt. It's not necessary to remove the cataract.
BT, I thought you were talking about augmenting the human side or enhancing it. No, not necessarily just trying to cure something.
You know glasses where you wear and they tell you, do you want 4K like sharp and all that. Now you don't need glasses. Pretty much next 5 years, they will not need for any glasses anymore.
Okay, is that lens? I think it's the lens one, and the lens therapy. Is that not the one you are referring to?
Remove your
I think
eyes
it's the
and
lens
put it.
therapy. I've heard of that one.
They put it behind, but now they can actually program it to. They can customize it to your taste depending on what you want. You see very soon. It's
the medicine is just that one is more.
Okay. This is my
they are going to reverse aging. They've already done it in mouse. They are reversing aging in some organisms.
We are going to become spare parts in the next 10 years. That's just
what you mean spare parts.
No. Let me explain. Like, have you seen that? Have you seen this movie? What's this movie called in the 90s? This Tom Cruise movie, The Minority Report.
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember when eyes was the main thing? Like you buy eyes on the market. Like, that eye is bad. Or somebody looking for, you just go and buy a new eye. We are fast becoming spare parts with robots and AI, where they can make new kidneys for you without even transplanting anything. Just buy new ones. Oh, you need two eyes over there. You need one. Okay, we have one over there. So we just be switching. So people will be living longer now. They won't die because one part of the body is terrible. Just replace it with something that's grown from your own body.
There is the idea that that the first human being that will live past 150 years is already born today, and for me anyway, by my own calculation, that's if the world doesn't kill itself. That person has unlimited life, because in 150 years time, the kind of innovation that will be available if the world doesn't regress will also extend our life even further and further into the future.
That affects many things. Even look at what's going on in France now. They have to raise the retirement age because people are living longer. So if people are living to 150, 160, who's going to be paying for the retirement? Who's going to be paying for their social security?
Robots will be taking care of us by then. We'll become blobs. Robots will be doing everything. Then AI will put us out of our misery.
I think the welfare system is also overstretched in Europe too. So they make people to work more.
Because they are living longer. That's why they have all this medicine.
So they have to also live more. They have to also work more because the tax system is so heavy.
But that's my point. If you now have what now people can live to 100 or 150, who's going to be paying to fund that?
But living
Babati and Simba, sorry. Babati and Simba, I want to ask you a question, please. Now, if they do, is brain transplant possible now, right?
No. The one they had that they did, it was a head. They moved one head to another. That person
okay.
That was in Italy. Was it 3 years ago? That person
did succeed.
That person lived for was it 16 hours before? Yeah, let me find that. Yeah, they literally moved the head.
If they move one head to another, what happens? Will the person be thinking like the
owner? No, like they moved the head of an older person onto a younger body, and that person was technically alive in medical terms, not like what you would describe alive, but they were active, alive.
Okay, will he be thinking like the owner of the head or like the owner of the body?
The owner of the head. Oh, Jesus
the owner of the head controls the
body. The body doesn't think now.
He's just curious.
I only chicken me out. Don't say body didn't think.
I was discussing with my wife. I said, okay, let me ask the doctors in the house. Because he said we started with okay, if they remove someone's eyes, that you thought maybe it be seen what the owner of the eyes will be seen. You know, like some people when they donate their part of their body, because it's a requirement if you want that. So when someone dies, they can quickly remove some part of the body if those parts are not dead.
Okay,
so we're not discussing that. Okay,
to answer your question, that was done by a doctor, a neurosurgeon called Sergio Canavero in 2017. It was in China. He did a head transplant. Now he wants to do a brain transplant, but that one I remember it was 2017. Head transplant. He actually moved the head onto another man's body, and that person was.
So if they do brain transplant now, they will be thinking like the owner of the brain. So
yeah,
yes.
Wow. But the problem with the brain, you know, we have different types. Different aspect of the brain. So it depending on what will be the reason for doing brain transplant. If it is maybe this person has a stroke, it can only replace the area that is affected. You understand? But it will be very, very difficult.
Babati, I have another question. I know that a Nigerian doctor in the US did this operation, removing a woman that was pregnant for some 6 or 7. I forgot the month old of the pregnancy.
Removing the child, do the
Yeah, I
operation and replace
remove
back.
the pregnancy and put it back. Has any other doctor also tried that one, or is he the only one?
Even that one, I don't know why it became sensational, because you can do it even right inside the womb. You can operate a child right inside the womb, not even bringing the child out. I don't know the reason why I brought the baby out. You
I
can
think
do
maybe
it
because
right
it
inside the
have
womb.
been done inside. That's
Really?
why they had to bring the child
They,
out.
they do
Yes.
a lot of things. They do a lot inside the womb during. They do many things with the baby.
But this one, he brought out the womb, brought it out, and do the operation and put it back again.
Yeah,
I don't
because
know
it
why he
probably
did that. Or maybe it's the media that made
operation
it to
needed to
look
be
like
done.
that. There are so many
Hey God, how I see it's only because probably the medical case was there that the baby has to be, or the fetus has to be brought out to be operated upon. Otherwise, it's not possible to do it inside the womb. It's not everything you can do inside the womb now. That's the thing. Maybe that's why. Otherwise, why is it? What you want to joke with a baby's life or risk the mother's life just because you
The
want
reason why I asked this
media
question
attention?
as medical doctor, do you think this is a simple operation or quite difficult? Because it was a story
Yeah,
all over.
no, that's a tough. I'm not. Swingback can better speak because it's into pediatrics. So, but that's complicated, hours long surgery, 14, 16-hour surgery. I wouldn't.
You do such operation when you know that by the time the baby is born, that condition, that congenital abnormalities that child has is not compatible with life. You know, there are some form of congenital heart disease that baby can survive right in vitro inside the womb, but immediately the baby is delivered, the reversal in the oxygen exchange in the lungs and the heart changes, and that baby will die immediately. So such a baby, once the condition is diagnosed, then they have to do the operation before the baby is delivered.
Hey, Simba, since you're a doctor and Babati, what's this? Okay, in this organ transplant, what's this demand for the organs of the Africans, like the black people? Where I'm serious, like
We
you
are
guys
cheap
have it.
now. When
Somebody
we are
was
cheap,
telling me
what do
that
you
maybe the Africans are the best organs or something.
Okay, Mike, this is true about you as a black, and you should be proud about what I'm about to say. The spectrum, human spectrum, we have the best and we have the worst. So anything in life, think of it about human beings. We have the best people and the worst. So you're gonna have the dumbest people in Africa and the most blunt person in Africa. So the spectrum for everything is in Africa. So the richest brain, the poorest brain, the tallest, the shortest.
Actually, they said they did a research that they were finding.
So basically,
No. It's not as if we have a superior organ. No. It's because of poverty. And it's just a form of another form of slavery. Because there's no,
particularly Nigeria. Some people have turned it to a real big. They just now they're taking people.
Some people are selling it on their own.
Sorry, I thought it was okay. That was the economic side. I was just discussing the genetic part of the reason why we are like the top price, because even your body itself is just genetically, I won't say superior, but rich. The likelihood of you getting a good sample, like sample size, is very it's very rich in Africa. But in terms of the economic part of it, yes, of course. I had a friend, Chime, that we went to school in Nigeria. This guy somewhere found himself in Singapore. His friend invited him. This guy slept off only to wake up and his side something was missing. And they took his kidney out. He said you know what happened? He just slept. The guy didn't, only to find out that they had sold his, and I had to go do my own research. Turns out it's very common for people to lure in their friends or people that they know into those Asian countries that are Nigerians, and they do the same thing to them. Like they do just, drug them or do whatever and take their kidney or whatever out without even them knowing at all.
And the friend ran away.
I mean, it's like you move to an area, you are illegal, trying to hustle in an environment where you don't know anybody, but you might, okay, it's an Igbo guy, but don't let me make it like a tribal thing. But that was the whole thing. So like the horse on this side.
There was this law in Nigeria that was being negotiated, and I don't know how true it is. This guy was going around talking about it, that the Ekweremadu and some Nigerians that were in this panel of senators basically sold Nigerian people's organs to foreigners. That these international companies, some of them funded by Bill Gates, came on to Nigeria and said we are not allowed to do certain things in the medical area. Then they put certain clauses in the regulations that regulates organ donation, like when you get into hospital. And then one of the key regulation was that the doctor that is in the hospital is in charge of deciding whether the organs can be given out in case of an emergency.
It's not,
so that's the key term that he said leaves everything open, because you need the consent of the person you want to take the organ to normally donate, take the organ. But in this case, when there's an emergency, the medical doctor in charge can decide for the patient. That is what he's calling
organ transplant. In Nigeria, organ transplant is not an emergency.
Yeah, but in the anybody can go into a hospital and the doctor declares it's an emergency and takes their organ give it to some other person. That's what the law is implying.
No, it doesn't. They have a transplant team. Because I remember in school, I actually wrote a paper about transplant, because what happens
for Nigeria.
No, I didn't go to school in Nigeria, but
that's the problem, though.
Okay, Nigerian situation is different, but it's a very long. People actually wait on the queue for organs. It's not just there's no yet. It's a long line. If you have money, you can jump lines, but it's a very complicated process. It's not as easy as just saying I need something right now and I get it. No, you must go through a process in America. Here, Nigeria might be different, but that's crazy to me. But people are making money on that black market in Nigeria. But I'm saying that the people losing their body organs are not even benefiting from it. People are exploiting.
Even Babati, even this banditry that you are talking about, most of the people that are kidnapped, it's not everybody that they kidnap that they take ransom. Some of them they kill them and take their organs for sale.
Wow, I didn't know that. Wow, I didn't know.
They said it now. Okay. That's why I brought that question up. They said that's going on rampantly in Nigeria, especially in Nigeria. Like they just
was drugging people, kidnapping them for this, and it's crazy. I don't.
They said right now it's like a big business in Nigeria. Some gang that just
like I said earlier before, Nigeria is not doing the right thing. We need the total reform in our police. How can you go to a police station? They don't have computer. They don't have nothing. They don't have nothing. Everything just manual.
Even Nigeria airport is the only airport you reach. They are still using pen and pyro to write your information.
Police community. They don't know people who are living there.
Paper and pyro in airport too.
Not having is by design. Listen, the only way you can cut cross on that space is to limit human to human interaction. Even the train from Lagos to Ibadan, they're still using cash.
That is corruption.
Yes, because if you put a tech or app or something, they can't steal money now. So why would they want computer there? No, they want that human to human interaction that they can collect money.
The people that are supposed to change it, they are the one benefiting, so they don't change. You see that Lagos airport never makes sense to me. Every time every time I come in, you guys still haven't figured it out that you need to use computer now.
No. They are using computer at the new Lagos airport now, because I went through it in January.
No. You just came back in February. Are you kidding me? No, maybe in some small area, but no. When you arrive now, Biro, the guy they there like this, they collect your information on Biro and paper. They do. When you arrive now.
But when you arrive, they take you to the old international airport now. That's where you are arriving.
We have two international airport in Lagos.
They take you to the old terminal. Sorry.
Old terminal.
No, it depends.
Maybe the new terminal. I don't know.
The new terminal
depends.
If they are accepted, you are not arriving at
No.
Once you arrive, they take you
to it depends on the airline. They only have two using the new one now. So it depends on the airline.
I'm telling you, the new one is just for you to depart. For you to arrive, you ask everybody is still taken to the.
And once they still wearing all this khaki uniform in the airport, they just look. I mean, the rest of the airport in the world, they wear this thing. I look nice, look decent, but they still wearing all this khaki uniform. One wears soja uniform. I'm like, Well, can you guys just present yourself well? I mean,
Or
your
only
airport is your first
maybe
impression.
Qatar, maybe Airpeace and one of their airlines. If you want to depart, you go through the new terminal, which is quite good. Everything is fine.
Yeah, in Nigeria, it's like we have no shame. Like, I mean, we travel all over the world. Like, you reach different airports. It's like everything is similar.
You know what?
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you reach, when
Until
you
they
travel through airports,
commercialize those terminal, it will still be like that. If they don't
Forget
commercialize it,
Mike, forget what. Even look at Ghana airport, man. I'm like, wow.
yeah, you know,
Ghana, of all
the
places. I'm
international
sorry,
standard.
but
The process, you know, everything is just so similar. All airports you go to is very similar. Every country you go similar. But the moment you land in Nigeria,
so
even
know
the
what?
toilet going, you have to pay for toilet paper in the airport. It's like, I'm
the
like, what is this?
odor, the smell at the airport is terrible.
The smell, the roof is leaking.
Everybody knows the truth. Just like
the
what
ceiling tiles is from 1970. They haven't changed it. I'm like, come on.
just like what Babati just said now, that the police, they don't want computer. Everybody do, because they still want to eat out of the set. Why are they fighting every time that they don't want things to change at the airport in Nigeria? It's because of corruption. Until you have a very courageous guy that will commercialize that airport away from there. The only work for does the custom or immigration is just to stamp people in and out and check.
You know, Tinubu travel to France all the time, all these serious airports. If he doesn't, it's one of the things. If it doesn't change, it's just basic things like that. I will be disappointed. I won't even I'll be disappointed.
So see this same.
You know, and airport is the face of the nation.
It's the
If you
face
have
of the
a good
nation.
airport, it gives a first impression for any foreigner
It's the
coming
first
to your
impression.
country.
Anybody that come, like that's the first impression. I'm afraid to invite my foreign friends to Nigeria to follow me because I'm so embarrassed. Like the moment they land in that airport, they will be like, "What is this? That's a shit."
Mike, next time when you are coming, don't come to Lagos. Go to Abuja. Abuja
I
is
know
far,
Abuja
far,
is
far
a little
better.
more, but we think I don't even deal with. Now I used to do Abuja before, but I don't like dealing with other part of Nigeria anymore. I just deal with Yoruba land because they are this thing, the kidnapping, all this rubbish. I just those or not.
No, you check when you drop. Okay, maybe because you can drop in Abuja and take a flight back to Lagos
Because
and
Abuja
drop in domestic terminal.
not so far to Ilorin now. If you are taking Abuja, unless you take a flight from Abuja to Ilorin or from what I'm just trying to say. What I'm trying to say, the corruption is there. It takes a bold and courageous leader to change that country. I want them to commercialize all those airports. When you commercialize them, things will work perfectly okay. And their immigration and custom is just stamp in, stamp out. It's very disgusting. When you even want to depart from the old terminal in Lagos, they will just cramp everybody into that place. No AC is working.
They will just the way they don't even have customer service. They don't know. I mean, like the way they like Nigeria. It's like
Mike,
we just need to retrain people. Like the way they will talk to you. The way they this guy now I learned. He gave me paper. This thing filling out. I say I didn't have a pen with me, so I was asking him. I say, you're a traveler. You don't have biro. You're supposed to. You're a traveler. You're supposed to have biro if you're a traveler. I'm like, that's the way he talk to me. I mean. Like they just don't know bad attitude. The people don't know they are not professional. Many are very lazy. They sit there. They're just. I mean, I'm like, what is this?
And you know, when you come in, they want you to fill that paper because of the corona, blah, 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 like that. But still, they are still helping some other people because those people already give them money or they are waiting for them. I have to shout on the custom officer at the immigration officer that day. And when I shouted, they don't know me, so everybody quickly do their work.
You know another thing. They hire too many people that don't even do anything but stand around. I'm like, okay, and they are all underpaid. So I'm like, okay, you overhire people, and you are underpaying all of them. You hire 20 people for the job of one person because what you see is you see one guy that's doing the work and he has like 10 people behind him just standing there, like they are dead. They don't have business there, but they are all employed. I'm like, now all of them are all underpaid. Just take the salary of those 10 people, pay 2 people and pay those 2 people. Now they are they are well paid, and when they are well paid, they don't have to think about stealing. They are not hungry to try to be corrupt. You know,
people that work for custom and immigration, I don't think they are underpaid, no matter what.
They make money.
Those guys, they look hungry, man. There's one. I mean, they will look hungry. There's one chick that
Mike, let me ask a question. When you go to the passport office in Nigeria, how many of them do you think actually do anything in that office?
Nothing.
They don't do anything. They don't do anything at the passport office. You just see a bunch of them. People, I mean, I went there to collect my passport. They were still working till 8 o'clock at night. I'm like, oh my, they must be really working at it. I said, oh, God, forget. The kind of money we are making here, we don't even.
Is the bribe money that that's the money they are making now? They rely on the bribe money.
If you want your passport in 2 weeks, you pay 35,000 or something like that. If you want your passport in 1 month, pay within 2 or 3 weeks. They said pay 20.
The Lagos airport, once you land like this, they will first hold your baggage for ransom. Like, okay, we need to see your baggage. Like, not one person, the first guy will hold your baggage for ransom. You have to give him some money to let you go. One start you want to say, we need to see what's in your bag. Go, okay, let's see that. You go see what that. Okay, open, let's see. You go wait, you go, they hold you. So that way, you go give him money. You can't not know the game. The next guy go say, let me see your passport. You go hold your passport. Say, guy, I want to go now. Oh, guy, you know that. He go say, oh, guy, you know now. I say, you're holding my passport. You're holding for ransom, Abi.
Mike, if you are first traveler, they will do something like that. But if they flip your passport and they say a lot of stamp and a lot of visa or whatever on it, they're already shaking. Do you know what happened to me? Once they do like that, I know they give CC. I become Obi immediately. They speak big grammar. They know like people where they speak big grammar at all. They don't want trouble. So when
the moment I figure them out now.
What happened to me was that when I got to, because my luggage was so heavy, so I have to take some of my food stuff into my backpack. And they said they want to check my backpack. Is the final check. So the guy said, this is a packed beans and a packed semo. He said, because these two, it's not allowed to be carried on carrying luggage. I should have checked in. I said, well, the reason why I put them is that my check-in luggage is already over the weight. And I said, okay, what is going to seize it? I said, you want to seize it? Okay, take it. I just said, take it, and he took it. He took the semo and the beans, and I just go and collect whatever. I was walking. He could come and coming back. Say next time, Oga. I said next time, Oga, come and take it. I don't really mean it. I said I don't care what is semo and beans. You go and eat it in your home. I even abuse him. And he gave
Nigeria, the entire system is just for people to come and ride and milk.
Because if I don't do like that, if you are just the one, you just tell you, say, give me something now. Like give you what? Give you what money? I don't like it at all.
Remy, I would advise you don't start fighting them. They show me something.
No. Mike, you don't give up to them. At least I was in Lagos Airport 3 days ago, and when I got to the custom, the guy was saying, "What is in my bag?" I said, "It's ordinary clothes and shoes that I bought for my children." He said, "They want to check." I said, "If you want to check now." Then when you look at my feet, just say, "Go." They will not check. So if you are panicking or you give them opportunity, after that, he was not saying, "Hey, won't you give us something?" I didn't even look at him. I just carry my bag. I said, "Are you done with me?" He said, "Yes." Okay.
But they will waste your time now. They will keep you there for a while.
No, they will not waste your time. You know why? You are on a queue. They don't want you to disturb others because they know that you are a bad market. Once you argue with them, they know that you're a bad market. They will quickly pass you so that the queues behind, the one they will be able to exploit, they will exploit there, so that it will not cause.
Simba, they are also afraid. They don't want to be transferred from that airport. So sometimes they don't know who you are. We're in the age of information.
They don't know. So what you do is act like
hidden camera to record.
Exactly. Two things you do.
When you give them, you just giving them free money every time. How many people are you going to give money?
What you do is when you reach there, just talk like you are somebody that connected to their talk. You just act like, okay, you, what's your name? Kinikon. You just talk like that. Like, what is your name? Who employs you? Or something like, who's your, are you on that? Who are you on that? When you talk like that, somebody's on a person. Hey, they go.
Mike, listen. But that's the problem. Why do I have to talk like that? Why can't I just?
That's what it is. That's what we are saying. It's unfortunate. That's where we are in Nigeria.
I think, Babati, what they are exploiting is our impatience. Yes. Nobody can force you to get money from you. Believe me. I've never given anybody.
Like that is what we are saying.
I've never given anybody any money since I've been traveling for more than 10 years now. I've never given anybody money in that airport. Once you know you are not carrying anything illegal and you maintain your distance, there's nothing anybody can do to you. They cannot prevent you from traveling and they cannot seize anything. Once your luggage, you carry what is lawful.
they can't force you. It's just like just waste your time, you know. Just
even the airline too. We want to even extort you sometimes. Like it happened to me. It happened to me. I was traveling with my family. We're coming to Canada, so I bought a ticket so that to return to United Kingdom to London. So, but one of my child didn't have UK visa, so I were going now. The guy on the counter was telling me that, but I shouldn't have bought return ticket to UK because my kid doesn't have a visa. Well, I asked her, say, how is that supposed to be your business?
Yes.
You understand? I asked him, how is that supposed to be your business?
They won't give you a reasonable answer. They will say, okay, wait now, you will see. Let me come out, can you come? They will just argue and they will be like Pansa. You know how Pansa, you know how Pansa talks. Like you can't get you talking in circle.
Mikey, so Pansa came here today. He's honored that I dealt with today. So
I have a question.
They will manipulate the conversation. You trying to present facts.
Wait now. When
Allah was the victim of Pansa today.
In fact, I think that was even too diplomatic today. You should have give fire to fire. So if not,
Rational man was taking Pansa aside. I was listening now.
You know him now. You know he's a contrarian now. He always flip. Rational man will always flip too. But I have a question for you guys, if you don't mind. If we do an overall of the civil service, percentage wise, how many of them do you think do we really need? Half of them, 30%, 40%?
70% of them will be relief of their job.
Let me tell you the root of the problem.
And I will shock you. I will shock you for that statement. See, we need more civil servants. We are not. See, our civil servants, they are not overstaffed. The problem is, are we using them as appropriate? Okay, let me start now.
Okay.
Okay, do we have enough nurses in Nigeria? Do we have enough?
No, of course, no. That one is
we are discussing
civil service. Let me tell you the root of the problem of civil service.
Artificial civil servants.
It's the hiring process that's the problem. Because everybody that gets hired is through someone that's there. Now, party system, they're used to hire. So, you understand? So, first of all, you have like incompetent employment.
Professional, not the professional.
Exactly. They are not, two, you are hired through someone that knows someone that knows someone. I mean, everybody's connected. So that means if you get in trouble, all you have to do is,
cover them up easily.
If you do exactly, because you were hired by...
No, Mike, wait, time out. Who changed my name on this platform? No. What was that? Wait. Ola, was that you?
Not me. It wasn't me.
Oh, what man is playing games behind the scene? I think that's what's going on.
It's not one man. It's not one man.
Mike, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So what happens is the hiring process is like through connection. So if you have an entire system where everyone that gets employed is through connection, meaning everybody's connected to everyone. So now you get hired, maybe you do something wrong, they want you're in trouble. All you have to do is call your forefather, the guy that employed that connected you, and that person that connected you, another person that connecting 10 years ago has become super organ now, and they are still connected. So all you have to do is one phone call to this guy. Oh, you call the other guy. You call that. So you get away. You know you can get away with anything you do because now you know someone that knows someone that knows someone. But whereas in the United States, when you're being employed, you're not being employed through someone. So if you get in trouble, there's no someone that owes you anything or you owe anything. It's just no connection. It's just straight. You are employed to it.
So
you don't have a godfather.
Are you saying that the two civil service is overstaffed? Is that what you are saying?
No, that's not do what I'm saying. What I'm saying is people are employed through.
Before I would have said it's overstaffed, but now they are not overstaffed.
Overstaffed is not even relevant. I'm just saying.
No, Ola, there are some aspect of our civil service that is overstaffed.
Yeah, for example.
Yeah, most of them are overstaffed.
Okay, let me give you, for example, when I was working in the teaching hospital, we have a lot of administrative staff. That they don't even have portfolio. They are even more than the patient. They are just moving. They will just be roaming around in the hospital with ID card. because they just employ them to give jobs for the boys, like
exactly.
the way
Or somebody that
Baba, but they judge. But they judge was.
Doctor, the next question I will ask you now is that our hospitals under capacity, if I say, okay, let's be our hospitals under capacity or over capacity, or do we need
What we can say what we can say restructure where we need to employ more, and there are some areas that we don't even need as much as they have now. That's what I'm telling you.
We can say is maybe the key area.
If you look at, let's take hospital for example. We have the core health workers. The core health workers, you can see they are not enough. But the so-called admin officers, the accountant, and all those other procurement and all those useless, they are more than even those are the ones that we are talking about.
Those are we are talking about.
The work that one person can do, you see in one office, you see 6 people sitting, and most of them, they will not do one thing in a day. They will just come and go.
They just sit there and they are talking. That's it.
So Simba, in average, how many patients to one particular doctor in teaching hospital? Just give us a sample. How many patients do you guys have? Is it like 500 to one doctor, or like 200 patients to one doctor?
We can agree that we don't have enough doctors, but
the problem. Let me tell you, the problem in Nigeria is that even the doctors, they are concentrated in the cities.
They don't
we need. Hello.
Continue, please.
So we need to redistribute even the doctors. That's if you go to state capital, that's where in the state where you have more than 80 or 90% of the doctors working within that state. Most of them are not even in the villages that they're supposed to be. So when you look at our population, the ratio of doctors to an average, a doctor to Nigerians is more than, in fact, is one of the highest that we have in the world.
Wow.
And then coupled with this jackpot things that has happened now.
So that leads me to another question. We are talking that jackpot itself. What is your opinion?
Simba, do you know Dr. Amuwa?
No. I've never even heard that name.
So about
it's one of the doctors. I think it's a professor now at the University of Ilorin. He was one of my doctors when I was in Igbobi.
Okay, which department? Which department?
I didn't say I was working. I was a patient there, nurse, and he was a consultant there. So that time, I had to consider Dr. Yunusa and Dr. Amuwa. Dr. Amuwa first Japa, and later I now remember that he announced that okay, he came back and now went to University of Ilorin, so in the teaching hospital there. Then there's another one, Dr. Yunusa. Then that time there was a senior registrar. On me alone, I think we had about 4 or 5 doctors, and they will be blowing their grammar when they came to the world.
Okay, whenever they come for one grant, to come and do one grant on you.
I'm telling you, they will just.
So my question to you, Simba and Papati, my question is very simple.
I don't forget them because I like them. That's why I don't forget them, because I admire their grammar.
Let me reply your question.
My question has to be this Japa syndrome. Right. Do you think, or do you subscribe to the idea that if they they improve the welfare of doctors in Nigeria, do you think we should put a cap to newly become doctor, like before you japa, you should stay in Nigeria to serve for 5 years?
No. Actually, Japa it should be a money-making venture for Nigeria. If you have a government that knows what they are doing. Case in point, Cuba. Mm-hmm. Cuba is making close to $8 billion a year on their own Japa version. 8 billion every year.
So can you give us how they do it so that we can also?
What they do is they will train you everything to go to medical. It's free from everything. They will train you. But here's the deal: those countries, they will now, like Brazil now wants doctors, so the government will be the one to send you to Brazil. Part of your paycheck will be, I think they will be collecting maybe 10%, maybe 5% of your paycheck will be coming to the government. So in exchange for you paying for everything, anywhere you go that will send you will get some of, maybe a little tip of your income from that country. So they sign a deal with that country and they will be paying them directly. So they are, if you go look at Cuba, I mean, do you know how many medical schools they have there? A lot. And you just bring them out more. So you can say, okay, you want people from our country, we are very brilliant. Let's build more medical schools and send people out and make money off of it. If the demand for nurses are very high, we'll pay for people to go to nursing school for free. So you can make money.
But they say Japan now. Japan is still Japan now.
Yeah,
if you do something like that, don't you think more Nigerian doctors will really want to Japan?
No, like, but listen, but what Cuba does is that they are exporting their excess. Like they have way more doctors. Like I think it's one
but
of.
Do we really have excess?
That's my point. No, I mean that's my point. That
you say we should produce excess. That's what you're saying.
Like even Israel. Wait. Israel. One out of 4 of people that are from Israel are doctors. Do you know that? 1 out of 4 are doctors. 1 out of 4. So you have to crank up the numbers. So you will meet your own demand. Then the surplus from it, then you can export to other countries and make money off of it.
Okay, but Babati, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Now, when you talk of Japa like that, you know, when a Nigerian doctor comes to Canada, it's not a straight thing for them like that. They will have to go through conversion process. So
they still have the exactly.
As some are unable to even finish until after 3-4 years. So you start wondering. So will you be producing for America too?
No, because okay, this is what it does. Let me explain what happens between Cuba and Brazil, for instance.
No, Babati, so it's not only even with Brazil. They did that with Saudi Arabia. Because I have a colleague. Who's a dermatologist from Cuba also.
Right.
She used to pay. She paid directly to their Ministry of Health.
Yes. Can we say before we have those SSCs or we produce more doctors, can we just put a cap to it first? At least for the next 5 years. This Japan is too much, because
you can't cap me without paying me.
Remy, I want to know if you are the one with your MPBS and they put cap on you like that. Will you like it?
No, of course I won't like it, but this is the way this people are.
Listen to me. Remy, let me listen to me. If any government tries that and they go to court, they will lose that case.
I know they will lose. I'm just trying to say, if they improve your welfare, salary, everything like that, I think they have a right to also put a cap.
Remy, you are missing the point. At this point,
you can only do that for somebody who you train.
Really? I don't owe you anything. I paid for my own school fees. You didn't pay for me.
How much are you paying in Nigeria compared to when you go and study medicine?
Remy, listen to what I'm saying. You're not listening.
I think jack up the tuition fee for
Remy, you're not listening. Nobody owes the government anything because they pay their own way to school. They don't owe the country or the government anything.
Exactly. But why can't the Nigerian government take the anti-venom approach?
I think it's time we jack up the tuition for this kind of a good profession that people can become.
But Remy, as we are experiencing brain drain, why can't the government invest or do something about also doing something called brain gain, where there's so many Nigerian doctors that have retired in America, right?
Yes, we need to bring them back.
How about we do something incentive to bring them back? How about many of our people that have gone have actually acquired brain outside? How about we focus on brain gain instead of?
They are. Sorry to interrupt you. In cardiology, I know they are. So in Lagos now, they have all these standalone cardio hospitals now coming up. They are building like multiple where you just go in there, you do your heart surgery. So there's no need for you to go to India anymore. So they want to corner that market. So there's no need for you to go to India for any heart procedure.
Are the surgeons there were they Nigerian that Japan before that came back?
Yes, that were living in Chicago area. They came back and it's a 7-floor cardio hospital.
Because to me, I feel like the one that will come back are even more important than the one they are leaving. Because the one that are coming back,
anything
they are better advanced than those who are leaving.
Okay, Babati. If Nigeria now put taxation on Japan doctor and America and Canada come yari and they can't replace them with robots, so what will happen? See, Remy, you've not been to one of our hospitals. Honestly, if you've ever been to any of our hospitals, you will never pray to go back again. Wait, Remy. I was in Igbobi on bed for 8 weeks.
You know they talk about Igbobi here. That place, Igbobi are not those where they are.
Remy, waiting now. Waiting now. If the mosquito there no kill you, within that thing, you don't go feed that like. So
when you go to UCH, I went because there was a time my mother was having a problem about stomach problem, and the ward they took her to where people have some kidney problem or something like that. The ward was super ventilated. Everything was super good there. I mean, UCH is bad. In fact,
it depends on the year. You know, Obasanjo renovated that place now.
UCH have all the machines, all virtually.
That should be in the early 2000s.
I mean, no, what I'm not talking about early 2000. I'm talking about 2022.
That means they've improved really. That's good.
That's a good news.
Improved a lot in that. Because by the time Obasanjo came in 1999, UCH was just like, you know, you'll be in the hospital, you'll be here, you'll be smelling the mortuary, the morgue, the way the place.
I was even surprised that in that place, there was constant electricity supply. They did not use generator, and they have net. They have everything. There was no mosquito because my mother stayed there for 1 week, and we were all going there every day to check her health. And the environment was super clean. And although we paid a lot of money on medicine and also pay money for the bed for something like that, but it was not. It's a lot of money to be frank. But what I'm just trying to say is that the service there, and they have quite a lot of good doctors there.
How can you be having mosquitoes in hospital in the first place?
Now you say
No, that is
so people go to hospital to catch malaria. Oh no.
Mike, you know for you.
Mike, the circle of life now.
Can I sue them? Can I sue the hospital? Because if I'm going there for a headache and I go there to go catch malaria.
Babati and Simba, a question for you. Now, I see notice they do something in Igbobi, especially if you visit Igbobi and look. There's a word we used to call it Okada ward. That's the worst. You will see some kind of injury there like this.
Emergency.
Wait, Remy. You will see some kind of injury there. Even you, if you have injury, say maybe you know feel like at that time, you go run immediately. You get energy, you will run. Some deadly injury. So the thing is this. I see that they still do traction in all those Igbobi that they will just put some metal in people's nail, and they will now put weight. I see they do something.
Is it called the box
traction? It's traction.
The box.
I see they doing traction.
Which traction?
I don't want to talk about that Igbobi because I remember my first brother.
Let me just hold on, please. Let's see about Babati.
They're talking about a terrible place.
Remy, Simba, are they still using traction in Saudi or America?
Yeah, for rehab. Yeah, no, for rehab, they still use box traction. All this, they still use weight now for a rehab hospital or for a rehab center. Yeah,
make them put steel inside someone they need, and they come add weight.
Oh no, not steel. Not steel. They would just do. Yeah, of course they would do like the dressing, but the weight will be the pulley. But it's not like it's like the bed itself is designed for orthopedics. Yeah, they have all these. They still have some of this.
This one.
They harm people's legs are hard. God, you go fair, man. There's no way.
Because you ask for people there for like 8 weeks there.
Yes, and you have to pass through that place. I just ate that hospital immediately. How come?
That's it. Now, so you go the hear story that tabula, kalos, all those kind of things, all those doctors.
You know. Let me tell you what is happening, Ola. Okay. No, there are better procedures that they can do for all these people. But because they don't have the money, so they go for the cheaper, all these things. All these things that you see, they improvise to just help these people because they don't have the money. Let me give you, for example, I have a woman that had a fracture of the pelvis. And they took her to a hospital, and she was told that she will need replacement of the head of the femur, and the surgery is 1.5 million because they have to buy prosthesis and do the surgery. But she said no, that she doesn't have the money for that. That she will go for conservative management, which the doctor had already told her that might not work. But she, because of her faith, because of her belief, she believed that, okay, she doesn't need to spend that much to get the best of care, that she will pray that the conservative management will work. Up to now, she couldn't work. And this same person spent more than almost 2 million naira to go for Hajj on crutches.
Oh my God.
You understand? So you can see.
But Simba, I understand that some people are afraid of hip surgery because, especially for men, that some of them may have.
It's a male, though. This one is a female, it's a woman, no.
No. Yeah, I'm just talking of a male situation that because some male they are afraid that at the end of the day they may have erectile dysfunction.
What is there's no connection now? There's no connection now.
After hip surgery. Wait, where's the link between the hip and the dick? What?
Am I a doctor?
Allah is good on engineering.
Wait a minute. Hey, Babati, you will flag this show if you keep using.
Oh, sorry. Just...
So Adewale did these things, and you just look at us.
I've been on this show since the one man started it. I'm just listening to you guys. How the discussion snowballed to the D and the famous, I don't know. The conversation is just going south and south.
Myself, I've been here all night, and I'm surprised at the direction, the turn of direction.
The entire discussion is going south and deeper south and south to the point somebody has to mention the D. And yeah, I fear for now.
I know now. We were just talking of medically. Okay. Progressive. What do you want to discuss?
I have a dream, guys. I have a dream. I have a revelation.
No, Adewale, you are sleeping. You are not on the show because a woman called you and you didn't answer.
Listen, at that moment, I was my child was with me and she was making some, fussing sound. And I didn't want to.
Because even we're about to round off before Babati, Mike, and Co just came and invade the show.
I was
listening. They are the one that took over the something.
Yeah,
in fact, because we were not many on the show. In fact, I'm very sure that Tola was preparing to even shut down before these guys appeared.
I know before he even excused himself. I think he came back on the show when the Pansat was making his something up like that. But before then, I was not that far away from computer. By the same time, I was turning to my child. So in the between, there's no way I could come and turn on my mic that will not disturb you guys. So I decided, okay, even if they shut it down, I'm still okay with it. But yes, even people that said they will leave 20 minutes, Mr. Ola, Thomas that disappear and reappear. Only God knows. So people that said they would, they will be gone in 20-30 minutes, only for them to still be here talking about famous and the D. The connection is what I want our medical practitioner to establish the correlation between the D and the famous.
Go ahead, tell us.
I know. See, have you been to Bobby or either on evangelism?
Hello, Nije. I love it.
There are some word that you get to there, emergency or where they call Okada word.
When you go to the general hospital, you will have nightmare.
Really? Even at
the mosquitoes alone.
No, Mike, you are even talking of mosquito. Someone that
Go to
has a
that
broken leg,
emergency section.
there's some word you enter in the Bobby that the person, the leg will just be okay immediately and you will run.
You know,
In fact, if you go to UCH with all just simple minor dick and you go through the emergency section, you yourself you say, I know the guy, I'm okay, I'm going back home. When you see they bring people from accident, 5 minutes, they don't die.
Our doctor that
time.
you go, our
There was
doctor
a
that
time.
you know they've seen a
There
lot,
was
so they don't
there
care.
was a time around
Adewale, you know, when I was in Igobi, once we hear some kind
what
of
were
thing,
you
you know
doing in
that
the movie?
bed. No, I had an injury, so I was in Igobi for some time.
Oh.
So when we will be on our bed, when we hear this kind of bed that they normally push, when they hear garang, we say someone don't die with that thing. Can you imagine? See that kind of horror, and doctor we see all this thing, they will just laugh and see something.
You know, after some time you get used to it. In my own case,
Exactly,
I wasn't working. I mean, I wasn't admitted to hospital.
Right.
What happened was that in our bank then there was this. It was rampant for people to start stealing money after they've stayed long in one place. So especially those doing customer service that have access to all the accounts, they were really stealing money. So if you had stayed in one office for let's say 2-3 years, you are bound to be rotated. So they were moving people from operation to marketing to whatever department they just deem you fit. So eventually they transferred me to. They said the bank then established relationship with the Lagos State government. So they gave them some spaces in the general hospital to start collecting money and managing their funds and all that. I didn't know that Lagos State hospitals like all those Ayinke House, Lagos Island Maternity, General Hospital Island, they were making millions. As a matter of fact, the millions they were making is enough to sustain and rebuild that hospital in 10 times. But that's a story for another day. So they seconded us to the Island Maternity and General Hospital to go and establish the branch there. So we were there, they gave us one little office, so we put everything together, we were setting up the books and all that. So we happens to be going to work even on Saturday because those people were making huge amount of money and we have to move money. To cut the long story
Especially
short,
weekend, you have to block the
oh
leakage in the weekend.
yeah, so one day I was permanently stationed in Lagos Island Maternity, the one on Campbell. But occasionally I will go to the Lagos Island General Hospital to, collect the cash and bring it to the Island Maternity where, escort will come pick it up and all that. I happens to have just arrived at the General Hospital. My colleagues there did not want me, only for me to just, as soon as I was about, you come out from one corner before you enter where the office is. The next thing I saw was just loads of dead bodies and scattered part of human being not on the floor per se, but because they put clothes on the floor. My brother, I nearly fainted. I said, this is what these guys see every day. That is even a small issue. The following week, even like then in the general hospital, I was on my way to use restroom because we don't have restroom inside the needful office they gave us. Only for me to see someone who was, probably trying to give birth, they dropped dead, and they were pushing the bed, and we were going the same direction. I was like, so this is what these people see every day. I said, this I can't work in the hospital. So there, they have what do you call this place? A pathology / mortuary, very close to each other. I don't know why they put it side by side. Well, the
Those people,
funny,
you see them eating side by side
you
with dead body. What are
you
you talking about?
part where they were bringing people bodies in because sometimes when they want to come and claim bodies in the mortuary, they will be bringing those corpses, to the front outside. As you are walking by, you'll be seeing them laying them on the floor because it is just like a cold room. They don't really have proper storage.
Exactly. They'll be throwing it like as if they are
That's
throwing.
where I respected. That's where I respect UCH because that's where my mom was when my mom died that time. So we're there, very clean place. But all those mortuary attendants, one that you go, they were
Okay.
showing up different levels. Like this one now, they will just I say, these people don't even get VIVOUR. They don't get mind again, though.
At all.
But that place, that usage that time, man, very clean because It's a place that
Lagos
you will
Island
not
smell
even
like
know. You will not even know it's a mug. You will not even know
Lagos Island
because the
smell
way
like
the way was well
trash.
done that time, man. You
It
won't
smell
know
bad. Lagos Island
because
smell bad.
no, no. You say that time didn't smell low. If you by any mistake find yourself in that place, you will never know that it's a mug. Very neat. Obasanjo just innovated very neat, like that was my first time. That was my first time.
One thing, earth is very, very, very expensive, very, very expensive, and if you need good earth, good medical care, I don't think an average Nigerian can afford it.
No, they
Why
cannot.
All those things that were
Even the so-called abroad also, you can see even with you paying insurance something. Sometimes you want to like here. When there was something happened to my tongue because it was extremely cold during the winter. I took it to the hospital. It's free. They told me that it's free. But at the end of the day, after about 1 month, I received a bill of about €20. They are telling me that because that is a doctor's fee. And I said, but you said everything is free. What did they give me? They just gave me a bandage to wrap it all around my hand. Nothing changed. Everything does. I just think, oh my God. Sometimes there's such a scam in this developed country.
Let me support what Simba
let,
did.
Ola, here in Saudi Arabia, what they budget for their earth, because they do free earth here, what they budget for their earth more than our entire budgetary allocation in Nigeria for 1 year.
Oh my God.
In Nigeria, just to back what you are talking of, Gary. You see, a person like me, because I had the Medicare, whatever they had in Nigeria that time, so that's what I was using. Although, even part of our coverage then, even some of us we could even get to if we needed overseas treatment that time, we could afford it at that time based on what they were taking from us. So, it not happened. It not happened that one of my brothers, so he just has some kind of I don't know, so he just had this kind of dislocation. No, I think not only the location. I think there's kind of a fracture there. So I took him to the hospital just for the charge 380K. So I was even looking at that 380K. Will this make sense? I was talking even in the I think around 2007 or thereabout. We know what our 380K was in 2007. Say no be joke money. Because that's like if you convert it that time, you'll be talking of over $2,000, right? What am I with? Over $3,000. So now, so one of my colleagues come tell me, say, why don't you take him to Ibobi? And so I took this guy to Ibobi true. You know that everything that time I think was just a little bit above 10,000. You can see the difference.
Ola,
so it is true.
You know,
that is cheap.
Here in America, health here is like a gold mine. But T, you are one of the people that are hitting the gold, the golden egg. So Abati, are you there? Abati.
Maybe it's Robert is conducting a war ranch.
Very soon there will be no doctor. AI will take over the position of doctor. You know, so a month ago, or 2 months ago rather, I was on the show and my daughter had a little accident. My daughter had a third-degree burn. She's barely, as at that time, she was just a year plus, 2 months ago, I believe. And then she was, you know how kid does. Her mother was trying to drink tea. She was dragging the cup with her mother. Eventually, the hot water fell on her hands and a little bit on the foot. And then,
that's a big issue.
I was on the show. I was on the show with you guys on that particular night. So what did we do? I said, look, somebody said, no, don't take her to the hospital. I said, no, let's take her to the hospital. Why not? Because she's going to go to daycare the second or third day. So how am I going to answer the daycare? Or if daycare now call the child protective services of me, or on my wife and herself, I don't know how to answer that. Rather, and me being a person of law, I have to make sure I do the right thing, or else I might even lose my job if I don't do the right thing. So we went to the hospital. So the hospital we went to, they don't usually deal with bonds. They just like a general issue with kids. They make us wait
Children
for,
hospital.
yeah, they make us, we waited for like 3 4 hours. A lot of people also waiting at the same time too. And I was wondering, like, how come this is the lobby was becoming more, rowdy and crowded and all that. You could tell everybody want to be there. To cut the long story short, by the time we got inside, they asked me a question because maybe the head of the house, and I told them the truth. And they were asking about the time difference, and they were looking at the bonds. They were looking at the time that I gave them and the duration that it took us to drive to the hospital. I was like, "Holy Toini." Well,
Ah,
at the end of
they
the
will
day,
still follow in
the
Canada. They can still
wait
follow.
now,
There will be follow-up questions and follow.
wait now. So in
Mhm.
between, they took us in and they look at the severity of that injury. I think they kind of believe us, but at the same time, they want to make sure that myself and my wife I said the same thing. So they went to my wife and asked my wife.
Maybe they wanted to charge you for child abuse with that.
But
But
if that water had poured on our entire body, that would have been amounts to child negligence. But just a little bit part of our body, like hands or leg, they understand accident do happen. But that was the first time I will have a child having such a accident in the house. Eventually, we were delayed. They kept us in a room, the admission room for maybe 2 3 hours, even to the point that both the mother and the child were sleeping. By the time they would get to it, they say, "Oh, sorry, we don't take care of." But what can you do? We'll put some little, ointment just to ease the pains and the burns that, they will now send us with the ambulance to the hospital that specialize on burns. I was like, after waiting for 4 or 5 hours, this is how I know that there's 419 too in America. It's just about how they package it.
They are
So I'm telling you. So when they propose ambulance, that's where we knew Onibole Mbara and Bolebo, because this does not warrant
any
ambulance.
ambulance at
After
all.
all, we drove to
You
this
have to pay a
hospital.
lot of money for the ambulance.
Guess what they said? They said, no, we don't have to pay for the ambulance. It's a lie. Have you heard the word say try it for free? It's only in America you will hear try it for free. And
come
when
on,
you
hey,
hear
our ambulance and they are connected with
no,
the and
no,
they get
when
their
They will
commission.
charge
I'm
you a
telling you,
lot for that.
when you hear try for free, run. No, there's nothing for free for anywhere. You run. We insisted that no way you are not taking ambulance. I didn't even use belt. That's how how scared we were. I didn't even use my pants was falling and all that. So we want to use that style to stop by the house, grab one or two things and head to the hospital. So by the time they went and got approval that we could take the child, my own child though, they eventually got the approval. So they gave us timeline that by this specific time we must be at that hospital. I mean, but T, I don't know if he's back. Will understand from the points to where that children's hospital to the hospital that we have to go to, like almost 30 40 miles apart. It's like traveling to another town. And they look for another hospital nearby. They say they don't have bed. I say, but this does not require bed now. How come? If this child doesn't need to stay in the hospital, we can come back for so no. Since they don't have bed, we have to go to the other hospital. My brother, we stop by at the house, we grab one or two things, even take some food with the hope, with the belief that they are going to make us stay in that hospital for maybe days. My brother, we barely get out of the house. The phone started ringing. The phone started ringing from the receiving hospital. They were looking at the time. How long, why are we not here yet? Why are we not here by now? I said, but wait, it's not that somebody is on life support. There was this and this. We are going to be there. Luckily for us, the child threw up on our way to the hospital. So we can't use that as an alibi to, the reason why we took us that long to clean up and all that. And on that one alone, they now wanted, okay, we are going to admit you. We said, lie, lie. They started checking the temperature. What did she eat? For the fact that she threw up. You know, they package it as if it was a big deal, but we know our child. I mean, I've got bumped before. It's not as if, you know, the hell heaven is falling. To cut the long story short, they treated her. We came home. We came home the following day. We had to stop at the parking lot and, you know, catch some maybe an hour or two sleep. Then headed home. Now all of a sudden, fast forward to last week, we got a bill. Uh, the charges is on my insurance, but also we have this government insurance as well. So instead of using our private insurance, we put the because it was also we have both on the file. But in the process of, you know, those when we got to the hospital, we were so busy. Everybody, they chose the government insurance, only to find out that the government say since there's private insurance on the file, they should use that private instead of that government owned. So they send us bill that we needed to pay. More, I knew government is not. Once government say they're helping you, they are not actually helping you. A bill for just a child, we're talking about thousands. So I said a lie. We are sitting on it now, disputing it. So luckily for me, I said, look, they should use our insurance. And it seems our insurance too is trying to dodge. America, they are 419. Hey, health is
it's
expensive.
not just America. Oh, you see, it's all of them. It's all of, once it comes to all this insurance, they take the money they don't want to pay when time to pay comes. So
Yeah, they won't pay.
they don't want to pay.
They will
They
use
even for them to even pay that money, they will make sure you go through hell before you get that money.
Do you know the irony here? If you complain that you are sick, maybe you have a body temperature, you have everything, the first thing they will tell you is that go back home, drink more water. They don't give you medicine. They will now tell you that if that temperature, they want that temperature to reach some certain level before they admit you to the hospital.
Wow, American lie.
They are so crazy that they really want to.
No. In Canada too, if you go to hospitals that you have fever, they say go and sleep.
If your wife pregnant, you won't bump a king. Your wife pregnant, you won't bump a king. Na cocoa.
No, they do it like that. There is one Nigerian married
This place, they will be treating you as if you're in a 5-star hotel. This one will come and say you want to do this test. When they're trying to test my child, they said they brought one equipment. So I said, do you know how long I've been singing to this child has been dancing inside the mama belly. Now that she's now born now, you now say want to tell. I said this one can hear everything. You know when you know that your child is a little weary, where you know that they say they want to tell. I said this thing, oh my laying, I know they're going to bring bill. I said, don't worry, test it. They said it's a must that they must test. By what? They said by law. Who will pay for it? Is the law going to pay for it? I said, no. You don't worry, your insurance will cover. I said, but it's not needed. This child can hear me. I know she's not deaf. I know. The child, you know, when you hear your child, once somebody enter the room like this, just the sound of that child will wake up as little as 2 days old. Though. So I told them, they said no. By the time we saw the bill, I said I knew it. So if you born, to even born, I mean it was like almost
Yeah,
$10,000
but
or
you see the
something.
difference now. That's the difference. The difference here now, like children get free medical care for from all maternal care, everything till certain age of a child. You
Where is
don't
that
pay
in
nothing
Europe?
for it.
Yeah, in
Yeah,
Europe
yeah.
is very good. If you like
Europe
here,
give Europe
like
give
here,
pay leave now, pay
yeah,
maternity leave now.
Yeah.
here,
Europe is socialist now. They tax everything already.
they
They
are
remove all
good.
that one in your income. In America, it's not
Because
free. Medical is
they continue to encourage people to have children here, and they
Ah,
will take care of your children from 0 age to
this one.
17. They are still
Because
getting.
I don't be my big queen. If I say, but free healthcare for Nigeria, I want you to more bad control. Look,
But yeah, so you are the one that eats the golden egg. The one being laid by the
It's not here when you are relating your story now. You just came back.
yeah.
no, I was taking the call from work, so
But
working. So yeah.
they referred me from Tesla Children's Hospital, the one on Southwest, all the way to Galveston to Shrine Hospital
Really, why?
because my child had a little bone and they were trying to make us use ambulance at the same time trying to put on an admission for something just minor.
Sometimes, you know what's funny? sometimes your insurance also determines where they send you to.
But we had good insurance.
No. They have in network, out of network. If you're not in the network of what they are covering, or it will be more expensive. So they want to send you to where they cover. Sometimes.
Yeah. So what kind of
initially
insurance system is that?
Memorial Armor. But they said there was no bed, and we know for a fact that the issue will require admission, but they insisted.
Dewale, I want to ask a question. What is special about the United States anyway? I just want to know. Is it
they are crook? They are crook. That's just important.
What is special about United States?
America, everything are money, capitalism.
They are advanced Nigeria.
They are the best. They are the best country in the world.
I will not allow any. Wait. Hold on. I will not allow any anti-American, anti-progressive statement on this platform.
No.
What is on
Babati is progressive that is talking now. What do you mean by that progressive? It's progressive that is talking.
For somebody that lives in America to say anti-progressive, I think that is coming from everything that is going on in the US now shows that the progressiveness is being.
Don't do this LGBTQ tonight. Don't do that edgy.
No. Put that one aside. Put that one aside. What happened to women's rights? Anti-abortion.
If you want to progressive, if you want to talk about Europe
before I forget my thoughts. Progressive. Do you know what's funny? Do you know? As of yesterday, as of 2 days ago, officially now they've replaced the word for woman. It's now non-man. Non-man. There's no. They have replaced the word woman now. You are now a non-man if you're a woman.
No, those ones they are going. They're just taking it too far. You know what you say?
What is non-man?
No, they're taking it too far. But I'm just saying, like the way the United States Supreme Court overturned the abortion rights, right? Roe v. Wade, right? For me, I think that's a setback because if you look in Europe, right, one of the most conservative country that used to be one of the most, because Ireland is mainly super conservative, let's say 10 years ago. But even Ireland as we speak today, they've passed different laws, trying to move in the progressive direction, just to be in line with other European nations. You understand? But when you look at countries like America, you look at their guns rights, you look at abortion rights, you look at their healthcare system, you look at their education system. Apart from their higher institution, America does not even have the best primary and secondary school system. So I ask myself, what is it? What is this that's so special?
America is still a great
progressive. Don't take my words too seriously about what I just said about packaging or Gawud now kind of mentality. This is the only country in the entire world that you will be and you will feel at home.
Yes.
Especially when you are in the big city, not in those. Yes, that is the only country you'll be.
Yeah, I can say that's the only thing.
I agree with you 100%.
I've been to Europe.
Of the country.
Have you lived in the UK?
I've been to Europe. Yeah, I've been to UK.
Have you lived in the UK?
No, never been to live in UK.
Like America, forget it.
I'm telling you, listen, London, non-white people are minority in London.
See, let me say you something.
No, I just want you to know, non-white people who are not indigenous, they are minority in London.
I understand.
If you go to Birmingham, you go to some area, you think you are in Pakistan.
You mean
they are the majority?
Sorry, you mean the majority?
You want to say they are the minority, not majority.
No, they are the non-indigenous are the minority in London.
Sorry.
No, they are the majority. That's what you mean, huh?
No. Sorry, so yeah, they are the majority. I mean, that is in the indigenous are the minority. The indigenous are minority in London.
I'm a little confused. Why are you? What kind of point? You're even confused at the point that you're making.
Yeah.
No. The
But that's only London,
the indigenous are the minority in London. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
So what's that have to do with freedom? I mean, that's it's not in London. I can't say it's
No, it's not only London. It's not only London. You go to Birmingham. There are some areas you go to. There are some areas you go to in Birmingham. You think you're in Pakistan.
Yeah, but I tell you what,
you cannot
this is the
compare
only country that will make you feel as if you're part of the system.
USA is the only country you can go to that
African Black Americans are complaining about what you are talking about now, that they don't feel like they belong.
See, let me tell you something. When you have too small expectation, that's what you feel like that.
Can you please give me a minute? I just want to say in the next 15 minutes, we will be moving our discussion to the background because we want to shut down the live session so that we can continue in the background. Okay.
Why 15 minutes? You could just do it now. It doesn't make 15. Does it make any difference now or 15 minutes?
Okay, no. If you want it that way, let me just quickly thanks our audience.
Yeah, it wouldn't make any difference whether you do it now.
Okay, just hold on. So thank you everyone for your audience. Just would like to take this time to appreciate you staying with us as we all learn together. We all know that without you, the audience, there will be no one man to show. So we just encourage us to try to let us share and spread the good message so that people can come here and we get educated. As for me, this evening, I know that I learned a lot from people, even though it's degenerated some kind of argument, but we learn a lot. So special thanks to Black Experience, Oga, Ayo, I think Plisoma came online. So Kulata decided not to join us online. So Lizzie, Abdulakim, Yusuf, and so many others that cannot mention. Omoni Ikaye, and and so many others. So we thank you very much, and we hope you will always be with us whenever the eagle lands and we come and present us with a new idea. Like I said, I learned a lot. Simba brought a very good idea today that I know some people will be working on, because look at that easy way to learn the needs in the market. What's like what Simba brought up today, it can make some people multimillionaire. So see the type of discussion that Babati, Rebecca, Adewale, Mike, Progressive, everyone discussed it.
What I think I'm liking this after hour show better than the route decision during the day, to be honest.
I understand. I understand. But one thing is that I know that AI will not replace your job anyway. I know the fear is there. So I thank you everyone, and let us spread the good message. And like one man will say, I say peace. See you guys later. Good day wherever you are.
Babati, I just been